Since the world was born, at the beginning of chaos, the so-called Heavenly Dao appeared. It was governed by the laws of heaven and earth, and also changed everything that exists. And under the rule of the Heavenly Dao, the world went through two huge cycles, which changed it beyond recognition. During the first great cycle, thousands of people carefully trained and cultivated to reach the realm beyond the Heavenly Dao. Not only young boys, but also older people painstakingly trained to achieve the goal. But people were too greedy. They not only selfishly stole the spiritual roots of heaven and earth, they even tried to arrogantly claim that they were representatives of the Heavenly Dao. And from this, the heavens were awakened by the greed of the world and became disillusioned with all things. And ultimately, the heavens destroyed all living beings on the planet. Well, during the second great cycle, everything changed dramatically. And it was not the same as before, not even close. The heavenly world separated from the other two. This was the first change. The earthly world also separated from those two. This was the second change. In the end, the human world also separated from the rest. This is the third major change. The three worlds, heavenly, earthly, and human, were divided into regions and were no longer one and the same. The gods took control of the west. They confidently stood their ground. And the east was ruled by immortals who trained and cultivated for many thousands of years. And the earthly world was deserted and quickly turned into a wasteland. The pile of bones reached the heights of mountains, and the souls of the criminals turned into ghosts. The human world lies somewhere between the powerful kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of earth, where the weak fall into a cycle of reincarnation. However, the strongest representatives of the first great cycle were not completely destroyed. Some of them were reborn as humans and are hiding to this day, and some of the dead returned to life, and also somewhere disappeared from the eyes of the gods and immortals. But they all have the same goal: to enter the path of fate and challenge the Heavenly Dao. Waking up again, the Heavenly Dao became very angry and rained down mighty thunder on them. The planet was destroyed for the second time. This is already a couple of levels higher. The narrator continued, "Now the world has entered the third great cycle, and several tens of thousands of years have passed since those events." Suddenly, someone interrupted him, telling him to stop chatting. It was a young man in appearance, and the ball flying near him said that he was a new Heavenly Dao, since the previous Heavenly Dao had left the world and fled. The guy easily jumped from the low cliff, which was a couple of meters away, on which he had been sitting before. He is reborn for the first time, and he has already been given such a high status. The ball must think highly of him. He replied that the young man is a Heavenly Dao, which was chosen by the system, and which has unlimited power in this world. Travelers climbers climbed another rock. One of those who walked ahead was very surprised to see a young man there. The guy told the system that he was wondering why the previous Heavenly Dao used only force to solve all problems. To which she asked that isn't force the best method of solving problems. The traveler, seeing this, simply remained silent. The current Heavenly Dao answered that force cannot solve all problems, and it can only help against enemies. One day, Brother Shun told him that the strong use strength against the stronger, and the weak against the weaker. However, he is not a former Heavenly Dao. He would never make such a base mistake. The traveler thought that it was better not to interfere with someone who was talking to himself, in case he attacked again. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind and turned around to see what was there. It was a real dragon, and a huge one to boot, and it flew straight at them, so that the group of arrivals began to scatter. They shouted as they ran that it was a rank 4 dragon, and while they were running away, the current Heavenly Dao remained standing in place. The guy began to count: first rank, second rank, third rank, fourth rank, and fifth rank. Rank 6, demigod. Rank 7, true god, god realm, god emperor realm, heaven rank, reverse heaven rank, reverse heaven king rank. If you look at the dragon from this side, he is really weak. The dragon went straight to the young man and he took out the earwax from his ear that remained on his finger. And without any emotion, the guy threw a piece of dirt straight at the 4th rank dragon. It flew past his face with great speed, unfortunately not hitting him. She crashed into a rock and the collision created a small explosion. The dragon looked with horror in his eyes as this thing broke through 2 mountains. And having correctly set his priorities, he rushed away from this madman who had simply enormous power. Heavenly Dao let him just leave, saying that even a reverse rank Heavenly King couldn't block his 3 strikes. This dragon is quite smart. The system asked that didn't he say that the strong use force against the stronger? To which he replied that he just scared him a little. She said that it turns out that he is not going to use force against his opponents. The young man replied that yes, as long as negotiations were possible and the world would not be destroyed a third time, however. His peace-loving Chinese blood could not promise anything. He got there less than an hour ago, and he still knows nothing about this world. The guy is not even familiar with the situation in this world, so how can he become a good Heavenly Dao? The young man looked at the city with a huge number of buildings, saying that his first stop would be this place. A huge number of people were heading to the gates of the City of Freedom, some with carts, some on their own. 2 people were carrying a cart with slaves of different ages, who had already lost hope of salvation. These were mostly girls, quite young girls. They were chained to the bars of the cart on which they were being transported. One of the carriers said that this time the hunting was really good, and he would definitely be able to make a huge profit from this. The second one answers irritably, looking at the slaves, that fairies here are in great demand among the local nobility. The first speaker suddenly noticed a richly dressed guy walking past their cart. A slave trader asked a guy passing by if he needed slaves. He just remained silent to this. The man quickly jumped off the cart, saying that he could buy any slave for just 10 gold coins. He pointed to the slaves, saying that these fairies are the newest to be captured, ranging from prisoners of war to innocent girls from the village. In addition, there are children who can be raised from an early age. The current Heavenly Dao looked at all these slaves who were sitting in the cart, and turning on his magical vision, he looked at them with completely different eyes. All the hearts of these slaves look almost dead, unlike the slave trader. Meanwhile, he continued, saying that if those did not suit his taste, then he also had an extremely rare product. Pointing to the second cart, he walked towards it, and the Heavenly Dao followed him. Approaching her, he with a smile removed the cloth from the cart that was blocking the view of what was inside it. It was a young elf. She was also bruised and shackled with shackles around her neck. The carrier said that the elven race was only found in the western continent, so he could get it for only 1,000 gold coins, and it was definitely worth every coin he spent. The current Heavenly Dao said nothing, and simply turned around and left. Watching the guy leave, he spat, saying that he was just an ordinary poor man. Walking down the street, the young man said that human trafficking is even worse than a feudal state. The system asked why he didn't free them, because it wasn't his style. To which he replied that this simply makes no sense because the slave traders will simply start kidnapping even more, and this will not solve the problem. The young man pointed his finger at something, saying, "Look there." Pointing to a shop, he said that there were at least several hundred slaves there, and there were such shops all over the continent. How many will he need to free? To which the system replied that he is the Heavenly Dao, and if he wishes, then all the slaves in the world will be freed, and all the slave traders in the world will die, and all the chambers of commerce will go bankrupt. The young man immediately asked, "What is this?" so that then another chamber will rise, which will fill the commercial void and begin a new wave of slave hunting. Walking into the store, he said that unlike his predecessor, he thought that in order to solve the problem, they must deal with the main root of this very problem. He passed by slaves who were sitting in transparent containers when a seller ran up to him, asking what he was interested in. Pointing to 2 slaves, the seller said that all these slaves were ready-made products that had been well-trained in their chamber and were guaranteed not to escape. And if at least someone runs away, they will compensate everything tenfold. The guy asked him if they would run away if he freed them, to which he replied that if he buys them, then even if he allows them to leave, they will not leave him. The young man asked if he could ask them a few questions. The seller said that of course, and if they don't suit him, he can go to the VIP room and choose others. He came closer to the girl standing behind the glass, who looked at him lifelessly. The guy asked her if she wanted freedom. She didn't answer at first, and then she shook her head as a sign of denial, as if she couldn't speak. He calmly asked her if she had a lover. This question made the girl nervous. The guy came close to the glass, asking her if she wanted to be a free person or remain a slave. She, lowering her head, replied that she simply wanted to be the master's slave. This obviously disappointed him, and he asked to be taken to the VIP room. Having brought him there, the seller served him tea and sweets to go with it, telling him to enjoy. Closing the door, he asked the young man to wait a minute, while he went and told someone to bring him exclusive VIP things. He smiled and said, well, wishing them good luck in their business. After waiting until the seller left, he ordered the system to be opened. Clicking on the system screen, he told it to prepare a protocol of rules, because he was ready for the robot. Abolishing slavery is his first task as a Heavenly Dao. The system asked him to describe the rule he wants to add, to which he said that the rules are as follows. Everyone below the 5th rank and trying to traffic people will see a dark silhouette, which will begin to seem many times stronger and more powerful than the person himself. And when the merchant plans to commit a crime, he will be given a warning. This will be quite annoying. The system said that it has some doubts why it was up to rank, to which he simply replied that everyone above the 5th rank is immortal. They are unlikely to trade people, thereby spoiling their reputation and authority. He began to type a description of the new rule that he had just talked about, adding that if the warning is ignored and the merchant does not change his mind, then the silhouette will begin to attack until the person changes his mind, or until he dies. Cruel but fair. The process of developing rules began. The system asked for a definition. He answered, an act of coercion when a creature is exposed to the arena of sales with the help of violence or direct violent threats for the purpose of profit, exchange of goods, in exchange for limiting actions on the part of humanoid creatures. But if the slave became such voluntarily, then no problem. The rules are drawn up. The system asks if he wants to do a preview. Heavenly Dao, without thinking too much, pressed yes, and the system slammed shut, starting to show a vision. In it, a slave trader led a crowd of slaves. Most of them were girls who had shackles hanging on their necks and arms. Suddenly, something seemed to slow down the merchant, who was leading the slaves to the VIP room. The system began to activate the newly introduced rule, first covering only this city. She said the rules had been activated. Hearing this, the guy smiled, and suddenly he heard a noise outside the doors. The seller must have come with the goods. Well, it turns out that he is the first test subject. Opening the door, the slave trader said that he had prepared 10 of the best goods for him. Heavenly Dao calmly looked at them without saying a word about it. The seller had already begun to rub his hands, feeling a huge profit. He told him that the price for them was very high, and before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt someone's presence behind him. He turned back to see who it was, but a copy of himself in the form of a dark silhouette was right in front of his face. Seeing himself, the slave trader was scared out of his wits, jumping on the spot. He screamed, bouncing away from his dark copy, which was looking at him without looking away with a creepy smile. The merchant asked the VIP guest if he could see this black shadow, which was very similar to him. He answered with a smile that he saw, asking that this is not how their Chamber of Commerce greets clients. To which the merchant replied with horror in his eyes that they had never met clients like this. The Heavenly Dao said with a smile that if not, then in that case, it has begun. And what exactly the slave trader can no longer understand. Taking a mug of tea, he walked up to the black copy of the merchant without fear. He, seeing this, screamed, asking what he was doing because it could be a very dangerous creature. The young man pointed somewhere and calmly said that if he was not there, he would not be in the best position. The seller did not understand what the guy meant, and suddenly, the wall that the guy pointed at began to crack, which horrified the merchant. Some man finally broke through the wall with his back, thereby frightening the slave girls. The merchant was already in complete shock, but tried not to faint from all this horror that had been happening there for the last 5 minutes. The young man easily caught the man by the shoulder when he flew straight at him. The slave trader recognized the man who broke through his wall. It was Captain Andre. Having let go of the man and still standing with the mug, he asked who it was. He said with horror in his eyes that this was one of the captains of the security service of their Chamber of Commerce, and also a strong second-class warrior. He couldn't understand who Captain Andre had met, since he was so shabby. Not yet fully recovered, the second-class warrior cursed internally, because the one who was pursuing him had appeared again. Someone looked at him from a hole in the wall. He is very similar to him, but his powers are much greater than his. A dark copy of Captain Andre appeared from a hole in the wall, and it seems that the dark silhouette does not intend to let the captain go alive. Approaching the slave trader in the same room, the captain said affirmatively that it seemed that he also saw this, and it was not he who was stoned. He turned to the guy who was still standing with a mug of tea, saying that it would be better if he left this place, because he could not guarantee his safety, to which he told him with a smile not to worry, because in this world no one could kill him. He literally caught fire, saying that in this case he wouldn't just leave it like that. But his dark copy is also not amiss. She also prepared for battle, holding her sword in front of her. They simultaneously rushed into battle with each other, but the original captain could not win, since the copy was stronger than him. The dark silhouette and Andre crossed swords with each other, so much so that sparks fell. While fighting, they smashed everything, and fragments of the broken things flew in all directions. The slaves who were brought by the merchant to the VIP room suffered from their battle, because all the fragments flew at them. The young man finally put down the mug of tea he had been drinking all this time, and extended his hand towards the fighters. Captain Andre's sword was already well worn, and the dark silhouette was aiming right there. And in the end, the copy of the captain delivered the final blow to the sword, and it shattered, and the captain himself was hit in the jaw, and the young man again caught the flying second-class warrior behind his back. He trembled violently when he saw that his dark copy was standing almost right next to him. The warrior began to wave and shout so that this creature would not come near him, but not feeling the blows on himself, he opened his eyes and was surprised that the shadow did not attack him. The captain stared in surprise at the dark silhouette, which simply turned around and did not attack him. He did not attack the captain, but turning around, he swung at the slaves who were sitting near the wall. Ultimately, he swung at them because the shadow does not feel anything. Fortunately, he only cut the shackles on their hands and feet, in response to which the girls looked in surprise at the dark silhouette that freed them. The merchant and the captain who stood behind the Heavenly Dao could not understand what was happening, and under their incomprehensible faces, the guy suddenly hit his palm with his fist, saying that he understood something. Approaching the captain, he told him that the dark silhouette did not intend to kill him, but only wanted to free those slaves. Suddenly, from somewhere, someone was heard shouting for them to hurry up and stop these monsters. It was some fat guy who stood on the second floor, telling the soldiers to fight better and not dare to lose to them. He became all red with anger when he saw that his goods were running away, and nothing was stopping them. Fatty shouted for his goods to be returned to him while his dark copy quietly approached him from behind. But he noticed her only when she gave him a hard slap in the face, so much so that he broke the railing and flew to the first floor. He landed right next to the fleeing elf. He obviously had a hard time, but he didn't care. But she just looked at him and quickly rushed away while he was lying there, not intending to get up. Seeing that she was flying away, he could only tremblingly raise his hand up, saying that his money was flying away. The man was already foaming at the mouth when someone came up to his head, almost right up to him. The elf, who was already flying away, suddenly turned around and saw that the young man was standing calmly, not even thinking about stopping those running away. He told her with a smile to come home. The girl even shed tears of happiness. Heavenly Dao watched with a smile as she disappeared into the sky. He turned around and, looking at something, said that she was very fast. Standing in front of him, kneeling, was a white-haired girl with green eyes. Her name was Tian. She said that she had finally found him, and apparently they went to a tea house that was in the city. Blowing on the hot tea, he asked if he wouldn't forgive her for not following him. To which she replies that the subordinate Tian has sworn to follow her master everywhere. So she asks him to let her follow him and walk side by side with him. At first he remained silent, but the next moment he turned away and refused her. The girl almost burst into tears, but no, she still burst into tears. She asked why not. Tian buried herself in his lap, starting to sob and scream so that he would not abandon his subordinate. Raising her eyes, she said that if there was something wrong with her, then she could become what he wanted her to be. He stood up and, slamming the table, said that he was not leaving her. She was just too attached, and she doesn't know how to control herself at all. If someone starts pestering her, she'll simply destroy everything around her. Tian blushed when he described her like that. The girl, looking away, embarrassedly said that she just wanted to be with him. Exhaling heavily, he said that he would be sorry to upset her, so it turns out that she just wants to be with him. The girl was already hugging him with all her might, like her favorite plush toy. Heavenly Dao shouted at her to stop touching him. Barely moving her away from him, he said that if she stayed with him, then one day she would attack him in the room on a dark night. But then, the system appeared, saying that the girl has little guts, and this is more than she is capable of. Looking at her, the guy said affirmatively that she knew her quite well. Sitting down at the table, he told Tian that if she wanted, she could follow him, but she needed to behave quietly and not attract too much attention. She replied that she understood. The girl really glowed. She thought that if he didn't drive her away, it meant that there was a place in his heart for her. And the young man, looking at her, didn't even want to know what was going on in her head. Putting his hand to his face, he said that he really wanted to end slavery. But now he himself had his own slave. To which the system said that it is better to compare it with a dog. Suddenly remembering something, he said that as far as he remembers, the previous Tao had 5 incarnations. Is there such a thing here too? That is the question. To which she replied that not all incarnations of heaven are girls. Among the 5 incarnations of heaven, only Qingtian and Yuqitian are girls, and Huan, Dunqian, and Huangtian are men, and they all treat him quite loyally. Hearing this, the guy covered his face with his hand, saying that it was very painful. He suddenly called Qingtian, and she appeared, saying that the subordinate was here. The young man looked at her, asking what she thought about the rebels. A strange aura immediately appeared around the girl, and she said that everyone who opposes heaven is greedy and rude people, and be it the first and second worlds, all they do is kill each other out of greed. It is true that at the beginning of the second cycle, the survivors from the first died even before the powers of the 3 worlds were restored. And luring the spiritual forces of the world into your own little world is tantamount to killing chickens. Qingtian said that this is why he should destroy them all. The gods are already dead, and the demons are destroyed. Centuries constantly replace each other, and the sky is eternal. Having bowed to him, she said that her lord is the eternal ruler of the 3 worlds, to which he simply replied that this is not a fact yet, because despite the fact that the Heavenly Dao is invincible, it is not yet certain that something more powerful than it cannot appear. Rising from the table, he said that time was running out, so they had to go. With an expressionless face, he looked at something in the system window. Having found what he needed, he watched with a smile the broadcast where the merchant was being beaten by a dark silhouette. However, the implementation of the new rule is successful. Qingtian walked a little behind him and asked him if she could ask a question. She said that it is obvious that he can give everyone untold wealth and get rid of the oppression of a particular race. So why does he need these silhouettes? He lightly hit her on the head, asking if she was smart or just pretending. If this is done, then won't everyone return to primitive society? The meaning of the existence of the Heavenly Dao is to maintain a certain order and balance, or actions are aimed at eliminating imbalance, and not to make everyone feel good. And the duty of the Heavenly Dao is to open new paths of development for humanity. He is capable of what others can do, but he has the courage to do what others are not capable of. This is the path of the Heavenly Dao. And if there is white in the world, then there must also be black. But the predominance of one thing is undesirable. He asked if she understood everything. She, taking the soldier's motive, raised her hand to her head, saying, "Exactly." He suddenly noticed something with his peripheral vision. It was a blue-haired girl who was giving beggars several gold coins. Pointing to the girl, he said that this is a living example. To prevent her from doing anything wrong, he made her invisible with one snap of his fingers, and the girl didn't immediately understand why she disappeared. Meanwhile, a man passed by that blue-haired girl and noticed a bag on her lower back, which most likely contained money. The man had already grabbed his wallet with his hand and almost pulled it off unnoticed. But the girl's attention was attracted by a voice from the side, who told her to watch her wallet when she was giving out alms. And she sharply turned around at the man who was standing behind her to steal her wallet and the money with it. And without thinking twice, the girl kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. Well, it was a good blow, because that guy flew into the sky, so that after him there was only a radiance in the same place in the sky. Hearing his statement, she immediately turned to him, but he didn't even think about twitching. Slamming her fist into her palm, she showed respect by thanking him. This was not just some city girl. This was a warrior. Her name is Ai. Approaching him, she shook his hand and introduced herself, asking his name. He replied that his name was Heavenly Dao. Scratching her head, she thanked him again, saying that if it weren't for him, she would have had huge problems. He replied that this was all nothing, but you need to watch your things more carefully. Ai turned around, thanked him again, and said that she needed to go, as she still needed to do something. Heavenly Dao asked her to stay. He said affirmatively that she was an adventurer, and asked if she wouldn't mind fulfilling one of his requests. The guy thought that if he wants to learn more about this world, then he needs to talk to adventurers. And despite the fact that that dog is very good, he cannot show it off just like that. This is about Qingtian, who was invisible and was almost roaring. The young man threw Ai a whole bag of gold coins, which greatly surprised and puzzled the girl. He said that he was going to the Western continent. It might get boring along the way, so he needed company. The girl herself was trembling, either from shock or from the weight of the coins in her hands. But feeling the money, she suddenly became excited and enthusiastically said that he could rely on her. Heavenly Dao smiled and invited her to go as soon as possible. Invisible Qingtian asked if she could talk to him, to which he answered her to just listen to him, and when the time comes, he will release her himself. They stopped in the City of Freedom. Ai waved her hand at him animatedly, shouting that the horses were ready. 2 more people stood near her, a Taoist and a nun. Approaching him, she scratched her head and apologized for spending so much time preparing for the trip. I whispered in his ear that since they should not attract attention, they would have to travel in such a carriage. The young man replied that he understood her. She again turned to face the people standing there, saying that now she would introduce him to her friends with whom she was traveling. The Taoist turned out to be of average level and introduced himself as Aya's friend, Ahai. And the girl turned out to be a nun at an early stage. She also introduced herself as Mary. He greeted them somewhat awkwardly in response, thinking that a warrior, a Taoist, and a nun were a rather strange combination for one team. They finally set off, and the crew quickly rushed along the road to the western continent. Taoist Ahai sat and worked today instead of a coachman. The rest were sitting in the cart, even Qingtian, but she was sitting at the entrance and not on the seat. I was talking animatedly about something. He caught from her monologue that Mary, a nun from the Holy See of Light, is like ours. The Holy Apostle Peter, the same one raising the cross, said, "God bless him." Still, it looks like she's either copying someone or cosplaying. She continued to sit with her eyes closed, holding the cross in her hands, and Heavenly Dao thought about her words. He suddenly took a closer look at the cross. But still, the gods of light do not have a single chance against the Heavenly Dao. Mary was embarrassed when she saw that he was staring, as she thought, at her breasts. He, apologizing, turned away in the other direction. She too, embarrassed, turned away. It seems that the first time it was Qingtian who killed the god of light. The invisible girl suddenly looked at him indignantly, clearly offended by something. The system reported that Qingtian most likely does not even remember, since she killed a huge number of people in the first great cycle. The Taoist coachman with a smile asked the Heavenly Tao if he had security, because now few people spend money for simple communication. To which Heavenly Dao replied with a smile that I is hardly stronger than him. I also looked out the window to the Taoist, saying that the Heavenly Dao is very strong, so it does not need protection. To which Ahai, with a strange expression on his face, said that this is it, because he barely feels its aura. It's even difficult for him to say whether he's really there. He, having released the aura, sat quietly, asking him with a smile if it was true. His aura streamed away somewhere from the cart. As if having a certain route, it rushed further. She was transported to the Underworld, which was previously called the Earthly World. This aura came to some girl who was locked in the Underworld. She was shackled in chains that held her arms and legs. The girl still recognized this aura. Heavenly Dao reproached himself because he behaved carelessly and was discovered, which is very sad. I suddenly looked out the window of the cart, shouting for everyone to look there. Ahead, along the road, on the outskirts, people were sitting, and there were quite a lot of them. The Taoist asked who all these people were, and Mary suggested that they could be refugees. Heavenly Dao said that it must be the slaves from the City of Freedom who were saved thanks to the dark silhouettes. The nun asked why they fled from the city. It was dangerous. To which I replied that this was possible because the silhouettes banned the slave trade, so they were left homeless. The Taoist said that it is difficult for him to even imagine how many people suffered and died at the hands of these dark silhouettes. Sitting down, Mary said that, despite the fact that the followers of the Holy See are against the slave trade, the methods of the dark silhouette are quite radical. I also chimed in, saying that this was nonsense because she had long wanted to hit these damn slave traders. They slowly drove past former slaves sitting on the ground. Heavenly Dao, after listening to them, calmly asked what they thought about this. Were the dark silhouettes right or wrong? The girls could not say anything about this, as Ahai said that the silhouettes are naturally right. But how could it be otherwise? The Taoist coachman said that if you think very carefully, then the silhouettes did the right thing. After all, compared to their prolonged suffering, this is not so bad. They lost the castle, but gained freedom and hope for the future. They really suffered there. I immediately jumped up, saying that now the former slaves have the right to do what they want. And Mary said that although this is true, unfortunately, slaves who have already been sold have a hard time. She began to pray for them, saying that may the God of light save their souls. Looking at all this, Heavenly Dao asked what is the meaning of prayers, and the girl, not understanding him, asked what he meant, to which he simply replied that the God of light would not be able to save so many people in one sitting. Mary suddenly got angry, saying that the God of light is a merciful goddess who will sooner or later help everyone in need. Heavenly Dao still calmly replied that he would not help. I tried to calm them down to avoid a fight, saying that Heavenly Dao was joking so that Mary would calm down. because the clergy are very devoted to their faith. And Heavenly Dao was not joking, because the God of Light really cannot help anyone, and all thanks to Qingtian. The Taoist said with an awkward smile that the Heavenly Dao had gone a little overboard in this little squabble, to which Tao asked if they really believed that God would help everyone. Ahai answered him that instead of believing in such things, it is better to learn several spells in order to protect yourself. I also said that it is better to pray for others, and not for yourself. After all, they do not think about relying on the gods when ensuring their own safety. They must fight for peace on their own. After hearing their opinions, he said that the thoughts of the people from the Eastern continent deserved respect. But Mary still did not calm down, saying that how would he explain the fact that on the Eastern continent, people were still being sacrificed for the sake of rain. After thinking a little, he said in surprise that even this still exists. He asked Ahaya that there is no such spell that causes rain, to which he replied that a person of the 5th rank cannot cause rain, not to mention downpours. The young man replied that a Taoist of the 3rd rank can create ice talismans and launch them towards the clouds, thereby moistening the clouds and accelerating the shedding of rain. He asked that they really couldn't pull this off. Ahai turned to him with a serious expression, asking whether this was possible. I could barely restrain herself from laughing out loud, but she still laughed, saying that it couldn't rain if the clouds were frozen. Mary also laughed, saying that he had a great sense of humor. Qingtian was almost undermined. Although she was invisible, she shouted that how dare they laugh at him. Tao told her to calm down, because what to talk about with people who don't even know the basics of physics. He accidentally put his hand on her chest, and she immediately calmed down. Dao suddenly noticed that this time she calmed down faster. Looking at her, he saw that she was almost blurring with joy that he was holding his hand on her chest. Seeing such a frightening picture, he quickly took his hand back, waving it away. He already guesses what is best to do in such situations. Tao opened the system memo. There were already entries like, carry out basic education, develop livelihood. But now he brought in one more point to protect himself from Qingtian. This is already serious. Closer to night, they stopped near a cave. I brought branches for the fire, and Ahai sat down next to them. The Taoist read a spell to summon fire, saying, O great ancestors of heaven and earth, I ask you to bestow great fire on us. He immediately directed this fire to the branches for the fire. I watched his performance with a smile. Show off, but it will do. Ahai said that walking at night is dangerous, so it's better to stop. The 3 of them will take turns on duty, so Tao can sleep peacefully. There are 3 battle rank monsters nearby. In addition, there are several low-level ones, so the team will not be so difficult to destroy. While he was sitting and examining the surroundings, but the presence of monsters, someone approached him. It was Qingtian. She said that there is a group of monsters in the southwest. Should she destroy them? To which he told her not to do anything, and turned in the other direction, covering himself with a blanket. He asked her to just stand next to him while he slept. Qingtian steadfastly accepted the order, but could barely restrain herself from attacking him. Already flushed, she wished him good night while she hovered in her fantasies, planning to make them come true. But then a wooden sign flew right into her face. It must have been painful. Rubbing her bruised nose, she took the sign, asking what it was. It was written on it that there were no night approaches. Apparently it was from the Heavenly Dao, who threw it to her, just in case. This upset Qingtian very much because now fantasies will be just fantasies, just like dreams will be dreams. 2 doves cooed under the moonlight. They were Ai and Achai. Ai reported the good news that she was pregnant, and the Taoist apparently was very happy about this. She suggested that when they completed the task, they should tell their family everything. He agreed, promising that when they return, they will definitely get engaged. Oh, you shouldn't have made such complex promises so recklessly. And the Heavenly Dao, who supposedly slept nearby, was already quite tired of this couple that night. While hugging Ai, the Taoist noticed something strange. Perhaps it was monsters. Suddenly, such horror appeared in Ahai's eyes, as if he had seen an army of the dead. He screamed the alarm, shouting for the other 2 to wake up because something had happened outside. And I looked down to see what was there. She saw a strange aura that circled over the forest, thereby covering it with itself. I realized what kind of aura it was, and horror also settled in her eyes, just like in the eyes of Ahai. Well, it was indeed a troop of undead, and they were quite terrifying. That's how it is, I scribbled. Stretching, Tao asked the system that the world doesn't have basic functions, such as 6 reincarnations, and besides, there are too many undead. The system replied that naturally they were there, but there was a slight breakdown. Tao asked irritably, "What kind of breakdown is this? Reincarnation is broken." He asked if there was an explanation for this. She replied that at the beginning of the first great cycle, the predecessor of the Heavenly Dao created reincarnation in order to somehow balance yin and yang using part of his power. And at the end of the first great cycle, reincarnation was in the hands of demons. The current Tao asked that since everyone is so cool, why couldn't it be done normally? To which the system replied that in fact, at first everything worked out, and the first world wall was erected to balance everything. But the influx of mixed energy led to countless casualties. Well, now he partially understands the former Heavenly Dao. It is true that force cannot solve problems, but you can deal with the enemy. Then one of the skeletons spoke, which clearly surprised and horrified many of those there. I trembled from the horror that filled her when she heard that the evil spirits were talking. Not everything was so rosy with Mary either. The girl, trembling, held the cross near her, but then suddenly turned to the Heavenly Dao. She said that there is a huge probability that they will all lie there today. In this squad of evil spirits, there were necromancers and third-rank death knights, as well as countless evil spirit soldiers. Taking out some kind of talisman, Ahai said that they would die if the Heavenly Dao was not stronger than them. Suddenly, the cross that the nun was holding fell to the ground with a dull thud. Mary fell to her knees, screaming in panic that there was a God and he would definitely save her. She must not be sincere enough in her prayers. Passing by the nun, Heavenly Dao said that it was precisely such people that he did not like. He stepped forward, and Achai, noticing this, asked what he was doing. Coming forward to the evil spirits, Tao loudly addressed them, asking them why they had come to them. The evil spirits did not understand what he was chatting about, and simply stared at the man who for some reason came closer to them. Seeing that they did not react, he released his power in tandem with the aura, asking if they were sure that they wanted to fight him. Dao asked with a smile if they wanted to fight him. He would be only too glad. This force struck and attacked the leader of the evil spirits in the detachment. This force began to suppress him. The rest of the evil spirits were also affected by this, and they, trembling, rushed to the Heavenly Dao to stop this pressure. He calmly said that beings devoid of any intelligence will always move blindly because of their instincts. Qingtian appeared in full combat readiness, telling him to let her deal with them. Unexpectedly, Qingtian did not have time to attack them, when something in one sitting killed half of the squad of evil spirits, so much so that all that was left of them were bones, which were already lying around separately. They simply fell without even having time to touch the Heavenly Dao and Qingtian. And the leader in the detachment of evil spirits realized that he had contacted the wrong people because he could not even attack him. Looking at all this, Heavenly Dao could only grin. Dao started clapping for him, saying that was smart, and he must be different from others of his species. After all, he, having discovered a danger that could easily destroy his entire ethnic group, did not hesitate to kill all his subordinates. But then the system corrected him, saying that technically it was not a murder, since they were already dead before that. To which he shrugged it off, saying that it would be necessary to restore reincarnation as soon as possible. The evil spirits began to think with reason, because if he attacks these two, he will die at the same moment. But if you attack the weak, then they will die, since they are not strong enough to cope with evil spirits of such a rank as him. He began to mentally give the order to attack his evil spirits in the detachment, and they immediately rushed to the trio who were standing and did not know how they could protect themselves from them. I knocked off the skeleton's head with her elbow, and Ahai again called on fire, but this time without showing off. Looking at how they fought with evil spirits, Heavenly Dao was dissatisfied, but with what exactly, who knows? Suddenly, a shadow came over Dao's face, and he said with slight anger that he hired them to chat with him, and they must complete their task. For some reason, he raised one leg above the ground. Heavenly Dao said seriously that as long as these three did not finish their task, they would not be able to harm them. He suddenly hit the ground with the leg that he had raised in the air, so much so that cracks appeared there. These cracks spread throughout the entire territory where there was evil spirits, and it was precisely through them that Tao fired lightning. They made huge holes, as if seeing into the canyon, and with their help, he sent a current through the evil spirits. This caused a strong earthquake, such that the Taoist, along with the evil spirits, fell onto the shaking ground. The splitting of the earth went right under the feet of the leader in the detachment of evil spirits, and without having time to react, they fell straight into the rift, which expanded to the size of the canyon. They certainly did not expect this, and the main one even managed to be horrified by such power. All the evil spirits fell into these schisms, and the trio of adventurers remained on Earth. They sat literally a couple of meters from the schism, and they had enough time to become confident in its strength. The system asked that wasn't he the one who said that you shouldn't threaten others, to which he replied that force cannot solve the problem, but you can deal with the enemy. And Qingtian just looked at her master in admiration. He suddenly turned to the pile of bones left after the battle with evil spirits. He told him not to hide there, because he was behind all this. But no, it's still a girl. If you look from the back, it's not very clear, because she stood up and stood with her back to us, but facing the Tao. Well, now it's definitely a girl. She, trembling, bowed, admitting that she was a necromancer. She says that she would like to express her apologies for disturbing his presence. He did not hesitate to look at her breasts, saying that she was quite polite. Dao began to approach her, saying that he is not such a cruel person, and no one owns this land, so anyone can be there. Passing by, he told her for the future that not everyone is as kind as he is. The girl, still trembling and not daring to raise her head, thanked him for his understanding. The necromancer shouted to her subordinates to bow to the Heavenly Dao. All the undead immediately began to bow to the ground to him. It looked slightly comical. A High Eye passing by said that they never thought that one day a rank 3 undead would bow to them like this. The Taoist wondered how strong Lord Heavenly Dao really was. And all this time the nun stood at a distance, silent. I'm probably ashamed of my behavior. She shouted that the Heavenly Dao couldn't just leave like that. Mary pointed to the evil spirits that bowed to them, saying that if he let them go, they would kill many people. He looked at her indifferently, calmly asking what actions she expected from him. The nun, screaming, asked why he doesn't kill the evil spirits. He's quite strong. She suddenly pressed herself against him, which shocked Qingtian. Mary asked to eliminate the very existence of evil spirits, because in this case, justice would be restored, and Heavenly Dao will be a hero and savior. But Dao immediately pushed her away from him, making it clear that he did not give permission to touch himself. He asked if she wanted to say that the weak have no right to exist. When he asked this, he felt cold. This sobered up the nun a little, and he again asked if these were the teachings of the God of Light. After all, from the point of view of the God of Light, the soul is just an insignificant being, and the fact that they are different does not make them bad. He said that everyone should be equal, regardless of faith and race. Mary seemed to realize her mistake and became quiet, not daring to say anything. Dao asked again that if she starts killing everyone who is weaker, will this be considered the right path worthy of a nun? Here, I intervened in a one-sided conversation, asking if Heavenly Dao was familiar with the first generation of the God of Light. He asked in all seriousness if she was joking because how could he know her? The girl got excited and scratched her head, saying that she probably didn't come up with anything. The God of Light of the first generation should not even have a classification, so how could the Heavenly Dao know about it? They suddenly bowed to him, thanking him for his salvation. They gave him that bag of gold coins, saying that he had protected them all the way, so they should pay back, to which he said with a smile that he didn't need it, because he was very pleased to chat with them. Besides, he now had a new task. Indeed, a new task has appeared, religious belief, and for some reason the task of defending against Qingtian has been crossed out, either completed or failed. Turning around, he said that he still had business to do, and therefore they should go their separate ways. As if remembering something, he stopped and told them not to forget that God exists. But in his opinion, God is simply a stronger being, very similar to man. If they work hard, they can become one themselves. After saying goodbye, Heavenly Dao disappeared on the spot, surprising the trio of people who were standing there. I said that perhaps the Heavenly Tao is a god, and the Taoist agreed with her. Mary said that he might even be more powerful than God. Meanwhile, Heavenly Dao and Qingtian had already risen high into the sky. Qingtian says that she cannot understand why he is so eager to help these mortals, to which he replied that if he wants to restore the rule of heaven, then mortals are the most important part of this. But this is only a small step. He asked if she understood that everything is people-oriented. She again, in the manner of a military soldier, raised her hand to her head, saying that she understood. Qingtian asked with a pleasant smile where they were going now. The same one created a huge whirlwind of wind with one click, which should teleport them. Now they go to the Underworld. I have no idea what they forgot there. But in the Underworld, everything is not like in the others. For some reason, heads fly without bodies there. They were apparently heading somewhere. and someone's skull is lying around, right at the entrance to the Underworld. How hospitable. Well, in the underground world, everything is as always. The dead are resurrected, crowds of zombies are walking around, doing nothing but scaring new visitors. Suddenly, something appeared in the sky. Maybe a black hole, maybe a portal to another world. 2 luminous balls flew out of that black hole, which looked very much like comets. Their landing caused a huge explosion that hit a large piece of the earth. Coming out, he looked at the bones under his feet and said irritably that this was very hospitable. The system reported that this is the Underworld, one of the 3 worlds, and he is responsible for death and reincarnation. He asked if this was true, because all he saw was a dilapidated landfill of walking dead garbage. Qingtian once again ignited her fighting spirit, saying that such views are not worthy of his eyes, so she will sort it out now. To which Dao told her to stop and not be a fool. Heavenly Dao said that undead are low-ranking creatures devoid of intelligence, so there is no need to waste your strength on them. She immediately agreed, saying that he was right as always. The system said that it was curious why he was not prejudiced against the undead, to which he replied that the existence of the undead complies with the rules of heaven. So are they any different from other races? Raising his head, he saw that some kind of black clot was hanging in the sky. Dao said that reincarnation was simply broken at the moment, so they were all left dead without reason. The reincarnation of the underworld was disrupted, and therefore the sphere had a heavy aura and was painted in a dark blue hue. Looking at her, Qingtian asked what they would do, to which Dao said not to ask stupid questions. They instantly found themselves near the clot to the sounds of thunder and lightning. He said that of course they are going to change everything. Why ask any more questions? The system suddenly appeared, saying not to touch anything for now, because even though he is able to recreate reincarnation, it will take a lot of effort, and he will be very vulnerable. Most likely, he will be able to withstand the first blow, but the second will cause injury. Dao asked if this is considered a vulnerability, or does the system have some other assessment parameters? But the main reason is that it cannot be influenced during the construction of reincarnation, because otherwise nothing will work out. And now this is really bad. But then a wonderful idea came into the head of the Heavenly Dao, and he looked in the direction where the girl was levitating. Qingtian looked at him questioningly when she saw him looking at her. He suddenly took her hand in his, which intrigued and embarrassed the girl. Dao hugged her waist with his second hand, pulling her towards him, and she easily gave in to him. Moving closer to her face, he asked her, looking straight into her eyes, if he could help him. Power began to flow out of Qingtian in streams. It seems that the Heavenly Dao needed her power. He asked to borrow her power, offering to reconstruct reincarnation together. Borrowing her power, he erected a huge barrier around them that looked like a blue ball. In this case, when everything is prepared, you can begin. Dao has already reached out his hand to the sphere. Putting his hand on it, he began to pour in his power, and the clot began to purify. The barrier itself also glowed with a blue glow, and this meant that the sphere of reincarnation was being cleansed and starting to work as it should. The dead froze, looking at the glow as if expecting something. Then a bone hand crawled out of the mountain of bones and skeleton heads, and this attracted the attention of those dead people who were looking at the sphere. It looks like it was a full-fledged skeleton with a mind, because the hand began to wave in all directions, looking for its head. Finally finding it among the others, the skeleton took it, intending to attach it to its place. Having put on his head, the skeleton looked up and saw a sphere there that glowed with a blue glow. The skeleton turned out to be a girl, and also a warrior of the divine level. Her name was Guidi, she thought, because this is very strange, and this cannot be the end of an era or rebirth. Suddenly, something caught her attention, and she stared at the sky. She could not believe that this was a great reincarnation, and that it was possible. And it's amazing that the Heavenly Dao does this. At first, she and Yuan Xuan from the ancient Huantian family fought for control of reincarnation, and the latter received half the power, but the reincarnation process was disrupted. And since then, cycles 1 and 2 ended like this. Well, that's what they fought for and ran into it, what can I say? But she could not understand why reincarnation changes in this third cycle. She was also interested in how Heavenly Dao changed his appearance, because before he changed his appearance to either a female or a male one. Well, in any case, it doesn't matter. If he himself takes the initiative, then she will only be happy. It seems that the sphere began to work as it should, because the dead began to gain intelligence, which they had lost a long time ago. And along with reason, memory returned. and now everyone remembered what they saw last before death. They could not understand where they were and why they were there. Guidi realized that they had restored their consciousness and memory, yet the power of the Heavenly Dao was amazing. In her expert opinion, she will suffer if she takes even one extra step. But when those guys are resurrected, the likelihood of success will be much higher. Moreover, reincarnation has undergone changes. Not only the dead are in an advantageous position. Well, she doesn't care, because this time the ruler will sort everything out, and having said this, they lay down right in the pile of skulls. And there are still strong people here, so it's better to just watch the show and not interfere. Former people, now dead, emerged from the 8 portals that surrounded the barrier. They looked somewhat different. Each had a different appearance. 5 Po came out on one side, and another 3 came out on the other side. Qingtian pressed herself close to Dao, looking to the sides with hostility, saying that several creatures had appeared nearby. To which the Heavenly Dao calmly told her not to worry, because he would ensure her safety. He snapped his fingers and something appeared outside the barrier. This was the dark silhouette of the Heavenly Dao. It is also stronger than the original, so it will not be good for those who dare to attack them. Heavenly Dao said that the silhouette can handle the job of a watchman. Qingtian asked that if he wanted to stop those guys, then why didn't he let her go, but created a clone? To which he said with a smile that naturally he pursues his own goals. But in fact, if he allows her to enter the fight, most likely the world will be destroyed even before he restores reincarnation. The dark silhouette said that he would give them 2 options. The first is to go back, and the second, they can continue to attack. But then he will kill them. Some remained silent, as if pondering his words. The other 3 did not stand on ceremony. They rushed at him, shouting that they wanted to see his strength. After all, everyone knows the rules of this world. Anyone is capable of getting hit on top of the head. They would seem to have a better chance of winning due to their numbers. But that's not true. The dark silhouette said with a smile that they were quite greedy, so it was not surprising that such an outcome awaited Cycles 1, and he began to easily dodge their blows, asking if this is all that creatures from the realm of God are capable of. But he was just warming up. Suddenly, a magician with a ball appeared behind the silhouette and was preparing to attack. His name is Eos. He is in the early rank of the Order of Heaven. And during the second great cycle, in order to protect his master, he tried to restore his consciousness after death, still relying on powerful magical power. And the silhouette seemed to sense this and began to distort, as if creating the illusion that it was still in that place. The magician fired a magic ray at him, and it did a good job of damaging the earth. The silhouette realized that he was using gravity. Interesting, but it's a shame that this kind of magic can't stop him. Some rat said that this would be enough to detain him. The rat has a name, Slot, and he is a middle rank of the Order of Heaven. And he is one famous, an assassin from the rat clan, with super fast speed and unmatched killing skills. And he died when he tried to attack the elf god. He super quickly rushed towards the barrier that contained the real Heavenly Dao. Opening his mouth, he rushed into the barrier, shouting that this mission was just for people like him. Qingtian clung to the Heavenly Dao, saying that someone attacked them. The same one hugged her with one hand and told her not to worry. The next moment, a dark silhouette appeared behind the rat, and now he was clearly in no mood to speak kindly. The copy of the Heavenly Dao grabbed the attacker by the head, and he clearly did not expect this. The silhouette threw it into the ground with great speed, breaking the ground with it. Well, the rat will no longer be able to rise. All that remains is to pray for it. The silhouette stood and, placing his hands on his chest, said that there was no need to go too far with the games. And the magician who stood behind began to tremble, but it's not clear why. One of the 3 on the other side offered to unite to defeat him, because he is alone, and there are several of them. They all immediately rushed at him, but they have no idea what awaits them. In this case, the dark silhouette will show everything at its best, and they will see it from the front rows. After all, he has not just strength, but absolute strength. He is superior to all beings. He released an aura, and everyone instantly felt it on their skin. This power began to suppress them, and did it with amazing ease. They could no longer stay in the sky. They began to be overwhelmed and pulled towards the ground. The silhouette coldly ordered them to kneel, pointing a finger at the ground. They were immediately pulled to the ground, and it is unlikely that they will get up so easily after that. Kneeling, they could not even move, feeling the presence of the Heavenly Dao as never before. Meanwhile, this whole circus was observed by 2 girls who came along with the others. but did not attack the silhouette, but stood aside. The girl with the body of a snake was amazed, because he suppressed so many creatures in just a few words. The other one, with some kind of sign on her face, asked what kind of terrifying force this was. Suddenly, someone appeared on the ground behind, who in such a situation began to laugh. Probably some kind of crazy person. This someone was on a bone dragon, and he himself was with a huge sword. He said that it had been a long time since such interesting people had visited the underground world. It was the skeleton knight Van High. He says that he would like to try his power for himself. Really crazy. Some old man with huge teeth shouted that Van High was there. They say that in the first cycle, he was the most powerful knight. Even after death, he did not exhaust his strength, and currently he is one of the most powerful beings in the world. And as if to confirm this, he said that all the treasures of heaven should belong to him. So he pointed his weapon at the dark silhouette, saying that those who stood in his way must die. Van High shot something at the silhouette, but missed. Copy of Dao said with a smile that he didn't hit, to which the skeleton knight only smiled, as if everything had been planned that way. He suddenly released his aura, and that reddish hue began to spread around. With her help, he took control of other, weaker skeletons, draining the strength from them, but he also took control of not only the weak, those who attack the dark silhouette, taking their strength from them. He began to absorb all the energy that he had sucked from others, and it formed a kind of ball around him, and eventually he released some of the power. This stream almost swept away other undead. If after death he has so much strength, then how much did he have during life? That bone dragon jumped out of the form top of power. The dragon rushed towards the dark silhouette with great speed, and someone shouted that it was time to attack, but the silhouette easily dodged and attacked back, its attack looking like it created a huge hand. And with the same fist he drove into the face of the arrogant skeleton knight. Well, a dark silhouette approached him. This won't end well for him. Indeed, having touched the skeleton knight, the guard released his energy directly at the attacker. The skeleton knight couldn't believe it, couldn't believe that he lost so easily. This blow sent him from heaven to earth, in the literal sense of the word. In the end, the bone dragon also fell apart. It apparently depended and was supported by the energy of its owner. The three standing on the side were in complete shock that he literally killed the strongest of them in less than 5 minutes. They could not understand where the dark silhouette had such power and strength. The silhouette suddenly turned sharply towards the other three, thereby frightening them. Looking at them with magical vision, he saw their characteristics. The first was the founder of the Necromancer sect, Daisy. The second was that old man. He is the ancestor of the Corpse sect from the second cycle, Gulao. He has a middle rank. And the last one, the totem of the Eastern Land, Hova, she also has an average rank. But on top of everything, she is wounded. The watchman smiled and, looking at them, said that it means that not everyone has escaped yet. He instantly moved behind them, asking if they wanted to fight him. Those, turning around, immediately began to deny, saying who they were to fight him. Nervous, the old man said that they just wanted to know His Excellency's name and the purpose of his visit, to which the silhouette simply told him not to ask, but just to wait a little. He immediately agreed, not daring to contradict. Suddenly, a very bright light began to emanate from somewhere, which briefly blinded them. It was the barrier in which Heavenly Dao and Qingtian were shining. It seemed that he had successfully restored reincarnation. Daisy said that the beautiful thing is something she will never be able to achieve, no matter how hard she tries. And Gulao said that the soul belongs to the earth, and the very understanding of the law of life and death is higher than it. But Kova said that most likely he does not govern the law, but is the law. And these are two different things. The founder of the Necromancer sect said that since he even restored reincarnation, he is capable of even more. And before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by two voices that merged into one. They were simply shocked that he had restored reincarnation. The dark silhouette with a smile told them not to guess, but just to wait, because they would see everything. The sphere of reincarnation was purified and sparkled, as if a new sun had been born, illuminating the earth with its light. The skeleton simply stood and looked at this amazing event. Suddenly, the skeleton began to return to its human appearance. Even its hair returned. Not only he alone became a man, but many others also acquired human form. They all regained their blood and flesh. Souls that should have long ago left for rebirth began to emerge from them. Heavenly Dao was pleased with his work, because he had finally finished. And now the realm of reincarnation looks beautiful and attractive, and not frightening as before. And what can you do for the normal functioning of borders? Gui Di also acquired a human form, but she still sat in a pile of skulls, saying that this was worthy of the Heavenly Dao. After all, he so easily returned everyone's souls, although it looks like praise, but not from her lips. Although she says that she would like to thank him, her smile does not bode well. She was still sitting in this pile of skulls. I wondered if she was comfortable. Gui Di was a demon lord, levitating in the sky. The trio looked at how people rejoiced at having regained their human form. Daisy affirmatively said that souls are improving, and this is understandable. But Gulao said that it is obvious that no one can fill broken souls. It seems that they began to guess the nature of the one who restored reincarnation. Realizing that he was the Heavenly Dao, the old man turned to look at the dark silhouette, but it began to dissolve right before his eyes. And instead of him, the real Heavenly Dao appeared, and Qing Tian also appeared next to him. They turned around too sharply, because they didn't expect him to move straight towards them. Very nervous, Hova asked if he was a Heavenly Dao. Qing Tian was all worked up with anger, shouting that how dare they treat her master with such disdain. Dao only blocked her path, telling her not to be nervous. He said with a smile that as they could see, he was the Heavenly Dao. Daisy, trembling, pinched Gulao, not believing that this was all reality. The old man said that he was in pain, immediately asking what she was doing. Hova also began to tremble, because she still has not recovered from the disaster of the second great cycle, and does not want to experience this again. Tao, approaching a little, said with a smile that he just wanted to ask a question. He discovered that many escaped the disaster, and he wonders how they did it. This is what he asked her. She, lowering her eyes to the ground, said that it was all thanks to the secret world. After all, if there are enough resources in the secret world, then one can survive a disaster. Heavenly Dao finally understood what exactly was the matter. They all relied on the resources of their own little world. He asked them if they had the power that could resist the Heavenly Dao. They answered that, despite the fact that the Underworld is quite meager, there are more than 100 heavenly powers in it, and they worked together to resist the heavens. But in the end, only a dozen supporters survived. Hova even dared to ask why he caused this disaster. He asked the system in a whisper if they would believe him if he said that the Heavenly Dao was undervalued. She replied that they could not accept the fact that the Heavenly Dao could even change people. Well, it looks like he has nothing else left to do. He began to say that their underground world is somehow already the pinnacle of existence. It is inevitable that they too will be affected by changes in laws. But not everyone has the law, only a limited number of people. Creatures without it see what others have, and they begin to fight. The Heavenly Dao evenly distributes opportunities between people, but gradually the balance of power collapses, and Vanhai is an example of this. An example of this will also be the reincarnation of this world, and all because the head of the Huantian clan, Yuan Xuan, and the Demon Lord began to fight each other, and in the end, reincarnation was broken. Well, since then, reincarnation has lost its power, which led to similar consequences. Thus, they want to save the lives of more people, because otherwise this world will end. In the past, they were only obsessed with cultivation, so they did not pay attention to others. This is a kind of retribution, so to speak. Regardless of a person, he will, in any case, make a mistake one day, so it is very important to correct it in a timely manner. Dao said that he would give them another chance if they joined him. They already screamed, thinking that they had heard his last sentence. Qing Tian says that they are not strong enough, therefore they are not worthy of his attention. Tao said that strength is needed to maintain order. After all, despite the fact that they are powerless against him, in their world they are among the most powerful. Qing Tian only remained silent to this. And with the same success, he can say that reincarnation is not ideal. Reincarnation has a mechanism for the natural absorption of souls, so weak souls are more susceptible to absorption. But for being superior to kings and gods, the power of reincarnation is not that important. He pointed to them, saying that this is why their strength is needed more than ever. After all, when danger arises, you simply need to transfer the soul of your opponent to the sphere of reincarnation. And he calls this profession messengers of the devil. And the organization itself will be called the Afterlife. Tao again asked if they would like to join the Afterlife. Qing Tian said that this is a great name. But the trio still hesitated. They suddenly looked behind the Heavenly Dao, starting to get nervous. Standing there was Qing Tian, who, although she was smiling, her smile said that they would not survive if they refused. They immediately agreed, because the threat to Qing Tian was more than significant. And Dao is glad that he found a common language with the cultivators so quickly. Kova said that she would join him, but only on one condition. Qingtian immediately flew into a rage, shouting that like some totem from the eastern land dares to set conditions. To which Dao again told her not to be nervous, because only mutual benefit can make cooperation truly worthwhile. As if he had guessed what she wanted, he asked if she wanted him to heal her wound. She answered yes. Putting her hair away, she turned her back to him, opening it to show the wound. This wound was left to her by the demonic wolf Taiku, and to heal it, she needs the sap of the Tree of Life from the Forest of Elves. He, after thinking for a while, said that he would need to visit the Forest of Elves. He said that he agreed to her conditions, and she, delighted, thanked him. Almost everything has already been decided, but we need a manager. Then Qingtian said that she had someone in mind. She proposed a candidate for this position, and it was Yu Mingtian, because she would be the best fit. Hearing her name, he started looking for her in the system search. Yu Mingtian turned out to have a reverse heavenly rank. She has a reverse heaven rank. She first defied the heavens and then accepted defeat from the sword of the demonic Ice Lord. He asked if Yu Mingtian could be resurrected. The system responded that his powers were capable of bringing Yu Mingtian back to life. Well, in that case, they immediately went to resurrect Yu Mingtian, and they left those three in the same place. They rushed with the speed of the wind along a certain route to where the girl was sealed. While they were running, Qingtian said that she had one question. After all, it is obvious that he himself can heal her wound. Why go to the Forest of the Elves? To which he replied that she would not understand this, because it was like completing a mission from a non-player character. The girl never understood what the Heavenly Dao meant, because she had never heard of such a thing. They nailed it pretty quickly, but it still took some time. They entered a cave. There were a bunch of talismans stuck on the walls, and in the middle of the cave itself sat a girl who was held by chains, which were also full there. Although Yu Mingtian looked alive, she had already been dead for a long time. Taking her by the face, he felt even through the glove that her skin was cold, so there was no doubt that she was dead. He said that even though she was killed and sealed, her aura is just like a living one. The system said that among the 5 incarnations of heaven, Qingtian's strength is weak. To which he replied that fortunately, Qingtian herself did not hear her. He had already prepared himself mentally, saying that this was enough. Now Yu Mingtian can be resurrected. The system issued a reminder that the resurrection of heavenly incarnations takes away a considerable amount of power from the Heavenly Dao and cannot be returned to it again. She asked again if he wanted to resurrect her. He needs to be careful because if you transfer power, then in case of her death, the power will not return to him. Therefore, he will transfer quite a bit of his power to her, somewhere around 1%. He took 1% of the power out of his head, but having done this, he forgot to direct it where it was needed. A stream of power burst out and almost swept his subordinate off her feet. Well, she not only lingered in the cave, but also broke out of it, into free swimming, so to speak. The trio of survivors were talking among themselves when they suddenly felt something rushing towards them, and then a stream of power flew at them, so that they could hardly stand in place. They realized that this is the power of the Heavenly Dao, but they couldn't understand why he would release so much power. Did he really want to get rid of boundaries? His power also swept near that mountain of skulls, and the Lord of the Demons also could barely hold on in place, because the power literally strangled all living things. Guidi also couldn't understand why he released so much power, because it was also possible that he discovered that she was alive. This very 1% of his strength looked like an ordinary ball. As he squeezed this ball of power in his hand, Qingtian asked if everything was okay, to which he replied that when he released the power, he simply forgot to direct it in the right direction. He himself did not expect that the powers of the Heavenly Dao were so terrifying, and he liked it. He sat down next to the chained girl, pulling this ball with force towards her. Tao brought it to her chest, preparing to pour this power into her for her resurrection. Her body began to absorb his power, along with the fingers of the Heavenly Dao. And in the next moment, when her body absorbed the power, all the chains that held the girl shattered, like glass and not steel. At the same time, Yu Mingtian opened her eyes. Her sclera was black, and the iris itself was a jade shade. And the first thing she saw after her resurrection was the face of her savior, the Heavenly Dao. And to the joy of realizing that she was alive again, the girl rushed to Tao with hugs. Hugging him, she said with joy in her voice that he had finally come. She even cried with happiness that she was alive again, and that she could again see her master and serve him. But then the jealous Qingtian pushed her away from the Heavenly Dao, telling her not to stand so close. Yu Mingtian, wiping away her tears, apologized, saying that she did it out of emotion. The other one pouted in response, saying that she knew everything. She suddenly knelt down, which attracted the attention of the Heavenly Dao. Yu Mingtian, cupping her fist to her palm, thanked him, saying that she would not let him down again. The same one said that he resurrected her for a specific purpose, namely, to give her a task. After all, starting from today, it will be the managing organization of the afterlife. Its tasks include building the afterlife and ensuring the safety of reincarnation. She humbly accepted the order, saying that this would be everything for her. The system asked that these weren't two tasks, to which he waved his hand, saying that it no longer mattered. He noticed that Yu Mingtian's character was completely different from Qingtian's. Well, this is understandable. They are two different people. The system immediately reminded him that not everything is so simple. And Dao said that if one more girl is around, he will go completely crazy, and Qingtian is enough for him. Yu Mingtian asked with regret in her voice whether he would remain in the underworld. To which Qingtian, hugging the Heavenly Dao by the hand, told her not to dream too much because he has other things to do, and therefore she remains alone. Patting Yu Mingtian on the head, he said that she is one of the incarnations of heaven, and therefore she should be more confident in herself. He has already completed reincarnation. She only needs to become the master of the afterlife. The girl replied that she understood. She began to fill her chest with either air or strength for something. Taking more air into her chest, she began to speak loudly, addressing everyone, saying that everyone now living in the underworld would listen to her carefully. She continued by saying that she is one of the incarnations of heaven, Yu Mingtian, and from now on she will rule the underworld, as well as assist the Heavenly Dao in ruling the entire earth. Her voice was heard by everyone present in the underworld. So now they will work for the benefit of the Heavenly Dao, and the higher-ranking beings will be responsible for the construction work. And powerful beings will become messengers of the devil and go after souls to lead them to reincarnation. The girl climbed out onto a small mountain so that she could be heard better. She deceptively calmly told them not to even think about disobeying the order. Apparently, the Demon Lord was already annoyed with the new ruler and her rules. After all, if they disobey her order, then at that very moment, they will irrevocably become enemies of the Heavenly Dao. Dao noticed that Yu Mingtian was quite capable. Well, after all, she used to be the ruler of the clan. She has experience, so to speak. Apparently, there should be no problems if you leave the afterlife to Yu Mingtian. Distracted from the spectacle, Qingtian asked the Heavenly Dao where they would go now. He said with a smile that they were going to the Forest of Elves, but they had to fulfill their part of the deal. The World Tree, which was located in the Forest of the Elves, looked very majestic and beautiful. On the road to the exit from the forest, quite a lot of people were heading, some with carts, some just on horses. But those on horses had swords on their backs and most likely were soldiers. Some guy in a hat said that today's elves are of the highest quality. The second said that if they sold them, they would become handsomely rich. In one of the carts sat a beautiful elf with golden hair. Someone behind them told them to stop, and they turned around to see whose voice it was. It was some guy who said that even when leaving the forest, you shouldn't let your guard down. This was the commander of the Earth Dragon kidnapping group and also the third-ranked knight, Sabi. He was sitting on some strange and huge creature. The same man with the hat said that their commander was too careful because no one would dare to go against them. Well, it looks like someone finally dared to go against them because he stood in the middle of the road while they were driving. It was the dark silhouette of the commander of the group of kidnappers, and he was clearly not in the mood to let them go. Seeing him, they shouted in irritation, asking who dared to cross their path. They are such big shots from the earthly dragon itself. The silhouette extended his hand and pointed to the cart with the prisoners. Sabi slowly but surely became furious, because someone wants to get their prey, and this is too much. The dark silhouette, in response to this, took out a huge shadow spear from somewhere. Sabi's subordinates immediately burst into laughter, because a spear in foot combat is too funny. In response, he created a magic circle of summoning under himself. And the next moment, a huge shadow dragon appeared, and a dark silhouette sat on it. The group commander dropped a twig from his mouth when he saw a rank 5 dragon. The captive elves rejoiced, because salvation had come. They thought that the Lord of the Elves must have heard their prayers, so he sent them a savior. But the third girl, who was sitting a little further away, had a different opinion about this. After all, if this is truly the Lord of the Elves, then an elven angel should appear. But there is a dark silhouette. Sabi said that he did not care where he came from, and if he needed slaves, then he could give him 2x. The dark silhouette showed with his finger that he did not need only 2 slaves. He needs everyone, every last one, and they must give them to him. Well, here the commander of the group of kidnappers got really angry, asking if he was laughing at them, because they spent so much effort on capturing each of them. He shouted that if his underground dragon was not afraid, then the shadow dragon must be just a fake. The others shouted that they had nothing to fear, and raising their weapons, they rushed towards the dark silhouette with a battle cry. But the shadow dragon got ready, and opening its mouth began preparing to release fire at them, and eventually releasing, he overcooked those soldiers who were closest to him. The commander of the group of kidnappers looked in horror at the burnt body that fell next to him. The shadow dragon easily scattered the rest of the soldiers who were not reached by its fire. They made their way in a zigzag, killing all the slave traders along the way. The dark silhouette finally reached the group commander, who, together with the underground dragon, began to tremble and tell him not to come near him, but he simply swung his spear a few times, looking at it all indifferently. Sabi covered himself with his hands and was already expecting pain from the blows of the dark silhouette, but his blows were aimed only at the carts with slaves from the forest of the elves. The girls sat in one heap, warily looking at their savior, and a dark silhouette appeared before them, not intending to harm them in any way. The bravest of the elves raised her head and thanked him for saving her, but then Sabi appeared behind the dark silhouette, rushing towards him with a weapon on a dragon, shouting that he shouldn't have revealed his back. Seeing this, the girl screamed for the silhouette to be careful, because it would now be attacked from behind. The dark silhouette just calmly raised his hand and the spear flew away at the enemy. Without even turning around, his spear did everything for him. It pierced through both the dragon from the underworld and the rider himself. A huge amount of blood poured out of his mouth. Sabi could not believe that he would actually die so easily. Ultimately, he fell from the dragon and was finally defeated. All his subordinates shouted that their leader was dead, so they needed to get away before the same fate overtook them. They all ran away without looking back, because they did not want to die like their commander. One of them saw a girl on the road and thought that perhaps help had come to them, but she only shot from her bow, hitting the arrow right in the center of her forehead. This was not help for them. These were rescuers from the forest of elves. They came to free the captive slaves. The blonde girl said that the third squad of the Guardian Legion arrived to save the refugees. The elf standing behind her approached her, pointing to something ahead. Pointing to the dark silhouette, he said that that night saved their comrades and defeated all the kidnappers. 3. An elf with arrows behind his back pressed the slave trader face to the ground, saying that he would sell them to the nobles. And as soon as he said this, a dark silhouette of the guy who said he would sell them appeared. The young man with an evil smile said that he would make good money from them. But the next moment, an arrow from a dark silhouette arrow pierced through the guy's head. The other elves, seeing this, were horrified and identified the dark silhouette as an enemy. The leader of the Guardian Legion detachment stood in a fighting stance. Pulling the bowstring, she ordered everyone to prepare for battle. But the girl, who was the only one who dared to thank the dark silhouette, stood up for him, covering her body with his, saying that there was no need to shoot. The rest of the squad were perplexed by the elf's actions, because the silhouette standing behind her was the killer of their people. With her hands folded in prayer, the girl said that he had not done anything. He was just bringing justice to the world. The leader of the detachment asked what she meant by justice. Meanwhile, the silhouette helped another elf with ropes, and she looked at him with caution, thanking the savior. Silhouettes have one peculiarity. They only attack those who intend to sell another person. This is true for both captors and keepers. Therefore, until he feels the intention of selling, he will not attack. The leader of the squad finally understood what she meant by justice. She suddenly ordered all her people not to take the kidnappers, and this is a reasonable decision. The girl noticed that the dark silhouette of that boy began to gradually evaporate, and the next moment, as predicted, he began to disappear, as if he had never existed. The other elves couldn't believe that he disappeared so easily, but that's normal, because he also appeared out of thin air. The girl began to glow with an otherworldly light, and folding her hands, she thanked the stranger. Heavenly Dao sneezed. Apparently someone remembers him. Qingtian asked if he was okay, to which he scratched his nose and said that everything was normal, just a speck of dust got into his nose. They looked at all this from a bird's eye view. The elves had already covered the bodies of all the kidnappers with some kind of sheet. Qingtian looked down and said that something big had happened down there, to which Heavenly Dao said with a smile that it seems that the law he adopted earlier has come into force, and here are its consequences. Workers of the underworld appeared from the sky behind. They were in the form of green lights. They landed on the ground, creating a huge green fire for a more dramatic appearance. 3 people appeared. These were messengers of the devil. All their faces were covered with some kind of white curtain, on which a strange sign was drawn. It seems this is a sign of the organization of the afterlife. While bandaging the girl's hand with a bandage, the girl turned around when she heard a sound. The souls of the slave traders left their bodies and were about to move on. But suddenly, shackles appeared on their necks which did not allow them to leave. The messengers of the devil pulled the chains that were along with the shackles, shouting that they should have been more honest, and now they have no choice but to go with them. Taking the souls that were attached to them, they went to the afterlife. Looking at this spectacle, the girl could not utter a word. She couldn't believe that she saw people from the Underworld again. The leader of the Guardian Legion detachment approached her, saying that they needed to go back to Kayal. It seems that only the girl herself saw those from the Underworld, and others could not see it. After observing the devil's messengers, Heavenly Dao could say for sure that the transition to the afterlife was working successfully. Qing Tian enthusiastically said that this was all thanks to the Heavenly Dao, to which he told her with a smile not to change the subject and not to forget the purpose of their visit. So, their next destination is the city where all the elves live. And this is the capital of the elves, the city of life, Kayal. There is also a world tree, which is the heart of the elven forest. There are quite a few buildings in Kayal that resembled human ones. Although they were built by elves, they looked like humans. Arriving in the city, one of the detachment of the Legion of Guardians said that from now on, all those saved will be responsible for the cleanliness of the city, because the elves do not raise lazy people. They immediately gave them brooms to clean the streets. The freed elves easily accepted their order. Taking the broom, the girl looked at the world tree. She was glad to be in Kayal again. Some aristocrat rode near her, because his coachman was leading a dragon from the underworld instead of a horse. The gate opened in front of the carriage, and the girl looked at the new view of the city. The carriage stopped near a house on the main square. From it came Heavenly Dao and Qing Tian, who were already in the guise of elves. Dao said that it goes without saying that there are many elves there. He grabbed Qing Tian by the false ear, telling her to show her ears, because only then will they merge with the crowd. A passing aristocrat asked a maid how many minerals these inferior races had dug up today. She replied that everything was as usual. A beggar sitting on the outskirts of the road asked that aristocrat to give him at least a coin. Heavenly Dao said that although he has nothing against the aristocracy, there is a big gap between the poor and the rich, and this is depressing. To which the system said that he is a Heavenly Dao, which means he can wipe out the entire aristocracy from the face of the earth in an instant if he wants. He also told her to stop talking nonsense. To achieve equality, the disadvantaged must fight themselves. The intervention of 3 persons will only turn them from victims into the next criminals. Hearing his opinion, the system showed a huge thumbs up, saying that he was increasingly becoming a Heavenly Dao, to which he replied that he would take it as a compliment. He said that the world tree is in good condition. Could this be related to the elven god? The system responded that it was definitely related to him. Qing Tian immediately became inspired, asking if he wanted to find the elven god. Dao replied yes. She suddenly turned around with a menacing face, saying that she would simply burn the world tree, and the girl would immediately appear. But Heavenly Dao managed to grab her hand before she did something. He gave her a crack, saying that he just wanted to talk and not start a war. To which she replied that the elven god was a rebel in the second cycle. You can't agree on anything with her. He gave her the second click, saying that this is why it is even more necessary to talk to her. Dao's reasoning was that he wanted to understand what the rebels were thinking. There is a very useful saying, "He who has many friends has few enemies." They must acquire as many allies as possible. Dao asked if she understood. She, holding her forehead, said that he was wise. Suddenly, they heard someone scream and turned around to see what was there. And they saw that some impudent girl was driving around the city, not paying attention to the elves who were on the roads. Without slowing down, she rushed straight towards Dao and Qing Tian, shouting for the beggars to get out of the way. This impudent girl was the elven princess Yudia. She shouted with a smile that if they died, it would not be her fault. She still, without turning aside, rushed on a dragon from the underworld straight to the false elves. But when the dragon had to collide with the Heavenly Dao, it simply began to pass through it, as if it were some kind of hologram. They passed without touching Dao or causing him harm, and rushed on. Heavenly Dao watched as the carriage with the violent princess moved further and further away. The system reported that it was the golden elven princess Judia, and she was in the middle of the 3rd rank. This girl is extremely annoying. It seems that this is how nobles raise their children. Something needs to be done about it. This is what good manners means. In his place, someone else would definitely slap her in the face and then throw her to a bunch of black orcs. Suddenly, long golden hair flashed in front of his face, giving off a greenish tint. Not thinking that she could kill someone, the princess rushed forward, and then an old man appeared on her way, who was moving very slowly. The girl, using acceleration, rushed to the old man because she could not watch him die because of a stupid princess. She managed to intercept the old man before the princess ran over him on her dragon. Utia shouted after them to watch where they were going. The other girl did not react to this. She remained sitting on the road with her grandfather, saying nothing about this arrogant girl. The girl stood up and helped the old man to stand, asking if he was okay. Grandfather replied that he was fine. The golden-haired girl could not understand why the elves were like this, or rather, why they became like this. The old man thanked her, saying that may the mother elf goddess protect her. Hearing this, she smiled sadly. The girl again heard the appeal of the mother goddess. Heavenly Dao patted her, saying that she was very kind to the feudal society. In response to this, the girl just looked at him seriously, asking who he was. Putting one hand in his pocket, he said that he was just a passerby, that's all. He approached the old man, asking if the elven princess was always so rude, to which he replied that not only the princess is like that, but so are all the nobles. The fate of the elves was predetermined from birth. Gold and moon elves are members of the royal family. Sea and forest elves are artisans. And gray and black elves like him can only be slaves. The girl suddenly began to refute his words, saying that elves cannot be like that. She asked why he said that. Because one cannot determine the fate of a person by his birth. To which grandfather simply said that it was all because of life expectancy. Gray elves live only 1,000 years and golden elves live more than 5,000 years. The gods have already determined their fate, and they can only obey. Well, the Heavenly Dao realized that elves are long-lived. The system confirmed this, saying that the price for this is low fertility. This is also one of the heavenly rules. After all, the stronger the creature, the less likely it is to have offspring. Heavenly Dao thought about it and asked the system if he could have children in this case. Qingtian heard this out of the corner of her ear. The system replied that it all depends on whether he himself wants to have a child or wants someone else to have one. Qingtian was already melting in her fantasies, which featured the Heavenly Dao. A chill went down his spine. She suddenly blushed, asking if her master wanted to have a child, because Qingtian didn't mind. The girl almost rushed at him, asking how many children he wanted, but he managed to stop her, telling her to stop now. The old man laughed, looking at them, saying that the youth were very energetic. Taking his bag over his shoulder, he once again thanked for the help and said goodbye. The golden-haired girl drooped, because this should not be the case with elves. Heavenly Dao approached her from behind, saying that the elves now are not at all the same as they were when she ruled. The fact that she was discovered shocked the girl. He asked with a smile if he was right, because she was Lulisha, or it would be more correct to call her the former mother goddess of the elves. Lulisha, angry at being discovered, released her power, which destroyed the road within a radius of 3 meters. Sparkling with energy, she now calmly asked who he was, to which he, without budging, said that she doesn't even know the Heavenly Dao. So here you are, a rebel against heaven. She, pointing at him, said that this was impossible because she saw the Heavenly Dao, and she was completely different. Dao calmly exhaled and said that it seemed like he needed to explain everything again. He snapped his fingers and at the same time used his power. Thus, he created a huge barrier that would not allow the elves to see them, but also would not allow the former mother goddess to escape. Once the barrier was in place, she could no longer use her powers. Looking at what surrounded them, she realized that her powers were blocked under this barrier. He came closer to her and cupped her face with his hand, asking if she now believed that he was a Heavenly Dao. Dao approached her very quickly, and she could not understand when he had time, because the girl did not even have time to react. The former mother goddess pushed his hand away from her face. Seeing an opportunity, she realized that if not now, then never she needed to act. Literally gathering her strength into a fist, Lulisha swung at the Heavenly Dao, planning to harm him. But her attack was stopped by Qingtian, who appeared near them and knocked her hand away with her foot. Calling her a disgusting rebel, she asked how she dared behave like that with her master. Her eyes actually shone with anger because the mother goddess, by doing this, is playing with death. Seeing that she repelled her attack, Lulisha jumped away from the dangerous couple. Her soul has just begun to recover, and her strength now barely reaches the top of the 5th rank, so she needs to save herself. She is no match for them. Having created a kind of staff, she also created a magic circle, which, according to the plan, was supposed to teleport her away from them. And in the next moment, she literally disappeared before our eyes. Heavenly Dao saw this and said that an elven magician of the 5th rank is rare. He said with a smile that, unfortunately for her, she was faced not with a simple magician, but with a Heavenly Dao. The barrier did its job, so even though she teleported, she could not get out of the barrier. And ultimately, the barrier pushed her away, and she flew back into the ground like a bullet. She plopped down face first into the ground. Well, she didn't comment on it. Lulisha could not believe that she could not teleport from there, but before she had time to rise, Qingtian buried her face back into the ground. Still, Qingtian's anger had not yet passed, and she again buried the mother goddess in the ground, bending her arm back. Taking her hair, the girl pulled it back a little, forcing the golden-haired girl to raise her head. Looking at this, Heavenly Dao told Qingtian that he would have enough of her. It was better to let her go. Having returned to her previous eye color, the girl said that she was the mother goddess of the elves, and besides, she was rebelling against heaven. Dao again repeated his request order for the girl to let her go. This time, the girl obeyed the order and released the mother goddess. When she barely rose to her feet, he asked if she now believed that he was the Heavenly Dao. Hearing this question again, she looked at him with doubt in her eyes. Dao put his hand on her shoulder, telling her not to worry, he would just ask a few questions. In this situation, even Dongfang Haoshan would not be able to escape, so she could only cooperate. Having overcome herself, she asked what he wanted to know. Heavenly Dao said with joy in his voice, "It's great that she decided to cooperate." He stalked up to her like a snake to a rabbit and asked what the rebels' plan was. She drooped, saying that she had no idea at all. Qingtian already thought that she was crazy and didn't want to cooperate. Although she is a member of the 2nd Cycle rebels, she does not know if they have a plan against the heavens in the 3rd calendar. Even if Dongfang Haoshan and others were here, they would hardly say anything. Qingtian said that she just doesn't want to tell the truth, so she wants to bite her. Heavenly Dao took Qingtian by the scruff of the neck from Lulisha's head so that she would not devour her. Elven gods are considered to have average strength, so it's quite normal that she doesn't know anything. Meanwhile, Heavenly Dao asked the second question, why she hates heaven so much. Having already come to her senses a little, Lulisha smiled evilly and repeated his question. Her answer was that in the 1st Great Cycle, she was a goddess born with the World Tree, and together with the World Tree, they protected the birth and growth of the elves. Prosperity and happiness are still fresh in her mind. But at the end of the 1st cycle, she saw the disaster with her own eyes. Lulithia barely survived. She had 1 breath left, and the World Tree turned back into a seed. She looked at him angrily, saying that he still dared to ask why she hated heaven. The destruction of the past Heavenly Dao only led to the incitement of hatred. The system confirmed this, saying that this was where the past Heavenly Dao failed. He asked her one last question, what she thought was the most important thing in her heart. Lulisha made a sad face, saying that she just wants to live and protect her people forever. Heavenly Dao asked with a smile if she could protect her people in this state. She immediately got angry and asked what he meant, to which he simply replied that the facts speak for themselves. He snapped his fingers, telling her to face the truth and not hide. The next moment, they all teleported somewhere together. It seems that the Heavenly Dao sent them to the Elven Forest Mine to show the Mother Goddess all the delights of oppressing the Grey Elves. They appeared in the middle of the passage in the mine, from where there was a beautiful view of what the Heavenly Dao wanted to show. Lulisha covered her nose and mouth with her palm and asked where they were. Dao replied that this place is called a good job to earn money. Hearing someone groan in pain, Lulisha turned around warily. Turning around, she saw a gray elf, who was carrying a cart with minerals, being beaten with a whip for literally nothing. The one who beat her told them to move, because if they were late with the delivery, they would be whipped. Not only he alone, but also other caretakers of the slaves beat them, so to speak, as a preventive measure, so that everything would be done faster. The Mother Goddess lost her temper at the moment, because how dare they treat their people like that? Dao said with regret in his voice that he can only stop the slave trade, but if it is only slavery, then the black silhouette will not appear. She realized that those dark silhouettes were his work. And when did you start asking so kindly? Lulisha asked that if the goal is to save slaves, then why not use force to pure slavery? To which he said that it seemed she had misunderstood something. Slaves appear not only because of the slave trade. Criminals and prisoners are also slaves. He asked her if she wanted to save them. She, hearing the question, hesitated. The thing he hates about the slave trade is the killing, the bullying, the oppression, all of which were decided by the leaders of her race. Dao took her hand and raised her, telling her not to throw all the responsibility onto him. Lulisha said that she doesn't understand, because he has the power to change everything. So why can't he save more people? With his other hand, he squeezed her cheeks, making her wince in slight pain. He told her to think about it, because when the Heavenly Dao wanted to change everything, what did she do? Why was the Underworld devastated? Why heaven, the world with the most resources? Why is rebirth disrupted? He asked all these questions to the former mother goddess. The girl pulled away and said that they just wanted to live normally. To which Heavenly Dao asked that was why they tried to take away the power of the heavens. Yes, it seems that her people, even the nobility, were simply looking for a better life by oppressing their own kind. With folded hands, the girl, reluctant to believe what she had just said that this was all not true. She grabbed him by the chest, saying that this is all because he wants to take the power of all creatures for himself in order to become stronger. Therefore, they must resist. Otherwise, he will kill them. He listened to this complete nonsense with a smile. He calmly said that the power of the Heavenly Dao comes from all beings, and the death of all beings weakens the power of the Heavenly Dao. So why would the Heavenly Dao, instead of destroying the strongest beings, destroy everyone? Holding her head, she began to shake it from side to side, shouting that she didn't know. Although she doesn't know anything, she still wants to find out. Some kind of ball began to appear in his hand. It clearly showed someone's skeleton, and Lulisha immediately fell silent when she saw it. She looked at the skeleton and could not believe what she really saw. Coming closer to her, he said that she already knows what it is, doesn't she? It was Lulisha. She just woke up from her cycle. At this moment, she completely depleted the aura source. The purpose of the aura source is to restore the world tree and give it its own vitality. She knows that this source of life resurrected the continent, right? She knows how many people would have been born if she had not taken away the source of life. And how many sources of life are there in her little world? Lulisha fell to her knees, saying that she knows about all this, but she just wants to live. And if he had not destroyed all living things, she would not need a source of life to be reborn. Dao looked at her menacingly, saying that if she took advantage of the opportunity given to all beings by the heavens, then why would the Heavenly Dao destroy her? Some people pressure others because of greed, and she faced the same problem with the Heavenly Dao. And what would she say? Looking into the eyes of these fallen elves. Suddenly, in the Elven Forest mine, someone sounded the alarm. Apparently something serious had happened. One of the overseer soldiers said that the Dark Elf rebels had broken in, and the next moment he was pierced through by the sword of one of the Dark Elf rebels. He was impaled by Chadal, the leader of the Dark Elf resistance. He had a black spider painted on his cape. He addressed the Dark Elves, saying that he was here to free them. Others from the resistance group carried out bags of weapons. They threw them onto the ground. There were swords, an axe, maces, and all sorts of different things. Other Dark Elves who were in the mine stared in surprise at their saviors. The only living soldier keeper tried to reason with them, telling them to think carefully, because resistance never ended in anything good. But those slaves who worked in the mine did not care about his words. They slowly went for the weapons that the other Dark Elves gave them. They roared, shouting that they needed to kill the monsters who had enslaved them. They stabbed their caretaker over and over again, no matter how much blood had already come out of him. Still sitting on the ground, the Mother Goddess looked in horror at this spectacle of her children brutally killing each other. Her eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe it, that people of her race had turned into this. She began to cry bitterly, saying that it shouldn't be like this. They shouldn't kill each other. Lulisha said that this needs to stop. Then Dao asked what she was going to do if this stopped. If she does not solve the root of the problem, then everything will happen behind her back. She took up her old ways again and began blaming him for everything. And what does he have to do with it? It's all her fault. Lulisha again created a staff from her strength, saying that she still had strength, so she would not allow it. Qingtian immediately got angry, saying that this rebel has nothing to learn and is repeating her old mistakes again. Dao again pulled her away by the scruff of the neck, saying that she did not understand yet. Qingtian began to kick, telling him not to stop her. He said that in the second great cycle, the elves were already divided into higher and lower classes. The Mother Goddess did not understand what he was getting at, because her elves were always united. To which he said that in the second cycle, the Golden Elves, already close to her, were already nobility, and the Dark Elves were discounted. They never considered the Dark Elves to be the same race. After all, they were considered the scum of the elves. That is why the Heavenly Dao, which saw the suffering of all beings, decided to destroy everything. And she didn't even look after her people. So much for the goddess of the elves. Hearing him, she finally put away her weapon and the intention of fighting him. Lulisha drooped and said that now she was no longer a mother goddess. Heavenly Dao looked at her and told her to stop crying, because if there is a problem, then it needs to be solved. This is what Heavenly Dao did, and she should do this too. They were still surrounded by the barrier. Lulisha said that she was too weak, she had no strength. He put his hands on her shoulders, asking that was it not she who resisted when she was weak? Where is her courage? What was there when she rebelled against heaven? Tao said that if she shows even half of it, then the elves will change. Lulisha has already found her confidence back. She said that she knows what to do. Dao smiled when he saw the result of his words, asking what she would do in such a case. She first looked at the Dark Elves who were being released by their own. She said that she would go to the Dark Elf Resistance Fortress and find out their demands. Well, she already knows how to listen to people, and to reward her for her wisdom, the Heavenly Dao will give her a lift to the fortress. He snapped his fingers, and the next moment a multicolored funnel appeared. They began to walk towards her, and Tao told her to go too. She followed them, thanking them. Qingtian asked why he was helping her. She was rude. To which he replied that one more friend is better than an enemy. Watching their conversation, Lulisha thought it was funny. Now she understands the Heavenly Dao a little better than she did before. Just before entering the portal, Heavenly Dao turned to her, asking why she wasn't coming. Qingtian called her lazy. The next moment, they were transported to the fortress of the Dark Elves' Resistance. This fortress looked like an ordinary cave. Standing in front of the entrance, she had slight doubts about how the Dark Elves would greet her. An eight-eyed spider hung on the ceiling watching the arrivals. Looking at him, the girl said that it seemed that there were old acquaintances here. Heavenly Dao warned that he had stopped hiding her presence so that everyone could see her. Lulisha replied that it was good. When she entered the Dark Elf Resistance Fortress, the spider was still watching her. And the next moment, the Dark Elves pulled out their weapons, shouting that an intruder had entered the fortress. Lulisha walked forward, but then she was hit by a barrage of arrows from a bow, which flew straight at her. Heavenly Dao asked with slight mockery that she would not be killed by her own people. To which she replied that although she had not fully recovered, she was not that weak. She released her power and with its help created a magical shield. The attacking Dark Elves became worried because it was an anti-arrow spell, and only 5th rank mages could use it. The girl walked towards her with blades, saying that whoever it was, the Golden Elves must die. To which she folded her hands and began to cry out for the protection of the forest. Suddenly, out of nowhere, vines appeared and wrapped themselves around the attacker. But not only she suffered such a fate, others were also wrapped around branches, restricting their movements. Heavenly Dao said that even at rank 4, the strength of the Dark Elves is considerable, which is rare among humans. The attacker flinched. Apparently, she didn't even notice him until he approached. Suddenly, someone's aura filled the air, and Lulisha recognized her perfectly. She warned the Tao that she was coming towards them. Indeed, the next moment, a girl came out to them, who was the leader of the uprising of the Dark Elves. She told her people to stop, because they were no match for her. A mysterious beauty came out to them. The lower part of her body seemed to be replaced by the body of a spider. She said that, after all, their opponent is the former Mother Goddess. Lulisha greeted her with a smile, saying that it was her. This mysterious beauty turned out to be the goddess of the Dark Elves' grace. Heavenly Dao was surprised, because he thought that there was only one elven goddess. He looked at her again, but now with magical vision. After all, it's interesting what the differences are. This is Grace's avatar. Her power is the realm of the divine King Gu Feng, rank 5 Gu Feng. She is the elven spider goddess, who personifies the shadow under the tree and the guardian of the insects swarming on the tree. He asked why she is at the top of the 5th rank, since the current elven god is at the top of the heavenly rank. Isn't that a big difference? The system answered that there are 2 types of gods, natural gods and gods of faith. Natural gods are born by the will of heaven and, as a rule, are very powerful. And the gods of faith have to draw strength from the faith of others. And if there are few believers, then the power will decrease and disappear. And the goddess of the Dark Elves, accordingly, is the goddess of faith, and not a natural goddess. Grace suddenly turned to Lulisha, saying that it was good that she was alive. Hearing this, the Mother Goddess tensed up a little, because it was unknown what she would do. The goddess of the Dark Elves created a scythe and swung it at Lulicia with the aim of killing. But she successfully dodged, and only a few hairs were blown off, not her head. Grace looked down at her as if with some kind of passion, and said that she herself could kill her. Lulicia said that she came there to save the Dark Elves. It was as if a wind passed between them when the former Mother Goddess said this. Grace suddenly started laughing, saying that Lulicia must have memory problems if she was saying such nonsense. The girl did not understand why the Dark Elf Goddess was laughing. Grace decided to kindly remind her that the Dark Elves suffered from injustice while Lulithia ruled, and everything only got worse. Only by killing her and destroying her divine image will the Dark Elves be saved. So she sent her away with her assistants. When Grace said this, the Dark Elves cut off the branches with the blades that held them. The elves immediately rushed at those who arrived without an invitation. Heavenly Dao sighed heavily, saying that at least he should not be involved in this. He simply snapped his fingers, stopping time for everyone except specific people. The goddess of the Dark Elves could not understand what was happening and why her people froze. They could only move within a certain radius. Dao replied that she shouldn't worry, he just stopped time. Grace looked at him in horror, asking how someone could stop time so easily. To which Heavenly Dao smiled and said that ordinary people cannot do this. But he is a Heavenly Dao, and that's it. So stopping time is a small thing for him. She couldn't believe it. That this was the same Heavenly Dao that was in the first and second great cycles? But with his abilities, it might be true. Realizing this, she dispelled her spider-shaped lower half, revealing that she was still human. She cautiously came closer, asking if that Heavenly Dao was true, to which he replied that it couldn't be truer. Lulicia noticed that this stupid goddess did not refute his words, so she was the only one who was stupid. The goddess of the Dark Elves got down on one knee and, bowing her head, asked for forgiveness for being rude to him. Heavenly Dao simply said that he was actually just passing by, but the elves still needed to ask their god. Lulithia apologized, saying that she knew she was a bad goddess and an inept creator, to which she replied that even if she blames herself, this will not save the Dark Elves. They need the opportunity to take revenge. Shaking her head, the Mother Goddess said that she understood perfectly well how they felt. After all, their current state is similar to her when she rebelled against heaven. She thought only about resistance to oppression and was ready to do anything for the sake of revenge. Then Dao intervened, saying that he did not oppress her. When Lulithia created the elves, she gave each race appropriate characteristics and symbols. To the Golden Elves, the sun and light. To the Moon Elves, the moon and night. To the forest trees and animals. Sea water and fish. Gray earth and life. And black darkness and spiders. It seemed to her that everyone would be equal and love each other. So she hopes they can overcome the hatred and live in peace. To which Grace angrily said that how should she explain to the Dark Elves that they should not be offended by the Golden Elves, despite the fact that they are constantly humiliated. Only by paying for the bloodshed will the elves be able to live in harmony. But the question is whether she really wants to help the Dark Elves. After all, if so, then she needs to join the goddess of the Dark Elves, and together with her, destroy the Golden Elves. Lulithia lowered her head and said that she could not, because the Dark and Golden Elves were her children, and she did not want anyone to disappear. In that case, what kind of heresy is she talking about? Let her go and support her Golden Elves. But then Heavenly Dao interrupted the skirmish, saying that they shouldn't shout at each other now. They say that the Dark Elves constantly resist. Then what do they want after their revenge is accomplished? The Dark Elf Goddess replied that, of course, in order for the Golden Elves to feel their despair, let them also feel what it was like to remain in the dark underground. He asked if he could assume that it was not the cruel rule of the Golden Elves that they hated, but that they themselves wanted to rule that way. This question took Grace by surprise. Grace immediately began to protest, saying that she was not like those selfish Golden Elves, and all she wanted was peace for the Dark Elves. Well, if they think that they are different from them, then let them not do what they do. This is a matter of morality. After all, if they also want to begin to oppress, then this means that they begin to become like the law of the jungle. If she wants to fight with the Golden Elves for power, then let her not complain later that her people are suffering. But if she is interested in the issue of morality, then she should not follow the same path. Hearing his opinion, she clenched her fist painfully, asking that because the Golden Elves were causing them so much pain, they wouldn't even get a proper answer? To which he replied that you will have to pay for any actions, but their price is not to enslave the Golden Elves. This was a more rational solution to the problem, so she had to think about it a little. Ultimately, she agreed to his decision because it was more correct. She said that she understood what he wanted from her. She needed to create favorable living conditions for the Dark Elves. Lulicia was delighted when she agreed to this. Turning around, the Mother Goddess apologized to the Heavenly Dao, saying that she should not have interfered with him in their family squabbles. He replied that it was nothing, especially since the meeting with the elves gave him inspiration. The elves are her family, and all three worlds are his. His goal is to find ways to reconcile the three worlds. He asked if she had figured out how to solve this problem. Lulicia replied that she already had. She needs to go talk to the current Lord of the Elves, and if he does not talk, then she will use force. Heavenly Dao again quoted, saying that strength will not solve the problem, but it will help deal with the enemy. The Mother Goddess confidently stated that if the conversation fails, then the Golden Elves and the new Lord of the Elves are her enemies. Looks like she's already made up her mind. Heavenly Dao said that in that case, he would go with her and see where things lead. Qingtian had already managed to sleep while they were figuring out what was what. He lightly hit her on the forehead so that she would wake up, because they were already leaving. Waking up, she rubbed her eyes, asking where they were going again. He smiled and replied that he was going to the palace of the elves. Grace managed to remind them that time was still stopped. Kyle Palace looked beautiful. The many towers and their green roofs blended perfectly with the forest itself. But in the palace itself, everything was not so rosy, thanks to its inhabitants. In someone's chambers, they broke a cup, shouting, "What kind of slop is this?" This hysterical woman stepped on the head of the offending servant, who, oddly enough, was a dark elf. The attacker shouted that she asked to add less sugar because she was on a diet. The maid began to apologize because what could she do? And not surprisingly, this hysterical woman turned out to be the Elven Princess Eudia. She looked menacingly at the servants, saying that she dared to disobey. At the same time, having finished with one maid, she turned to the second, asking if she had prepared that tea. The second also turned out to be a dark elf, which is not surprising, given their feudal society. The elf was shaking all over with fear, not daring to say anything against the tyrannical princess, and not knowing what to do. She also knelt down and began to ask for forgiveness for having made a mistake. Eutia, in response to this, kicked her in the face, causing her to bleed from her mouth. The mischievous princess started screaming, saying that just forgiveness is not enough, and while she was beating the maid for a simple mistake, the Mother Goddess was watching her through the window, and she is unlikely to be happy with such an attitude towards her child. The Elven Goddess, who had already managed to change her image, was trembling all over. Looking at this horror, she did not understand how the Elven nobles could do this to their own clan. Heavenly Dao, who was next to her at that time, said that she could no longer withstand this, because a little more, and she would explode with anger. Having said to look at something, he pointed down, apparently to some window in the Kyle Palace. From the window, one could see how a butler in a tuxedo was walking along the corridor to someone's chambers, leading two slaves who were in chains. The girls he was leading were very attractive. It looked like they were being taken by some big shot. The butler told them not to hesitate and to hurry up. Having knocked, he entered the chambers, leading the girls behind him. Bowing, the butler informed the lord that new servants had arrived to him. The golden-haired lord seemed to be in a good mood, so he only replied that it was not bad. He sat on a sofa that looked more like an improved throne, surrounded by girls, wearing only a towel. Resting his head on his hand, he said that it turns out that everything was done well today. Approaching the goddess from behind, he asked how she felt looking at them. She began to create a staff, saying that these were indeed elven nobles. Then in this case, negotiations are unnecessary. She has already prepared herself for a battle with the Golden Elves. She created a magic circle beginning to call upon the sleeping world tree. This magic circle also appeared above the world tree. Lulicia asked him to answer her call. After that, nothing happened, like the calm before the storm. But the next moment, the tree trembled violently, as if waking up from a long sleep, and was kneading its stiff bones. Since the Kyle Palace was closest to the world tree, the inhabitants there felt the earthquake the fastest, and the dark elves fell to their knees, beginning to pray and ask the goddess what the reason for her anger was. Suddenly, the earthquake stopped, and leaves began to fall from the tree. But then, elf soldiers began to run out of the forest, all shouting to run, as if they had seen something terrible. Immediately behind them, the tree people appeared, grabbing the soldiers with their huge hands. The same ones shouted that the tree people were out of control. There was also someone in the mountains whom the mother goddess asked to answer her call. Hearing her voice, the dragon, opening his blood-red eyes, stood up to his full height, completely awakening from sleep. It was the green dragon of the elven forest, Iraq. He looked huge and had an air of majesty about him. Turning, he looked at the world tree, above which the magic circle of the mother goddess was still cheerful, and raising his paw, which had become stiff for so many years, he roared, as if he was notifying everyone in the forest. All the animals of the elven forest immediately obeyed him, without any problems. At the same time, in the heavenly world, in the palace of the god of the elves, the god himself did not suspect anything, neither about the rebellious dark elves, nor about the returning former mother goddess. But suddenly, he felt that the tree of the world was angry, but why it was angry he could not understand. The current elven god of the third cycle, Randall, suggested that this may be due to the return of man. Randall also sat on an unusual throne. For some reason, he ordered his subordinates to stop their report. He suddenly asked where his guards were. It looks like something serious has happened. The next moment, his guards moved into his hall, as if at the snap of a finger. They knelt before him, asking what happened that he even called them. Randall ordered them to see what happened to the world tree, and if they understand that it is hostile to them, then simply get rid of it. This order was given to them by the current god of the elves of the third cycle. They bowed down again and easily took his order, without even protesting, in order to protect the world tree. When Grace looked at the recent cloudless sky, of which now there was nothing left but storm clouds, looking at him, she realized something. This stormy sky means that the mother goddess has already begun to resist. She called Chadala's name, and he appeared in an instant, asking what her next instructions would be. The dark elf goddess told him to prepare all the dark elves, so that they are ready for battle, because the battle of the gods is about to begin. At the same time, in the palace of the elves, something flew out of the window of the Kayal palace like yellow lightning, breaking it into pieces. Seeing this, the mother goddess became wary, because he discovered them, but they were not really hiding. A long-haired guy with golden eyes appeared in front of them, asking who they were. This young man with a beautiful face turned out to be the current Lord of the Elves, the incarnation of a deity. He asked without emotion why the world tree was angry, to which the mother goddess said that he did not need to know who she was. He just remained silent to this. Lilithia was serious. She wants the elven nobles to pay for the oppression of their own race. From this request, he began to restrain himself so as not to laugh, saying that that's it. But, soon unable to restrain himself, he began to laugh at the top of his lungs. And the girl looked at him in bewilderment. Crazy or what? She looked at him seriously, asking why he was laughing, to which he made a terrible grimace, which made only horror out of his beautiful face. He said that there was one thing she couldn't understand, because even with the help of the dark elves and the world tree, alas, it would not be possible to overthrow the golden elves. Because the god of the golden elves is the current lord of the elves. He is also one of the gods of the western skies. The girl, asking if this was true, turned around and began to leave, saying that in that case they had nothing to talk about. But he called her and again made that terrible grimace. He said that she didn't think about herself at all. Was she sure that she wanted to leave? Smiling a cheeky smile, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, soldiers appeared from the walls of the palace with arrows, which they were ready to release. And from the side of the forest, magicians with staves came out. They were surrounded, they had no way out, so thought the Lord of the Elves. Both archers and magicians aimed at the mother goddess at the same time, and they all did not doubt the order of the ruler. Heavenly Dao told her to be careful because they were all above rank. She only sighed heavily at his warning. She said she just wants harmony. Why don't the elves listen? He just threw up his hands, saying that there was no point in asking him about this. Earlier, he had also asked himself a similar question. Smiling disgustingly, he stood behind them, asking if these were their last words. He said that if these were their last words, then it would be better for them to die. When he said this, his golden eyes glowed with a foreign world. The chief among the archers who stood on the wall told everyone to prepare for battle. The goddess remained silent to this at first, but later quietly said, "This is what they decided." Tears even appeared in her eyes. She said that in this case they should not blame her. The next moment, a huge wooden leg stood on the archers. It was a huge wooden man who was awakened by the mother goddess. He and other but slightly smaller wooden people began to destroy the wall on which the archers stood. They shouted that the wooden people were besieging the city. One of the elves asked if the tree people weren't their allies. The second one shouted for the others to prepare for defense. The wooden man swung his huge hand at the archer soldiers who were standing on the wall, but unfortunately, he only hit the barrier that protected those standing on the wall. The elves exhaled joyfully. They withstood the blow of this giant. But a little further away, Iraq, which had already opened its mouth, was preparing to attack. A strange green fire began to appear from the open mouth. Well, it's not surprising, the dragon is also green. He released his fire into the wall of the elves, and most likely the wall will not withstand it. And so it happened. The place where Iraq directed its fire shattered into pieces, thereby causing the elves to be horrified. The archer soldiers looked at this with horror in their eyes, shouting that it was all over, because they could not stand against the green dragon. Tree people began to pass through the broken wall, and the elves ran away as soon as they saw them. The first elves who fell into the hands of the wooden people screamed in fear, because there was nothing else left for them. The wooden giant pulled the elf he had just caught into his open mouth. Well, as expected, the tree man bit off the elf's head. Soldiers with spears and shields also began to run out of the forest. The chief among them, who had a sword, told them not to panic and to reorganize the formation. And while the tree man was hitting the shields, the magicians attacked him from the rear, sending fireballs at him, hoping to somehow harm him. The current lord of the elves looked at all this from a bird's eye view, probably not even thinking of going down and somehow helping his soldiers. He frowned, and looking down menacingly said that even the tree people with the dragon were there. Looking back over his shoulder, he told Lulisha that even if he did not know what she had done, in the end, victory would still be theirs. The mother goddess warily asked him what he meant, to which he again smiled shyly and raising his head pointed to something in the sky. And indeed, the next moment, light began to seep out of those thunderclouds, as if announcing someone's arrival. As soon as Lulisha saw this light, he became quite alarmed. From that glow appeared several people from the Heavenly Guard of God, who sent them to eliminate this disorder. One of the guards introduced herself to Catherine and announced that the Overlord's guards had arrived. She said that by order of the Lord they had come to destroy them. Wow, they were polite. They even told us the purpose of their arrival. While they were talking, Heavenly Dao meanwhile counted their numbers, and according to his count, 4 guards arrived. He said that most likely the Lord of the Elves plans to destroy the World Tree, since he sent so many guards here. Hearing that they had arrived to destroy the World Tree, the Mother Goddess said that she would not allow this, to which he replied that if she does not suppress the force, then go to the world of people, and then troubles will arise. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge lightning bolt appeared and rushed straight towards Catherine, but she easily repulsed her with one wave of the hand in which she held the sword. This looks quite interesting. Besides, apparently the aggression of the sky is not enough to influence them. Tao told the system to show the rules of heavenly punishment for the human world. She immediately found them and handed them to him. The rules said that if you reflect or break the heavenly law, their sorrow will not end, but only a new punishment will come. The second punishment will begin after some time, and the strength of the punishment will only increase, and this will happen until the target is hit. Cruel, but fair. He told Lulisha that he had just revised the law, so a new punishment would come very soon, to which she said that she hoped that he would simply kill her. The same one, raising his head to the sky, said that it would be difficult to have fun, but you can enjoy the view. Indeed, very soon the second heavenly punishment came, and Catherine became wary when she saw that the lightning was gathering again. She did not understand why a new thunderstorm appeared, because she had already repelled it. And this time the lightning is more powerful than last time. And while those two just stood and watched this spectacle, Catherine thought she needed to hurry up and clean up this mess. While she was looking at the Heavenly Dao and the Mother Goddess, someone from behind called her name. It was the green dragon Iraq. He asked her if she wanted to become an enemy of the World Tree. The dragon was furious. He was apparently preparing for an attack, since she was closely watching the guards of the Lord of the Elves, to which Catherine apologized, saying that this was the order of the sovereign, and she had no right to resist him. Iraq shouted to her to take a better look at this Randall. He asked whether he really considered himself a ruler. The same woman, raising her sword, menacingly asked him not to insult the Lord of the Elves. Turning to the other guards, she ordered them to protect the ruler, and she would deal with the World Tree. The others immediately accepted her order. The dragon saw that she had sent the others away, but she herself remained and said that she was very arrogant. Catherine probably thinks he can't beat her if he's a little weaker. to which she arrogantly declared that even at the height of his strength, she had nothing to fear. Iraq said that they will take a look, and instantly the atmosphere around him changed, the air near him sparkled with his power. Lulicia extended her hand to the dragon, telling him to wait, because perhaps she could figure it out on her own. He, hearing a familiar voice, immediately removed his murderous intent and silently stared at the mother goddess. Iraq was glad to see her alive again, because he thought that she had been dead for a long time. Lulicia calmly confirmed that she was dead. This caused the green dragon to die. Clutching her staff tighter, the mother goddess said that even in death, she could not calmly watch how the elves behaved. She again conjured a magic circle, starting to call on the world tree, asking it out of old friendship to lend her its power. After this, a strange energy began to emanate from the tree, which had a golden tint. From that cloud of energy from the world tree, 6 small elements were visible. Sitting nearby on a tree branch, Qingtian said that 6 large fruits appeared on that tree. Heavenly Dao was trembling all over with irritation. He kept looking out to see where the fruit that Hova was talking about was. These 6 large fruits are clearly 6 hidden small worlds. How many resources must those who oppose it must collect if one elf lord has 6 worlds at once? The system asked if it should be destroyed, because if all 6 worlds begin to develop, then there is a possibility that they will eventually absorb the resources from the 3 worlds. Dao replied that there was no need for this, because everything was well hidden, so there was nothing to worry about. All 6 elements from the world tree flew out of it, flying towards the summoner. The summoner was Lulicia, so the 6 elements flew towards her. Her body began to absorb the power of the 6 worlds. After this, her image changed slightly. Several new details appeared on her head, and the design of her dress changed. Coming out to them in a new image, she looked at the guard with confidence. Seeing this with her own eyes, Catherine asked more hesitantly who she was. But Lulithia did not answer her. She simply extended her hand, and golden-hued energy began to appear in her palm. Her strength united the forces of all 6 races of elves. The mother goddess confidently declared that she was the ruler of the elves. Catherine pointed the sword at her, saying that this was nonsense. After all, if she is the ruler of the elves, then who is the god Randall? Lulicia frowned, but no less confidently, declared that he was simply an imposter. Catherine was already roaring with rage, shouting that Lulithia was a brute, so she should die by her blade. Having imbued her sword with energy, she swung it at the mother goddess, shouting that this was divine punishment. But her sword met a barrier from the power of the world tree, which protected Lulithia. Catherine couldn't believe her kick was blocked. After all, is there anything in the world that can block her blow? This is an arrogant girl who never knew defeat. Lulicia removed the barrier, saying that these skills were beyond her imagination. Turning around, the mother goddess turned to Iraq to help the dark elves overthrow the Lord of the Elves. He, looking at her back, replied that he understood his friend's request, and raising his head, he opened his mouth and began to growl throughout the forest, thereby causing sound waves. And the tree people were already making their way to the palace with all their might, knocking down all the elves who were on the way. They can no longer be stopped, because they received orders from the real ruler of the elves. The commander of the first detachment, called Scorching Sun, Mihir tried to reach Iraq. He asked the dragon why he betrayed the elves, although Iraq looked like it had no intention of answering stupid questions at all. But the dragon still answered him, with mockery in his eyes. He said that he had never been loyal to the people who obeyed this Lord of the Elves. Hearing his answer, Mihir filled his body with energy, and said that Iraq would not blame him in this case. But the next moment, Chadal appeared right behind him and told him to take care of himself first. The dark elf swung his blade at the commander of the first detachment and was still able to cause him harm, but not significant, since Mihir was wearing armor. Standing a little further away, Chadal, twirling the blade in his hand, said with disappointment that the golden elves were also no mistake. The detachment commander said that it turns out that Chadal was in league with these rebels, to which he said that from the very beginning, he was with these rebels, as he put it. Meanwhile, over the forest, in which there was now a lot of fire, an elf levitated with a magic ball. This was the commander of the second detachment called Stars and Moon, Santis. With the help of her magic ball, she saw that the green dragon and the tree people had rebelled. And one squad, Scorching Sun, was detained by dark elves and a green dragon. As for the third detachment, Shepherds, they were attacked by their own army. The fourth detachment, Whirlwind, and the fifth, Harvest, also have a hard time because they were attacked by animals. Santis was confused because she had no idea what to do in such cases. The goddess of the Dark Elves, raising her staff upward, announced that the war against the god of the elves was declared open. The current lord of the elves looked with disgust at all this chaos on earth. And the heavenly guards, as ordered, stood not far from the lord of the elves. And while he was there looking at this spectacle, a green dragon flew up to him and released his green flame at him. But the heavenly guard covered the ruler with her wing, and the flame did not reach him. The flames of Iraq hardly damaged her wing, so the lord of the elves smiled impudently. The green dragon turned to the lord of the elves, saying that his army would not last long, so today he would lose his life. He chuckled at this statement. With obvious mockery, he asked if the green dragon's eyesight was okay. After all, now things are like this. 3 against 1. Is the dragon Iraq so self-confident that he thinks to defeat the 3 heavenly guardians? And while the lord of the elves smiled, confident that he was in control of everything, one of the guards was removed from behind him. It was Qing Tian who sent her flying with her kick while he wasn't watching his guard. Appearing from behind, Qing Tian said with a smile that now it's 2 on 2, everything is fair. Meanwhile, Catherine tried her luck again and swung at Lulisha, and this time she broke the barrier. But under an indifferent gaze, the barrier was restored, as if it had never been broken. Catherine again struck many blows with her sword on her barrier from the forces of the World Tree. To this, Lulithia only said that even if a heavenly ranked martial artist fought her, perhaps then she could be dealt with. The Mother Goddess summoned the branches of the trees, while at the same time calling on Catherine to surrender, because she could not defeat her. Lulisha directed them all towards the commander of the heavenly guards. The branches just wanted to wrap around her. The same one began to dodge and chop them off, repeating the word "why" again and again. Screaming, Catherine asked why she wanted to destroy the world. After all, does she know how much effort the ruler put into making the world become what it is now? Standing on one magic circle, Lulisha created another one, saying that she knows that peace is not easy to achieve. But now it is far from ideal. A meteorite began to emerge from the magic circle of summoning. Lulisha said that with such methods, the elves would never achieve the world they dream of. A huge meteorite came out of her magic circle, which could possibly destroy such a good territory. The elves who were on Earth suddenly all looked at the sky when one of them shouted that a meteorite was falling there. They all didn't understand what was happening. Then others joined in. They all watched the meteorite fly straight towards the Imperial Palace. Catherine, as soon as she saw that it was flying towards the Imperial Palace, immediately rushed off to the meteorite, not caring about the Mother Goddess. She could not allow this meteorite to harm the Lord of the Elves. Catherine flew straight into the meteorite, hoping to stop it from falling on the palace, and she succeeded. The meteorite broke into many pieces that did not fall on the palace. But along with the remains of the meteorite, a rather battered Catherine also flew to the ground. They fell somewhere between the houses and apparently destroyed several more along the way. Catherine lost. She lay on the ground, almost unconscious. Lulisha calmly approached the place of Catherine's defeat, saying that she was a rather kind-hearted girl. And while the guard, trembling, barely raised her head, she said that her kindness would not help change the elves. Sitting on her knees, the commander of the Heavenly Guard tried to catch her breath from the damage she received at once. Looking at the Mother Goddess from under her forehead, she said that the elves do not need to change. Catherine suddenly grabbed Lulisha's leg with a smile, and she froze in confusion. The Mother Goddess asked what she was doing, because it could not harm her. The guard lowered her head and said that this was quite enough. From under the thunderclouds, a huge lightning bolt began to appear, which was many times more powerful than the previous ones. Catherine still held Lulisha's legs, saying that if she couldn't kill her, then lightning could definitely hurt her. The Heavenly Guards smiled like crazy, saying that they would die together. Lightning was already approaching these two, preparing to strike them. But then the Heavenly Dao appeared in time, snapping his fingers pathetically, and the next moment the lightning disappeared without reaching the intruder. The girls were surprised to notice that the lightning had disappeared without a trace. Heavenly Dao said that if someone uses heavenly punishment to harm others, then it will be punished with even greater punishment. Looks like he needs to review the laws again. The system asked him to make amendments. Heavenly punishment will harm only the very purpose of the punishment, but will not have an impact on others. Others cannot help the person who has caused heavenly punishment. The system reported that the amendments had been made. Waving to the girls, he told them to continue as if he was not there. Catherine looked at him warily, asking who he was. He got rid of the lightning so easily, so how strong is he? Mother Goddess suddenly looked up in surprise, noticing something interesting there. The soldiers and dark elves also looked up. The faces of the golden elves should have been seen. They were in shock. The elf lord's body was covered in bruises, and he himself was unconscious. The green dragon announced that the Lord of the Elves was dead. Well, that means he won't regain consciousness again. The soldiers looked at the body of the ruler with horror, not believing that he had died. After all, this can only mean one thing. It's that they lost outright. They all began to run away from the battlefield because their ruler had died, and without him, they were nothing. Lulisha said that the Lord of the Elves had fallen, asking the guard if she wanted to continue in the same spirit. But she suddenly laughed. Catherine asked if they still didn't understand the seriousness of the threat. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from behind the thunderclouds, which was larger than the previous one when the heavenly guards descended. With her arms outstretched, she smiled like crazy, telling them to know the wrath of God. Lulisha, looking at the sky with a little hostility, said that he had come. Randall came out to them in all his splendor. He said that this is their courage. They even killed his human incarnation. He turned to the dragon, telling him not to think that since he was the son of the Dragon Lord, he would not kill him. To which he ignored his words, saying that he did not think that the Lord of the Elves himself would personally appear in the human world. Seeing something on the ground, his face visibly contorted, as if he had seen something extremely unpleasant, Randall looked at the Mother Goddess. He finally realized that she had been reborn. He summoned a huge lightsaber, saying that he could not let her live. The soldiers who were running away roared with joy, saying that the master had come and that now the troublemakers would pay for everything. Lulisha understood that the enemy was quite strong, and it was possible that even with the help of the World Tree it would not be possible to defeat him. Randall swung a sword at her, from which light emanated. He told the evil elven goddess to go to hell. Was he the one who sent her away so civilly? Lulisha again created a shield from the power of the World Tree, but her face was tense. As expected, the power of the World Tree cannot withstand the power of the Elf Lord who is at the top of the heavenly rank. But then the Heavenly Dao appeared and decided everything. He repelled his blow with only one palm. Apparently the gods from the heavenly world do not respect the laws of the human world at all. The Heavenly Dao's face clearly showed that he was annoyed. He irritably began to say that it was too much to behave like that. Qingtian also agreed, saying that this was too much. The Lord of the Elves took this statement with hostility. Randall told him not to think that he dared to talk to him like that just because he repelled his attack. The same one lowered his head and said that now the Heavenly Dao is in the human world. The next moment, the Dao found himself right in front of the Lord of the Elves. This greatly surprised Randall. Heavenly Dao has already raised his hand to strike. Apparently he won't suffer too much. God willing, he'll survive. Ultimately, the Heavenly Dao charged him in the face. But I didn't want to, saying that since he was here, the God of the Elves could return back to heaven. After such a blow, which was also from the irritated Heavenly Dao, he will fly far away. In heaven, in the palace of the Lord of the Elves, everything was calm as always. But suddenly, something quickly flew out of the clouds, crashing into the palace. This something turned out to be an elven god, apparently already a former one. Plus, the Lord of the Elves was glued to the ceiling quite well, creating a significant dent there. And having become detached from the ceiling, it fell to the floor with a roar, creating another dent, thereby also frightening the workers. They quickly ran up to him, asking if he was okay, to which he barely managed to tell them to get away from him. He was simply furious that these little people dared to treat him like that, but it didn't take long, in his opinion. God would punish him. Heavenly Dao waved his hand back and forth, saying that why did he pretend to be such a strong man if he was nothing of himself? It's quite dangerous, didn't he know? Qingtian quietly whispered to him that she was proposing to destroy the Elven Kingdom. Even she herself was ready to do it. Dao told her to talk less. Catherine, standing on the ground, could not believe that the Lord of the Elves had finally fallen. She was horrified by this realization, and that guy also defeated the ruler with one blow. The guard again asked with horror in her eyes who he was. Mother Goddess said that she had already spoken. She reintroduced him, telling Catherine that he was a Heavenly Dao. Falling to her knees again, the guard finally understood what was happening. Having heard who he was, she more calmly accepted that Lord Randall was finished. The Dark Elves roared with joy that they had won and their efforts had paid off. And the Golden Elves could not understand and accept their defeat to the Dark Elves. It was like the end of life. Shadal did not miss the opportunity to take revenge, shouted to the others that they needed to kill the Golden Elves. The Dark Elves immediately rushed towards the Golden Ones, shouting that they needed to be killed. and that it was time for revenge. Mihir tried to reason with them, saying that there was no point in killing them, because the Lord of the Elves had fallen, and they had lost. But Shadal could not be stopped. He was already almost near the Golden Elves. He said that there was a point in killing them, because they had done so much to them. He was just a step away from the commander of the first Scorching Sun Squad. Shadal said what they will do to them will not compare to their actions. But Grace blocked his path, preventing him from committing stupidity. He apparently did not expect to see her at that moment in front of him. Grace calmly told him not to give in to hatred. They had already won, and if they continued to fight, the losses would only increase. She raised her head up, saying that, in addition, if he starts to act, then they will not sit idly by either. He also raised his head to the sky and saw there a shining ball in which there was something. She was the goddess of the first cycle, as well as the creator of the world tree. And today, after so much time, she finally returned to her rightful place. Having said her speech, she released some strange liquid towards them, which looked more like mucus. When this thing came into contact with his skin, Mihir could not believe what he had just created. As soon as this liquid came into contact with them, all their wounds were instantly healed. The elves could not believe that this was truly the power of the goddess. Lulisha said that the ruler of the elves is dead, and her children must get rid of the hatred in their hearts and move on side by side. Mother Goddess smiled and told them to remember that a dragon slayer would never become a dragon. The elves should cooperate to reconstruct their homes together. As soon as she said this, all the elves began to look at each other. Listening to her from the side, Heavenly Dao asked why these words seemed so familiar to him. The system reassured him, saying that he no longer had to do this. The next moment, the goddess of the Dark Elves, together with her people, knelt, saying that she was ready to obey the goddess and lead the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves repeated the same thing. Seeing this sight, the Golden Elves froze for a minute, as if they had seen something foreign, but having come to their senses, the Golden Elves also knelt, saying that they were ready to obey the goddess. Lulisha looked at her children with tenderness, saying that this was wonderful. Suddenly, from the side, she heard someone say that she had done well. Heavenly Dao said that she still has something from the true God. She said that was true, but it would take a long time to deal with the unrest. The gap between the elves is too great, and she can only maintain harmony between them. But if everything is not sorted out in detail, then the contradictions will continue to grow. Heavenly Dao clapped her, saying that it's amazing that she is thinking about such things. She smiled kindly, telling her to stop mocking. She clenched her palm into a fist, saying that the Heavenly Dao granted her the ability to control the elves in the third great cycle, so she didn't want to ruin anything this time. Heavenly Dao said that in fact the current problem is not that difficult to solve. She immediately jumped up to him and asked him too enthusiastically what he had come up with. Clinging to his hand, Lulisha said that if she could make her people live better, then she was ready to pay any price. Qingtian was already burning with rage and jealousy. She cannot allow some elf to do anything to her master. And under Qingtian's menacing gaze, Heavenly Dao pushed Lulicious away from harm's way. He said that now there are two problems. These are contradictions between races and the uneven distribution of property. There are 4 things that the elves want to change: food and clothing, education, and public safety. While he was telling all this, she carefully wrote everything down in her diary. Dao said he could help with this. Then the Mother Goddess became even more inspired, asking how. He said that they needed an elven commune. At this moment, the Elven Goddess did not understand what he meant. Lulisha asked what kind of elven commune, to which he said that in other words, this is a public association. In a commune, everyone is equal, and everyone does only what they are good at. The commune also provides food and accommodation. He calculated that the elves could produce food on their own. The low elves were running out of food, all because the nobles were selling food in exchange for repairs. In the future, all products will be distributed equally among all elves. Thus, the commune will gain the meaning of existence. It's easy to figure out about food and clothing, but to build a house, you need money. Looking at someone, Heavenly Dao grinned, saying that they had plenty of them. He looked at the soldiers of the nobility, who were led by the Dark Elves. They were chained, but still behaved quite proudly. These nobles can have their property taken away, so that life doesn't seem like honey. So the time has come to liquidate the former nobles. Mihir reacted neutrally to this, and Catherine puffed up like a piranha. Lulisha looked at those two carefully again, but she had already made her decision long ago, but she announced it only now. She said that the property of the former elf nobles would be sealed, because the time has come to create a commune. The Dark Elves were only happy about this, so they praised her for the wisdom of her decision. They took the paper to seal, saying that they had not seen the nobles so depressed for a long time. The Elven princess tried to resist so that her things would not be taken away, but her resistance was quickly stopped by placing a blade on her neck. Seeing the weapon dangerously close to her neck, Utia froze. The one who threatened her was Chadal. He said that Goddess Grace had granted her great favor by letting her live. But she doesn't think that the leader of the Dark Elf resistance is powerless against her? The commander of the first detachment silently looked at the pitiful resistance of the princess. Heavenly Dao asked if he agreed that he would lose his status as a noble and would serve for the good of the people. Mihir bowed his head, saying that he agreed with this. But Catherine, who stood next to him, was clearly unhappy. Catherine arrogantly declared that they were only temporarily victorious because the gold and silver elves were born to rule. Heavenly Dao asked with a smile why she thought they were born to rule, to which she replied that they have different blood. They were born with noble blood, and that is why the Lord God chose them. What she had just heard angered the Mother Goddess, and she, calling upon the branches, grabbed Catherine by the neck with them. She raised her a little off the ground, saying that this was the last time she would listen to such rudeness. The different races of elves are like the sun, moon, trees, water, earth, and shadows. They are all different, but they represent a single whole. And if the elves under her power want to prove that they are special, then there is only one way, and this method is to plow along with everyone else and not turn up your nose while others work. She just needs to use her hands to be useful. Catherine, hearing this, began to be indignant because where has it been seen that elves from high society worked with their hands? And while she was indignant, the commander of the first detachment took the hoe without any questions or protests. The guard asked if he was in his right mind to work for these mudbloods, to which he said that now that they had lost, the opportunity to follow the winners was a kind of gift. Moreover, Mihir does not think that the elves should share in any way. This is simply a divine mistake. Catherine was furious when she heard this from his lips. She considered him a traitor. Listening to their conversation, Heavenly Dao said that it seemed like there were still smart people left in the clan. Lulicia said that she hoped that there would be more of them in the clan. Frowning her brows, Catherine said that her naive rule would lead to the destruction of the elves, to which the Mother Goddess said that she welcomes any elf who will help rule, and the guard will work with others and silently observe everything. The same one with an evil smile said that she would see with her own eyes how everything would fall apart. Lulicia said nothing to this. Still, it is unexpected that the silver elves are more prepared than the golden ones. Heavenly Dao simply replied that, after all, silver elves have more connections with the Lord God. Mother Goddess said that plans for food and work were decided. But what about housing? Because she doesn't think that with such a great demand, they will have time to build everything. To which he made a sorrowful expression on his face, saying that she was still just as stupid. She asked what he meant. He came up behind her and stretched her arms up, saying that in that case he would show her. Lulicia, confused, asked what he was doing. Pointing her hands at the tree, he created a magic circle with her hands. And the next moment, branches began to appear from the tree and crawled towards the ground. They created a small wooden house from branches in the air. She finally understood what he meant. Heavenly Dao asked that shouldn't cultivators make their lives easier? Lulicia pressed herself against Dao's hand, saying that she admired him more and more. To which he replied that she simply had limited thinking. Qingtian was already ready to eat the Mother Goddess for such an attempt. Mother Goddess suddenly smiled, saying that now she knows what to do. Holding on to the Heavenly Dao with her hand, she again created a magic circle, but a little larger. Literally a moment passed, and not far from them there was already a new building. It was larger than one house. Looking at the building, Dao realized that it was a library. He did not think that it would pay such keen attention to the education of elves. Lulicia said that this is magical knowledge that she herself possesses. She just depicted it in the form of books. Despite the fact that magic is very important for elves, a pampered education would also not hurt. Literature, language, arithmetic, everyone must be taught these basics. She nodded, saying that she understood him. The Mother Goddess loudly announced that all the books in the library are the property of the commune, so all the elves can take them for free. The Dark Elves immediately began praising the Mother Goddess, but the gold and silver elves should not rejoice so much, because they will still have to pay for past sins. When she began to think about the price for their past sins, they became noticeably tense. But Lulithia simply said that they would work longer than other races until the blood debt was repaid by labor. Putting his hand to his heart, Mihir said that he would lead the Golden Elves. Catherine was still against it, but protested less actively. She said that she would see what else Lulisha could come up with. Looking at their submission, Lulisha told them to continue working with a smile. Having finished with this problem, the Mother Goddess sighed heavily. She still had a lot to change. The Heavenly Dao standing next to her asked why she was sighing, but the situation had improved, to which she replied that she was glad for their positivity, but most likely very soon their enthusiasm would disappear. They are in a hurry, so very soon they will get tired and slow down. Looking at her torment, Heavenly Dao said that he had an idea. Lulisha immediately jumped up to him, asking what idea came to him. He said that she could build a system of joint work, so that everyone would be in the same conditions. Everyone will receive a certain amount, and then, in the market, will be able to spend it. But this amount is awarded to each employee. It cannot be transferred to anyone else, so everything must go well. Hearing his idea, Mother Goddess enthusiastically said that he deserved to be a Heavenly Dao. Looking away, she said that she had decided to give him a small gift to thank him. Heavenly Dao even became interested in what kind of gift there was. Lulisha said with a smile that she had news from the rebel. To say that this did not stun him would be an understatement. The city looked quite peaceful. Most likely they were heading somewhere. At the entrance to the building, on the doors there was a sign that said that there was a guild of elf travelers behind the doors. Upon entering, the girl greeted them at the entrance, saying, "Welcome to the Guild of Elf Travelers." There was a huge variety of visitors in the building, but they continued to purposefully go somewhere. He silently looked at the task board. There were all sorts of different types for whom rewards were given. Heavenly Dao said that the person she was talking about is not a member of the guild. Lulisha confirmed this, saying that there would be no rebels there. Xingtian was ready to punch her in the face, asking what she wanted to say by this. Did she really want to deceive the master? Mother Goddess immediately retreated to a safe distance, telling her not to misunderstand her. She said that even though there are no rebels here, they are still connected to the guild. Taking her hand, Lulisha said that before that there was something to be done. He was hesitant, but agreed. Mother Goddess approached a door and knocked before entering the office. A girl sitting at a table with documents invited the knocker inside. Opening the door, Lulisha with a smile asked for forgiveness for the trouble. The red-haired girl greeted her, asking what brought the elf goddess to her. It was Rowling, head of the Guild of Elf Travelers. Lulisha, without saying anything, simply placed an impressive stack of papers on which elves were drawn on the table. Rowling apparently understood why she came. Pointing to a stack of papers, Lulisha told her she needed to know their names. Looking through the papers, she said that it appeared to be a list of slaves sold. The Emperor of the Elves sold and bought her compatriots for her own benefit. Therefore, she will allow the mistakes to be repeated. Looking at the lists, the head of the guild remained silent at first, as if she was expecting something. Taking a cup of something, she said that she understood it, but it was not so easy to figure it out. The Mother Goddess understood her hint and summoned some powerful artifact. She asked what if the reward for this was an artifact from the divine realm. Rowling actually spat out what she drank before. Wiping her face, she asked if Lulisha would really give it up as a reward, to which she replied that she would not offer twice. Rowling immediately took her professionalism into her hands, saying that they would collect all the information in a month, but they were not able to give guarantees that they were still alive. Then the Mother Goddess took out the second artifact staff, saying that if everything is done in a week, then she will add another artifact. They cannot give a guarantee, but the accuracy of the information is yes. They both agreed to the terms of the deal by shaking hands. Now Rowling will give everything she has to get all the information in a week. Lulisha went back to the Heavenly Dao, asking for forgiveness for the wait. He immediately asked directly what she could say about the rebels. Mother Goddess smiled, but said that one must be extremely careful. And going up to the task board, she began to look for something on it. Having finally found it, Lulisha pointed to one of the tasks, saying that the rebels were there. This was a task that stated that it was proposed to explore the ruins of ancient times in 100,000 mountains. For exploring the mountains, travelers are given large rewards. 100,000 mountains looked dangerous. Although the height is small, the mountains themselves are dangerous. They appeared in front of a huge gate on which some kind of sign was painted. Heavenly Dao said that the sign looks interesting, half angel, half demon. Xingtian suddenly snapped her fingers, saying that she remembered. Dao asked if there were any clues. She replied that this sign belonged to the deity of good and evil. an angel from the West who used Eastern martial arts. She didn't really like it, so she just tore it up. Heavenly Dao said that this was quite cruel. He asked her who was the god of good and evil in the second great cycle, to which she replied that there was nothing to worry about. But this was the second disciple of the great Heavenly Mother of Demons. The system reported that the great Heavenly Mother of Demons is very strong, but not stronger than him. Cultivators completely misunderstand the cultivation system developed by the Heavenly Dao. The system asked if he understood now. He replied that yes, everything is clear and clear. The predecessor of the Heavenly Dao did not restrict cultivators in anything, only protected them. And he did not allow himself to face dangers outside the world. The profound realm was the precursor to the heavenly path, which was used to allow cultivators to explore the dependence of chaos beyond the realm. However, cultivators began to use the path of heaven for their own purposes, thereby accumulating strength. Having realized the cruel reality, Heavenly Dao said that cultivators should not limit themselves to this world. They should go further. We need to conquer other worlds too. Qingtian immediately began to praise him for his wisdom. The system said that his ideas were good, but not everyone would act on them. To which he said that this needs to be agreed upon. Suddenly, a noise was heard from behind, and Heavenly Dao turned around to look. He smiled, saying that if we do not agree, nothing will happen. A little further from him, behind him, a dragon landed, and with him a man who was the dragon's rider. The man descended from the dragon, and a soldier immediately approached him and said that he was finally here. The old man apologized for the wait. Suddenly, in front of the man, the Heavenly Dao appeared out of nowhere. He greeted the newcomer. He immediately put his weapon in front of him and asked who he was. To which he lowered his weapon with one finger and said that he was just a traveler who wanted to explore the ruins. He suppressed it with just one hand. So the old man realized that the guy in front of him was definitely not a weak one. Heavenly Dao asked if they could go together because the ruins were extremely dangerous. To which he asked why he should go with strangers. As soon as the old man asked this, Qingtian appeared behind him and told him that she would give him another chance to walk with the master. He, starting to worry significantly about his life, replied that okay, they will go together. Heavenly Dao told Qingtian not to push the poor old man so hard. She immediately removed her hands from the newcomer and said that she understood. He said with a smile that if the old man didn't mind, then they could go together. He immediately nodded like a dummy. It was dark in the ruins, so that old man kept a burning torch with him, and a bunch of other people went with them. Walking immediately behind the guide, Heavenly Dao asked if he was okay with talking while they walked. He replied that he didn't mind. He started the conversation with a slight smile and asked them to say something. The guy asked what is most important for cultivators, and they turned around and looked at him warily. And as if he had not heard him, the old man asked what he wanted to ask. To which Heavenly Dao simply shook his head, saying that it was nothing. He just wanted to chat. Although Heavenly Dao let him get away with it, but Qingtian is not like that. She looked at him menacingly, telling him to answer. The old man replied that probably hard work and a little luck. Whether you are a warrior or a mage, cultivation is very useful. In this case, if everyone is born with their own cultivation classification, he asked which cultivation classification he would like. The old man apologized, saying that he did not understand the meaning of the question. Heavenly Dao thought for a moment and said that he would give an example. For example, when you are born, various kinds of elements appear in your body. Abilities can also appear after reaching a certain age. Partnerships, guns, animals, or something like that. To which the old man asked that such things as an animal and a partnership could appear just like that. And don't they just adopt animals? Heavenly Dao replied that this was not necessary. For example, at the age of 6 years, you can awaken a weapon or the soul of a beast, and by cultivating, you can increase your own strength. Heavenly Dao asked if it became clearer. The old man said that he would like to meet such a race. After all, perhaps they are suitable for battles, just like dragons. In addition, animals of different strengths may also appear, and then a new class will arise, which is not at all different from the previous one. The guide said that if one cultivates correctly, then everyone has a chance. You just need to put in more effort. Heavenly Dao thought about it. It turns out that the old man believes that cultivation is more important than classification. The old man replied that yes, at the same time asking why he was asking him because the girl who was standing behind was definitely stronger than him. Heavenly Dao showed with his fingers that it was just a little bit, and he was just curious. A glow appeared between his fingers, as if he had created the illusion of a small comet. Simply saying that he asked the next one, he turned to the Taoist girl, and she looked at him warily. Heavenly Dao said with a smile that he had no evil intentions, so that she would not worry, to which the system cheerfully said that if he had even a drop of anger, they would have already died. He said with irritation that she should not complain. The girl, with her palm and fist together, said that she had no idea what Xiaoling Meng could do. Holy simplicity. Well, that's why she's a Taoist. Heavenly Dao said that the name is quite beautiful. The system also added its comment, saying that this name reminds of the main character who raised a rat. He asked what she wanted most as a 4th-rank Eastern monk. She thought for a second and immediately replied that of course she wanted the root of life. The teacher told her that she did not have a life root, so she would not be able to rise above the 5th rank, and he will not be able to enter the kingdom of the immortals. Listening to her sad story, he said, "That's it." The system reminded that the root of life is already more than 240 years old, and for a rank 4 monk, he still has 60 years to break through to Yuanying as time is running out. But those who have the roots of life do not always become stronger, and even without it, a person may not be considered weak. Heavenly Dao told her that she was already at rank 4, which meant that her efforts were not in vain. She grinned in response and asked, "So what? Cultivation is the path against the sky. If she cannot achieve immortality, then she will simply turn into dust later." The Heavenly Dao had already started to burn specifically, he said with irritation. Why do they all think that cultivation is contrary to heaven? He asked who told her that. She simply answered that she was a teacher. Ling Meng said that cultivation is the act of capturing the fortune of heaven and earth, as well as strengthening one's body. That's why it's heaven's punishment, she says. He was clearly going to get a migraine after all this. Heavenly Dao asked why she didn't consider this a kind of exam. After all, only if she passes the exam will she become a person of a higher rank. If heaven did not want cultivators to become stronger, punishment would not be long in coming. After all, as soon as they cross the line, inevitable punishment awaits them. Linman said, what he said made sense, but she always thought that hard work was much more important than talent. They must have already reached their destination, since the sun began to blind their eyes. It was a huge hole with the sky open, and opposite them was a sealed door. Having released a little of his power, which the girl immediately noticed, he asked to be allowed to give her advice. Heavenly Dao said that perseverance is very important for cultivators. Linman listened carefully to what he said. He asked what he wanted, so it was time for them to go. Heavenly Dao began to rise upward, followed by Qingtian. They all watched in surprise as they flew away through the air. Linman asked what kind of person he was. The old man was also shocked, answering that who knows. Looking down at them, he said that it looked like the problem was clear, and everything was clear now. Qingtian asked if he wanted to destroy this group of people, to which he said that they would not kill anyone. All cultivators know that work is more important than talent, but they would still like to have more talent. Clicking on something on the system screen, Heavenly Dao said that in this case, he would endow everyone with the same talent. Qingtian said that his new idea sounds pretty cool. She enthusiastically said that the best talent is to be faithful to the Heavenly Dao, and it's true you couldn't wish for anything better. He said that he wanted to give all cultivators the same amount of talents, but distribute them differently among everyone, and cultivators can only properly distribute their talents. The next moment, he noticed that the door below, which was sealed, was opening. Breaking the chains, the doors opened and a strange aura began to emerge from them. The soldiers who walked with the group one after another began to say that they directly felt how they began to break through. Qingtian said that this is not a relic, but a mysterious realm. The mysterious kingdom exists, which means that the goddess of good and evil is still not dead. Frowning her brows, Qingtian said that it was necessary for the Heavenly Dao not to be judged, so she should not allow this to happen. Heavenly Dao approached her, placing his hand on her shoulder, saying that it was good that the goddess was alive. A lot could be discussed. Qingtian was completely delighted that he was comforting her. She even thought that she was in his heart. And while she was again in her own fantasies, Heavenly Dao removed his hand, saying that he did not think that the goddess was in a good position. Otherwise, it would not have made such a noise. He looked at this whole spectacle again, but now with magical vision. Heavenly Dao saw that the ruins were releasing aura, but in fact, they were only absorbing the energy of the cultivators. Qingtian quickly entered into a warrior state, saying that they must be aiming to resurrect her. He told her to be a little calmer. He asked with a smile that if the goddess could not resurrect on her own, why did she need these cultivators? Heavenly Dao snapped his fingers again, using his powers for something. Well, if she cannot resurrect on her own, then he himself will bring her back to life. The flow of the aura became stronger, and the cultivators literally shouted that they felt how they were becoming stronger with each absorbed particle of this aura. The most powerful aura must come from the place where the goddess herself is located. Inside the cave from which the aura came out, on a small ledge, there was a huge pink stone. It was surrounded by spider lilies, which looked quite mysterious. Stretching out his hand to this aura, Heavenly Dao said with a smile for the goddess to come out. When he extended his hand to her, the stone from which the aura emanated shattered. After the stone broke, a woman was lying on the floor in its place, who, according to the description, was very similar to the deity of good and evil. Heavenly Dao immediately recognized the girl who was lying unconscious. Qingtian said that she certainly doesn't doubt him, but is it okay to help her? To which he said that if he does not help, then one day she herself will resurrect. Heavenly Dao calmly looked down, saying that besides, he did not intend to exert much effort. Moreover, the cultivators below who were absorbing the aura from that cave were about to die. The old man realized that things were bad, because the energy began to disappear, and the body needed it more and more. Suddenly, the dragon who brought him appeared near him. He shared his energy with him. The dragon asked him if everything was okay. The old man replied that thanks to that, everything was fine. Looking at him, the dragon said that something was wrong there. Out of breath, the old man replied that the energy began to move in one direction. Apparently, something was trying to lure them inside. Other cultivators ran like crazy towards the source of the aura, not noticing anything on the way. Everyone had the same goal, which was to absorb as much power as possible. Like parasites, honestly. Anlu said that these ruins bring a lot of problems, and since he has already reached rank 5, the time has come to leave. They took off and got out of harm's way, but the Taoist girl remained sitting on the ground. Her eyes turned red and smiling terribly. She said that those who ran away were cowards. She didn't think that energy would fill her body, and she would be able to break through to rank. Linman thought that these ruins were very strange, but on top of everything else, she could get enormous benefits from them. Pushing off from the ground, she rushed towards the cave, saying that she would never retreat and would definitely achieve great results. Noticing something, Qingtian said that the changes in energy had attracted people, to which he said that, of course, there will always be those whose minds can be easily clouded. Saying that he needed to go, he teleported to the cave and Qingtian followed him. The cultivators finally went inside and, with a solemn look, said that the source of energy was there. They all ran towards the broken stone, shouting that they must gather as much energy as possible. But luckily, Qingtian arrived in time and sent the one closest to the stone flying. And while others stood motionless and in horror, she said that at the Heavenly Dao. Taking a fighting stance, Qingtian said that all sorts of slackers should not be approached. Meanwhile, Heavenly Dao, who was literally a step away from the deity's body, without turning around, turned to his subordinate. He created a magic circle, extending his hand to the deity of good and evil, telling her not to let anyone get close. But he also forbade her to kill anyone. With the help of his powers, she began to recover little by little, and no longer looked as terrible as she looked before. One of the intruders said that the owner of the relic was being resurrected. The second said that the living dead definitely have some unusual weapons, and therefore it is impossible for them to fall into the wrong hands. The second speaker looked at Qingtian and told the others that she was alone. They could easily deal with her. Qingtian had a strange red glow in her eyes when she heard what they were chatting about. The girl said that they should not neglect the advice of the Heavenly Dao, but they apparently didn't even listen to her. They immediately went on the attack, not suspecting that she was tens of times stronger than them. Qingtian easily dodged the blow, striking back at the man's side. By striking him, she thereby sent him flying, after which, with a 9% probability, he would not be able to get up. One-Eyed also swung at her, but she still easily dodged his blow. Bending her head back, Qingtian grabbed his head with her legs, taking him by surprise because of the view. The second Taoist also headed towards Qingtian to strike, and this fortunate position was noticed by the girl herself. Without thinking twice, she threw the one-eyed man with his head in the ground, using her legs, thereby striking the attacking Taoist. Other cultivators, without hesitation, also headed towards the girl to defeat her and make their way to the living dead. That guy, with claws like Wolverine's, tried to strike at her, but she still easily dodged each of them. And while this parody of Wolverine was attacking, some man, using a stick to push himself off the ground, jumped up, planning to strike the girl. Swinging this long stick at her, he shouted for Qingtian to taste his blow. But this time too, she dodged, using the head of the parody as a support for the jump. Standing on one hand, with the other she grabbed the leg of the attacker with that bamboo stick. And in the end, Qingtian knocked out this one too, not even giving her the opportunity to harm her. Fighting with these ignoramuses, the girl thought that it was quite troublesome, but an order is an order. 2 cultivators still made it through while she was distracted by others. One of them said that if they cannot overcome, then they can bypass, and they are apparently immortal, since they decided to do this. The first one shouted that the one standing near the relic said that he would not kill, so why shouldn't they take the risk? They must get weapons. The second one said that he didn't look particularly strong, so they should be able to handle it. Heavenly Dao closed his eyes and sighed heavily, asking why he had to intimidate people every time. When he snapped his fingers, a magic circle appeared under the 2, which was greenish in color. Qingtian did not have time to finish them off before they disappeared by the goodwill of the Heavenly Dao. Because if he had not done this, then they would definitely not have come out of there alive. He teleported them 200 kilometers from the ruins, just in case, so to speak. Not only these 2 found themselves there, but also the rest of the cultivators that were in the cave. They immediately realized that he had resorted to teleportation magic, and this was at least rank 1 of them was horrified by the possibility that he had met God. Heavenly Dao said that fortunately he managed to teleport them, because she wanted to kill these 2. She scratched her head and asked for forgiveness, saying that perhaps she could not always control her strength. Looking somewhere to the side, he asked with a smile who was so brave hiding there. That Taoist girl, Lingmeng, came out from behind the column. She said that his excellency is amazing. Besides, she stayed to definitely cast aside her doubts. Linmin said that she just wanted to see the owner of the relic. Turning to the body of the deity of good and evil, Heavenly Dao said that she was very strong before, so she would definitely not tremble in front of anyone. He told her that he hoped that in the future, Lingmeng could continue his cultivation path without any fears. The Taoist girl turned around, saying that in that case, she went. After she absorbed the demonic aura, she became much stronger, and her skills also increased significantly. Having finished with the Taoist, he turned to the deity, and with a smile asked that it was not time to wake up, because she had already been eavesdropping for quite a long time. The girl, it would seem, didn't even move. But Heavenly Dao was firmly convinced that she was already conscious, just pretending. And as was said earlier, the girl had long since regained consciousness. She, sensing that things smelled like something was fried, was going to quickly get out of there. He smiled condescendingly and asked again why she liked to run so much immediately after her resurrection. Heavenly Dao simply waved his hand at the ground, as if showing where its place was. And the next moment, the deity of good and evil, who was trying to escape, buried her face in the ground by the will of the Heavenly Dao. Approaching the resurrected woman, Qingtian was already flexing her fists, telling her that the Heavenly Dao did not allow her to leave. She realized that if Qingtian was calling him master, then he was most likely someone she definitely didn't expect to see right after her resurrection. He introduced himself as the Heavenly Dao, and his eyes sparkled with the power that was in his hands. Gritting her teeth, she was unable to make a single movement due to the pressure that the Heavenly Dao exerted on her. Covering herself in the cape, she realized that fighting with him was not the best option, and therefore it was better to run away. Snapping his fingers again, he asked why she liked to run away so much. Her whole body was shackled with invisible chains that did not allow her to make even an unnecessary movement. Putting her hand on her head, Qingtian angrily said that if she made another move, she would kill her again. Heavenly Dao said that he only brought her back to life, so there is no need to immediately send her to her forefathers. She immediately released the deity, saying that she understood. Approaching her, he said that he was no longer going to introduce himself, and besides everything else, he resurrected her in order to talk. To which she glanced sideways at the Heavenly Dao, saying that they had nothing to talk about. Heavenly Dao sighed and said that it seemed like she misunderstood something. He resurrected her, which means she cannot escape his questions, no matter how much she wants. Lifting her chin with one finger, Heavenly Dao said that her body could resist, but her mind was unlikely to be able to. She, trembling, looked at him warily, asking what questions he had for her. Snapping his fingers again, he removed the chains that restrained her movements, saying that if only there had been such zeal before. He asked her the first question, asking what her plans were regarding the rebels. She turned away and replied that she had no idea. Qingtian, who was about to bite her, said that the deity was lying. But Heavenly Dao only said with a smile that there is a plan, but she simply doesn't know it. The deity still replied that she did not say that she had it. Well, she doesn't need to explain the second question. He asked if her mentor, the Great Mother of Demons, was dead. She immediately became furious and almost shouting, said that they knew this better. To which he said that if she was able to resurrect, then the Great Mother of Demons would not have any problems. She happily remained silent to this. Heavenly Dao looked at her again, but now with magical vision. Her powers are small, so it is not surprising that she does not know about her plans. After all, she is just at the top of the Heavenly Order. She is half goddess and half demon, and once died at the hands of Qingtian. Heavenly Dao finally asked the third question he wanted to ask her. He asked her why she was against heaven, to which the goddess arrogantly replied that if the sky is merciless, then she will stand against it. Having heard the reason, he almost started laughing out loud, but she still noticed that he was laughing at her. Wiping away a tear that came out from laughter, he asked to translate what ruthlessness consists of, to which the girl replied that it perceives all things as dogs, its subjects. They don't value anyone and don't take anyone into account. The Heavenly Dao said that she is an angel from the west, but has adapted to the east. But there is a continuation to this. The deity of good and evil asked what the continuation was. He changed his face in a second and said menacingly that saints perceive people as dogs. But what is the attitude of cultivators towards ordinary people? She should know this better than anyone else. Approaching her face, he asked what was the case, if there was any difference between cultivators and heavens. She immediately waved him off, shouting, and said that they had turned away from the path of cultivation. And besides, they were only capable of taking away the resources of others. Her answer left Heavenly Dao slightly confused, and he said that it seemed like he had a lot of explaining to do, to which she indignantly said that it was too late to explain anything. She confidently stated that everyone was already dead, and therefore it was too late. He, putting his palm forward, told her to wait a second while he thought about this absurdity. Heavenly Dao thoughtfully said that she should have been killed by Qingtian at a lower level. So how did she know the other rebels were dead? She, looking away, said less confidently that such was his character, and that he would definitely kill them. He remained silent at first, but then said that her plan was to let everyone die. Qingtian did not understand what he was getting at, and therefore asked what he meant, to which he replied that the Heavenly Dao is the highest being, so he obviously will not pay attention to the death of any rebels, and people in turn were given the opportunity to go against heaven. Qingtian still hasn't gotten to the heart of the matter, saying that there is no threat to him. He put his hand on Qingtian's head and began to stroke her like a kitten. Heavenly Dao said that they could not defeat him, but suppress the power completely. After all, one day they will defeat the Tao. And while Qingtian was melting from his hand on her head, he looked at the goddess of good and evil, saying that according to his calculations, the rebels should be gaining strength just now, and they must not be allowed to carry out their plan. Qingtian immediately took on a menacing look, saying that she would sort everything out, to which Heavenly Dao said with a smile that it was up to him to decide what to do. Looking at the goddess over her shoulder, Qingtian said that she was finished with her subordinate. Heavenly Dao said that everything was decided, which means he would release the goddess of good and evil. Two pairs of eyes immediately looked at him in surprise, asking what he meant. Covering herself with a cloak, the goddess asked what his purpose was, to which he replied with a smile that she was not there, and therefore he would let her go after the conversation. She said that there must be something wrong after all. But then she suddenly noticed that she was standing there wearing only a cloak, and apparently having thought of something, she took off this cape. Now she stood completely naked and threw out complaints to them. She stated with confidence that they were up to something. Still a little embarrassed by her appearance, she blushed, but still said with confidence that she would see how he could control her. Qingtian was apparently worried that the Heavenly Dao would like the deity of good and evil, and therefore she began to somehow block his view, shouting that she had neither shame nor conscience. He pushed her aside, saying that he needed to finish because he couldn't waste time. Heavenly Dao said that if he wants to leave his mark, then even her mentor cannot erase it. She looked at him angrily, saying that she had no idea what games he was playing. Taking off, she told him that sooner or later they would still overthrow him. Heavenly Dao only silently watched as she moved far beyond the mountains. Qingtian indignantly asked him if he would really let her go so easily, to which he smiled, saying that everything was fine, After all, the gods of bygone times are returning to heaven. So what can we expect from the gods of the new cycle? The system asked what he thought about system reform. He replied that it was not that important. The system asked him to indicate the deadlines and not to be a fool. Heavenly Dao said that first of all, reforms concern only people, and also animals, plants, and inanimate things that can give rise to spiritual wisdom in the future. It is necessary to establish the classification of each person into 100, but each person will have different talents. But the total quantity should be the same. The system said it wasn't particularly difficult, but the system does not understand why talents will be assigned randomly. After all, what happens if a cultivator receives a low classification? The Heavenly Dao says that the total amount will be the same in any case. After all, the classification can be different, and a person himself will have the right to decide which side he will develop. As soon as a person turns 12, a library will open for him, and everyone will be able to choose what he wants to develop most. The system asked if this would lead to a sharp increase in the number of cultivators and chaos. He replied that this is the main problem, which is why they will not be in the primary distribution of power. Heavenly Dao hopes that they can work together and ensure a more prosperous future. Qing Tian said enthusiastically that he was so far-sighted. Heavenly Dao told her to stop. He said with a smile that it was time for them to return to the Forest of Elves. Although not much time had passed, the Forest of the Elves began to gradually transform with a ruler in the form of Lulisha. Standing a little further away, Heavenly Dao watched the elves build a house. He said with a smile that it was not bad. Apparently, the elven commune was working as it should, without interruptions. Suddenly, someone called out from behind him, and this attracted the attention of Heavenly Dao. It was the Mother Goddess. She ran up to them and asked what they were doing here, and why the Goddess of Good and Evil returned to heaven during her heyday. He smiled and said that he did not expect her to find out about this so soon. Lulithia replied that, of course, because as soon as she returned to heaven, she caused unrest in the Western Hemisphere. And then the gods united and expelled her. Even Grace was invited to a meeting of the gods. To which Heavenly Dao asked that weren't they the revolutionaries? Mother Goddess, frowning, said that everything was not like that at all. The gods most of all need believers, and the existing gods would never want to share their believers with the ancient gods. It is the good gods who help believers solve problems. And sometimes letting people fight is also a good thing. She needs to think about this. There is something else he wanted to say. Newborn elves will be slightly different from living elves. She was near him in a second, saying that he had done something with the elves, to which he replied that not only with elves, but with all newborns. The Heavenly Dao adjusted the classification of each creature so that they could be cultivated. Mother Goddess thinks that something is wrong here, that he wants everyone to have a chance to cultivate. He told her not to worry because there weren't many newborns among the elves, so there wouldn't be any problems. Heavenly Dao said with a smile that in fact, it was the human race that he was most concerned about. Lulisha thoughtfully said that if the Empress finds out about this after the resurrection, she will definitely fight him. To which he calmly and with a smile said that even if this does not happen, she will work with him. Qingtian told him not to worry, because if the Empress came to him, she would deal with her. He said that it would be better if he did not resort to her powers. But then suddenly their conversation was interrupted by an elf who, out of breath, ran to her. Mother Goddess asked what happened and why there was such panic. He said only one word, deity. A golden dragon rushed towards them along with its rider. Apparently he is the very deity because of which the elf people were alarmed. The dragon told the rider, whose name was Joel, not to be nervous, because this was not the first time they were negotiating with the elves. Joel just felt as if the atmosphere of the elf forest had changed, to which the golden dragon said that they must show their power in front of the elves. Seeing that the golden dragon was approaching, the elves who were working there began to scatter in all directions, because no one wants to be crushed. The dragon launched a volley directly at some newly built house, destroying it. Due to the resulting cloud of dust, the elves could not clearly understand what had happened. Joel appeared before him with a rolled-up scroll in his hands, who loudly asked where the new lord of the elves was. Holding the scroll up, he said that he was waiting for the opportunity to introduce himself, and hoped that the new elven lord could honor the agreement sealed by the elven emperor and the deity. On a small ledge, the Mother Goddess and the Heavenly Dao watched him standing. Heavenly Dao said that it seems that the enemy is not very good at attacking, and Lulisha agreed with him, saying that it seemed that he was here not only for the sake of conversation. Looking at the arrival of the uninvited guest, the mother goddess used her powers, summoning branches. And with these branches, she took the scroll with demands from the deity. Opening the scroll, Lulisha began to read the requirements. And Joel was at first indignant that the scroll was so brazenly taken away from him. Elves are required to annually provide resources and donations to the human race. Even if human nobles commit crimes in elven territory, they must be handed over to humans. The policy of slave exchange was also written about. Lulisha clenched her teeth in anger, beginning to tremble from the rage that filled her when she read the demands. The next moment she burned the scroll, asking if they really thought that she would honor such an agreement. Taking his sword, Joel menacingly said that if she was as picky, then she should not blame him for his rudeness. Turning to the golden dragon, he asked him to fight with him. But the expected reaction from the dragon did not come. Instead, Knowles for some reason forced him to kneel. Lulisha also came down to them, and the dragon asked forgiveness for Joel, saying that he was still too young and ignorant. He asked the golden dragon what he was doing and why he stopped him, but he only pressed him to the ground with his paw, telling him to shut up. The mother goddess said that she thought it was the golden dragon who visited her, and this turns out to be Knowles, the son of a dragon mother. They have not seen each other for about 20,000 years. Joel said that after 20,000 years it was quite well preserved, but Knowles again told him to shut up. He said that this is the last mistress of the elves, and from the point of view of influence, she is old enough to be his grandmother. Knowles said that since she rules the elves, then everything is in order. He will immediately take Joel from the forest of the elves. And he began to turn around, telling Joel to move. But then, from behind, they heard the mother goddess tell them to stop. And this stop seemed to cut the air, making them shudder. Lulisha was angry as hell. Her eyes sparkled with a red glow. She said that it is not so easy to leave the forest of elves. They both turned their heads warily towards her, asking what she would do. Clenching her hand into a fist, she seriously said that she wanted them to bring back all the elven slaves. Without thinking, Joel blurted out that even if she was the goddess of the elves, this request could not be fulfilled, because they signed a treaty with the former lord of the elves. Therefore, these elves are the property of the Holy See. Smiling evilly, Lulisha said that she expected such an answer from them. After creating the magic ball, the mother goddess said that she had a slightly different plan from the very beginning. The ball showed an image where guards stood and idle near the doors. In fact, they were in some kind of dungeon, which was located in the holy altar. The door opened and a sweaty and half-naked man came out. The guard asked the man who came out if he had finished, and if it was their turn now, to which he replied that there was no need to rush because they had just begun. Looking over his shoulder inside the dungeon, he smiled nastily, saying that this was not a matter of 3 seconds. Inside stood half-naked elves who were in shackles, which did not allow them to make unnecessary movements, and around them stood men who smiled lustfully, pawing them. One of the men began to lustfully paw one of the elves, literally licking her, saying that he would play with her later. The second one also lustfully groped the dark-skinned elf, and she couldn't even do anything since she was chained. Suddenly, one of them was stabbed in the back by a dark elf while he was busy with his disgusting business. The second one was also killed, thereby freeing the elves from the rapists. Those standing near the exit were in shock. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to properly react. And fortunately for the elves, these two suffered the same fate. It is a pity that it happened too quickly. These liberators were dark elves, killing them. They said that the time had passed to pay for their crimes. The still chained elves looked at this in surprise, asking who they were. Having wiped her face with a towel, one of those who came said that everything was fine, and they had nothing to worry about, because the new mistress of the elves ordered them to be taken home. This entire moment was visible on the magic ball that Lulisha created. Joel looked at the mother goddess with horror in his eyes, saying that she was crazy because she declared war, to which she said that the holy throne was never their goal. So they directed their weapons only at those who threatened the elves. They penetrated wherever the elves were in danger and rescued them from there, and so they saved everyone. Having released the power, she looked at him menacingly, saying that it concerned them. Hearing this, Joel tensely began to think about what kind of tin she would come up with for them as punishment. But Lulisha simply told them to fix the destroyed building before leaving, and they immediately nodded. Getting down to business, they instantly repaired the building that they had destroyed upon arrival. Heavenly Dao noted with a smile that this time she decided to play big, since she almost declared war on people. To which the mother goddess said that judging by what she sees in front of her now, People are simply nothing. Turning around, he said that under her leadership, the Elven commune would work stably. He will also visit them to monitor their progress. Seeing that he had already gotten ready, she asked if he was leaving. Heavenly Dao confirmed this, saying that she only needs to be responsible for the elves, and he for all the other inhabitants of the world. He was about to leave when he felt that someone grabbed his sleeve. Lowering her head, Lulisha blushed and began to stutter, as if she was talking about something very embarrassing. Looking away, she still asked if he could stay with her for a while. After what was said, she was lifted into the air by the enraged Qingtian, who was tearing and throwing at what she heard. The elven goddess immediately blushed all over, saying that she did not mean it at all. But then, fortunately for Lulisha, Grace appeared and said that you shouldn't treat your mistress like that. Hearing her voice, the mother goddess immediately rushed into her arms, saying that if she wanted to report something, now is the time. Not understanding what was happening there, Grace began to report that a spring with healing properties had just been dug in the eastern side of the suburb. She asked what Lulisha thought about him. Slapping her fist on her palm, the goddess embarrassedly began to babble that she had just been talking about them. Turning to the Heavenly Dao, the mother goddess said that they founded the Elven commune thanks to him, so they were thinking about how to thank him. And since they had discovered a hot spring, why not give it a try? The system said that proper rest will help increase working capacity and the amount of physical strength. After thinking for a while, he said that he was very interested in hot springs. Smiling cheerfully, Heavenly Dao said that he would try, and Lulisha was happy, because without this news the situation could have gone in the wrong direction. The open-air hot spring in the Forest of Elves looked simply amazing. Mother Goddess asked him whether to send him girls to help him wash, to which he simply replied that it was not worth it. Qingtian indignantly said that the Heavenly Dao has plenty of it. Lulisha simply smiled, saying that she understood, so she would go to work. Near one of the doors there was a sign indicating that this was a men's bathhouse. Holding a basket of towels, Qingtian, already drooling, asked to be allowed to help him. Having pushed her out the door of the men's bathhouse, Heavenly Dao said that no one should enter, especially her. Hearing this, she, sulking, turned to the door, saying that she understood him. But suddenly simply brilliant thoughts came into her head, and she decided to swap the signs. Now it looked like Heavenly Dao had entered the women's section of the bathhouse, so if she ended up there shouldn't be a problem. Joyful, she hummed some tune, saying that she needed to go to the female source, and besides, she did not violate the order of the Heavenly Dao. Already approaching the door, she froze, feeling an aura very familiar to her. And without hesitation, Qingtian instantly moved, thinking that she needed to solve this problem. There are clearly unhealthy people in the Church of the Holy See, if you look at how the head of it worships the girl in the mirror, calling her the Goddess of Light. The girl inside the mirror, without opening her eyes, said that she heard that the Queen of the Elves had been resurrected. The priest, sitting on his knees, said that she ordered the Holy See to return all the elf slaves. In addition, the Elven goddess secretly launched an armed secret operation, to which the Goddess of Light said that this autumn is rather restless, but the Queen of the Elves can return them to herself if she wants. The old man said indignantly that they had all the contracts that they had signed, so they were rightfully the property of the Holy See. Opening her eyes, the goddess calmly looked at him, but with a reproachful voice she asked if he would interrogate her. He, having heard this, immediately bowed to the mirror, denying it in every possible way. She said that in the future, if the human world discovers the remains of the past cycle, then let them send people from the Holy Throne to settle everything. She also ordered him to report as soon as possible if they discovered anything. Having said this, the mirror turned dark and the goddess disappeared, and the old man bowed and said that he understood. Feigning a sly grin, the Goddess of Light said that she would not return believers to the past gods. Qingtian suddenly stopped in the middle of the path, realizing that the energy had disappeared. But then she realized that she needed to return before Heavenly Dao finished taking a bath. Apparently, things were bad. Immediately turning 180 degrees, she quickly rushed off in the opposite direction. There was no one in the hot spring yet, since it was only recently built. Walking down the corridor with Grace, Lulisha said that the further she goes, the more favorable the aura is, so the source is simply a wonderful place. To which the dark elf goddess said that that was why she notified her. Remembering something, the mother goddess said that the hot spring should be available to all elves because she did not want to behave like the past nobles. The second agreed without any problems. Therefore, Grace put a basket of towels in her hands saying that they would talk about the discovery after the elven goddess had rested. Taking the basket, she asked Grace if she wouldn't go with her to the hot spring, but she only waved at her as she left, saying that she would bring everyone later, and now she must receive information from the rescued elves. Smiling, the mother goddess thanked her sister with all her heart. Lulicia entered the women's bath without much worry, not even knowing that Qingtian had changed the signs. She gathered her hair into a low bun and began to change clothes to relax in the spring. Entering the room with the source, she said that it was not particularly comfortable to be there alone, but without thinking twice, she followed the path of wooden planks to the source. Walking a little further, she saw a new device that the elves had learned to make. Seeing this, the elven goddess said how smart the children are, because they also learned to use magic to build houses. Using a little magic, she pressed the makeshift button to turn on the shower. Sitting down on a stump, she began to wash herself with hot water from the shower, not even suspecting that she was not alone there. After such a shower, Lulithia relaxed, saying that after the departure of the Heavenly Dao, she would have to independently solve all the problems of the commune. And then, from behind a cloud of steam, a voice was heard that said that the Lord of the Elves must believe in his own strength. Looking back over her shoulder, Lulicia saw that he was sitting calmly in the source. Heavenly Dao said that the commune is an important point, and he believes that with its abilities, it can be managed well. Finally realizing that the Heavenly Dao was present with her in the same source, she screamed loudly, starting to cover the back of her body with her hand. Not at all embarrassed, he stood up and, starting to wipe his face, said that he thought she was impatient to attack him. To which the goddess, blushing, began to deny, saying that she would never do anything like that. But then she already went on the attack, asking if he wanted to attack her, because this was a women's bathroom, so there was no point in peeking. Yes, the best defense is an attack. Drying her hair with a towel, Heavenly Dao said that it turns out that Qingtian did not stand in her way. She replied that she had not seen her at all. Hearing her answer, he wondered where his subordinate had disappeared to. Here Lulicia brought him out of his thoughts, addressing him by name. She, blushing like a lobster, asked if he could cover himself because she was still present. To which he said that he did not think that the goddess of the elves would be so embarrassed when she saw a naked man. Lulicia immediately replied that she was not embarrassed. As he walked past her, he told her not to worry because he wasn't going to do anything to her. As she blushed even more, Heavenly Dao said that if she was so worried, then he had something. He snapped his fingers, and the goddess's gaze was clouded by the steam coming from the hot spring. Seeing what became of his body, the mother goddess blushed even more. And a moment later, the female form of the Heavenly Dao appeared in front of Lulicia. And apparently, she has some kind of trigger for this appearance of the Heavenly Dao. To which Heavenly Dao said that he has no gender, so he can change it at will. The mother goddess immediately covered her mouth with her hands. It seemed that she felt unwell, because she immediately started vomiting right on the floor, not bothering about what she looked like now. Approaching her carefully, Heavenly Dao asked if she was okay. She immediately put her hand in front of her, asking her not to approach her like that. Fear settled in Lulicia's eyes, so she said that the sight of him brought back terrible memories of the past. The system said that his appearance must be exactly the same as the second cycle Heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao asked if he should change. She immediately replied that it was not necessary. She just needs time to get used to it because everything happened so abruptly. Hearing her answer, Heavenly Dao smiled, and taking the shower hose said that in this case, he would not put pressure on her. Afterwards, they began to calmly wash, and Lulicia seemed to stop being embarrassed. Relaxing, Heavenly Dao said that the Elven commune would face many more problems in the future, and therefore the Mother Goddess must rule the Elven race well. Continuing to wash, Lulicia said that she understood and would do everything in her power. The Elven Goddess said that no matter what happened earlier, now she wants to thank him for everything he has done for the elves, to which the Heavenly Dao said that she helped purely out of curiosity. Lulicia said that perhaps for him this is just an experiment, but for the elves it is a whole life. And to be honest, she doesn't even know how to thank him. To which Heavenly Dao laughed, saying that he had one idea about this. Everything happened too quickly, and now Lulicia, embarrassed again, says that this is her first time. But Heavenly Dao calmly asked if there was anyone outside there. But he just wants to feel comfort. Lulicia, embarrassed even more, extended her hand to him, saying that she was starting. In fact, she was simply rubbing the back of the Heavenly Dao, and this clearly brought him great pleasure. And while they were having fun there, Qingtian seemed to have already managed to return and change clothes, so she was already going to the bathhouse. Entering the bathhouse with a flourish, She said with a smile that she also wanted to wash in the women's spring and did not want to disturb him. But then a picture appeared before her eyes, where the Heavenly Dao was in female form and the elven goddess was rubbing her back. Qingtian instantly became serious and was clearly in the mood for a fight. But the next moment the two disappeared, as if they had never been there. She began to look around, thinking that she had imagined it. In fact, Heavenly Dao simply became invisible, while taking the elven goddess with him, covering her mouth. He asked her to be quiet. She didn't want Qingtian to discover them. Here Lulisha imagined how furious Qingtian would be if he really discovered them. She might just set it on fire like an angry dragon. Seeing that she understood the consequences, he removed the hand that was preventing the goddess from speaking. Meanwhile, Qingtian was already sitting in the source, apparently not noticing the Heavenly Dao. She thought that he had already left. Suddenly, feeling something, she dived and grabbed Lulisha, who did not have time to escape. But Qingtian quickly realized that she had grabbed the wrong person. And the mother goddess already saw herself in the coffin after that. Qingtian began to twist her, asking why she was there and why she was trying to sneak up on her. Seeing this booth, Heavenly Dao became visible again, so he told Qingtian to let her go, and the subordinate almost fell into the astral plane when she saw him. After giving her a light click, he said that the problem was that she came here because of Qingtian. Still not letting go of the elven goddess, she asked why he changed his appearance to that of a woman. He, as if just noticing that he was still in a female form, said that it was true that there was no need for him now. Heavenly Dao snapped his fingers again in order to change his female appearance to a male one. Having become a man, he still appeared naked before them, so Qingtian began to frantically try to block Lulithia's view of the body. And at the entrance to the women's bathhouse, a company of girls had already gathered. One of them said that the mother goddess must still be there. So is it possible to enter? To which Grace replied that everything was fine, because she herself said to call everyone. Having opened the curtain at the entrance, the elves joyfully indicated their presence with increasing noise. And then a picture appeared before them where Heavenly Dao was standing completely naked, and Lulisha was lying on the floor and looking at him, while Qingtian, meanwhile, was trying to close her eyes. Having misunderstood, they instantly moved back, asking forgiveness for the disturbance. The mother goddess screamed in horror that everything was not as they might have thought. They finished bathing and finally left the hot spring. Sitting at the table, Lulisha said dejectedly that now her reputation had come to an end. And Qingtian responded by saying that she was still unhappy that she had seen Heavenly Dao's body. Heavenly Dao said with a smile that in fact, there is a way to make them forget about what happened. To which the mother goddess immediately rejected this idea, saying that this should not be done. Grace calmly asked why this bothered her so much. In response, Lulisha asked what was the matter. The next moment, Grace became serious and said that the news was not very good. And this bad news turned out to be that the army of the Holy Throne crossed the Elven border. And the army is quite large. There were hundreds of armed people, and they were all heading to the Elven Kingdom. Suddenly, the one on the dragon attracted the attention of the soldiers, saying that they had invaded the territory of the elves, so they all needed to be on their guard. One of the soldiers with a nasty smile said that he had long dreamed of attacking the elves. The second soldier agreed with him. One speaker said that it would be great to catch the elf and return her to slavery. He laughed loudly, and without breaking ranks, said that if they sold to the Chamber of Commerce, they would definitely make a lot of money. But first, they wanted to have fun with them. Well, abomination walks the earth. A slightly older soldier walking next to him said that today's youth know nothing at all about the war. One asked him if he was too nervous. They were an imperial army of 30,000 people, so he didn't think they should be afraid of the elves. To which the elder said that if he underestimates the war, it will deal him a severe blow. One? The speaker looked at him arrogantly, asking that if he was so afraid, then why was he still there? The elder chuckled vaguely, simply saying that this was an order, and that actually explained everything. Suddenly, the one sitting on the dragon shouted to the others that there were wounded. The soldiers quickly came running and stood in formation, placing their shields in front of them. But suddenly they saw a tree man who was many times larger than them, and they clearly did not expect this. And on the shoulder of the tree man sat a beautiful girl who told the people who stepped into the territory of the elves without permission to get out. The one on the dragon was apparently an army general. He said that he thought they would be met by the army, but they were met by some girl. One of the soldiers said that it was even better because she could be taken as a slave. Lulithia spoke again, saying that she was warning them once again because they had entered the territory of the elves, so they needed to leave this area immediately. But he said that the elves did exactly the same. So doesn't she think that they will just forget everything? He said that they had lost a lot of people, so they planned to respond in kind. What she heard made the mother goddess grimace, as if she had seen something unpleasant. Suddenly they heard a completely different voice. He said that he would give them invaluable advice. It was the Heavenly Dao. He said that if the general left with his army, he would spare the lives of his comrades. Sitting on the dragon, he asked if it was threatening him, to which Heavenly Dao said that he was simply suggesting. Still, people are stupid by nature. The general raised his sword, shouting for the soldiers to attack. When all the soldiers headed towards the enemy, the general shouted for them to capture the elves. And they, like the last fools, went at the huge tree man with only spears and shields. Heavenly Dao calmly noted that it seemed like neither side was able to reach an agreement. The system asked which side he planned to help, to which he replied that this did not apply to him, and besides, he had already given good advice. Lulisha called on her staff, beginning to cast a spell so that the forest would wake up. The trees immediately came to life, and on top of everything else, they had red eyes. Tree branches began to grab human soldiers. One of them was clearly shocked that the tree began to move. They began to shout that the trees had broken them. The soldiers were already cursing them loudly. The soldiers began to run away, shouting for someone to sleep them. Some even started to run away, and the man who spoke about slavery, having learned a drop from a real war, began to run away like crazy. But this did not save him. He was too insignificant. So his own general killed him. He said that they must maintain formation in order for the general to defeat the enemy. But the fugitives are useless, so they will only face execution at the hands of their own general. The dragon crashed into a living tree with all its strength. The commander ordered everyone to get together to launch joint attacks. The soldiers raised their weapons up, creating magic circles, and said that the fire spell was ready. First, you need to destroy the tree in the middle. They released fire at the same time, creating a small firestorm of lights. As soon as the fire reached the trees, they began to catch fire. It was the right decision to use fire. The system said that the reason people become stronger is because people have learned to act together. The Heavenly Dao agreed with her because people are thinking of all the ways to expand their power. But unfortunately, the result has long been a foregone conclusion. The places on the trees where the fire hit began to recover. Having recovered, the tree began to attack even more violently than before. The human soldiers were clearly not prepared for this. From the forest, where smoke and tree branches were nowhere visible, and just above the forest, someone summoned a huge magic circle that shone with golden light. The general walked towards the elven goddess, shouting that he needed to deal with her first. But Lulisha was not at a loss, starting to read some kind of spell in an unknown language. Immediately after this, tree branches entangled the human general, preventing him from approaching the goddess. He asked who she was because no other person could have such power. Having filled the staff with power, Lulisha raised it up, saying that her name was not so important. And with the help of the staff, she directed energy into the sky, thereby creating a huge magic circle. Apparently, the general understood what would happen now, but he could no longer do anything. Indeed, the next moment, a huge pillar of light appeared from the magic circle. This pillar destroyed everything in the place where it fell, not even giving a chance for survival. And the general himself found himself tied up with branches that did not allow him to move. He couldn't believe what just happened. Trembling, he bent a little to the ground, asking who she was after all. Walking in the opposite direction, Lulisha said in all seriousness that she was an elven goddess. Messengers of the devil vigilantly watched the multitudes of souls that humbly floated to the gates of the afterlife. Watching this from a little distance, Heavenly Dao said that the underground world is working as it should. It's just a pity that the deeds in the human world are terrible. The system asked what he planned to do, to which he sat down on some stone and replied that he needed to find a representative of the world and discuss everything. After thinking for a while, Heavenly Dao said that they should find Empress Xuanyuan. Not everything is calm in the desert either. If you look at how the giant snake says that the aura of heaven and earth has become so powerful that even its cultivation base has been shaken. Looking at the people, her eyes lit up, and she said that she therefore needed to eat some mortals, and only then would she succeed. People began to run in all directions, just to avoid the fate of being eaten by a huge snake. And while the snake was busy catching food for cultivation, the white-haired girl cut it into 3 parts, Before she even had time to understand what had happened, death overtook her in the blink of an eye. The villagers began to thank the girl who saved them, to which she dryly replied that there was no need for gratitude. This girl was Empress Wanyuan. Sheathing her sword, she said that she had done what she had to do. Looking up, she noticed a sudden surge of energy. She couldn't understand what exactly the Heavenly Dao wanted. Sitting on the same rock, Heavenly Dao sighed heavily, saying that it was a pity that he could not find Empress Xuanyuan. The system responded that a person who defies the heavens is special. Therefore, even if Empress Xuanyuan was in front of him, he might not recognize her. The system said that in fact, he himself could become an emperor and form a commune, and thus he will interest the entire human race. To which the Heavenly Dao replied that the commune system is not yet fully widespread. There is only one way to promote it. Moreover, people will have to change the current rules of life. Everything will change. There is no answer in the world that would fit all questions. The system said that he was thinking about the problem so comprehensively. Here, their conversation was interrupted by the Elven goddess, who waved her hand, saying that she had sorted everything out. Heavenly Dao also noticed that everything had become so clean and tidy, not like an hour ago. Turning her head, Lulisha said seriously that since they decided to invade, they had better be prepared to die. Heavenly Dao said that it is wiser to cut out with one hit without causing too much damage. He also noted that the underground world also has interesting strategies. Suddenly, his attention was attracted by something in front. He saw violet threads begin to stretch from the portal to the afterlife, taking away souls. Qingtian noticed that the gentleman changed his face and became serious, and she asked what it was. He replied that it was nothing. But he noticed that souls do not go to the underworld. Suddenly, the manager of the organization of the afterlife came out to them from the portal. Bowing her knee, she said that she was glad to welcome him. He finally got up from the stone, asking why she came. The girl replied that reincarnation had encountered some difficulties and they could not make a decision alone. Heavenly Dao looked to the side, understanding the reason for her coming. The purpose of her arrival were souls who could not get inside. Apparently, these purple worms are bothering them. The girl, bowing her head, replied that he was right. She said that there is an anti-god in heaven who fights the souls of the dead through reincarnation. Qingtian and Lulisha unanimously said that he was also in the third cycle. He may not have taken part in the second cycle war. Seeing their reaction, Heavenly Dao looked at the dark-haired girl again, asking what his name was. Looking at him seriously, she replied that he was called the God of Death. Lulisha confirmed that it was him. Looking at her over his shoulder, Heavenly Dao asked if she knew him. The Elven goddess replied that she did not personally, but heard that no matter how much you believe, he takes 30% of the soul after death. And since this is not much, most of the gods have already come to terms with this. Heavenly Dao noticed that he was capable of many things. Well, to the great regret of the God of Death, the Heavenly Dao needs everything. Qingtian asked if she needed to kill this anti-god. After all, she would gladly do this for him. But she was interrupted by the condescending look of the brunette, who told her to forget about it. She instantly created a bow that radiated dark energy. She said that Qingtian is not an opponent of the God of Death, so it is better for her to do it. To which Qingtian said that she was not so weak, but they were both stopped by the Heavenly Dao, who said that it was not worth it, and there was no need for the two of them. After thinking a little, he said that it would be interesting to look at such a god. Mother Goddess said that in the second cycle, almost all the gods set foot on the ancient path to heaven, and the God of Death did not set foot. This becomes quite curious for the Heavenly Dao, which is obviously not good for him. Making a scissors gesture, he made several movements towards the portal with worms. By doing this, he thereby cut the threads of the God of Death, who was stealing souls. Having said to follow him, Heavenly Dao headed towards the portal, and the girls followed him. After passing through the portal, they found themselves in a rather gloomy place. Even Qingtian complained that this darkness was annoying, and the brunette responded by saying that the energy there is filled with the dead. Then a roar and a creaking sound was heard from the graves, and some strange green fog began to hover near the feet of the arrivals. Heavenly Dao said with a smile that it seemed like the death god had prepared a welcoming ceremony for them. The next moment, the souls of once dead people began to escape from their graves, and quite a lot of them got out. They all immediately headed towards the arrivals. The girls immediately surrounded the Heavenly Dao, saying that they would deal with it, to which he asked not to aggregate them. The brunette told Qingtian that she was on the left, and she herself was on the right. Having decided, they began to use their powers. The souls still furiously attacked them in a crowd, but Qingtian easily dealt with them. Apparently it was too loud, as the brunette cringed, thinking that the movements were too loud. But she also didn't think twice, so she pulled the string of her bow, preparing to shoot. And as soon as the dead got a little closer, she released the bowstring, allowing the arrows to fly out. Each of the arrows hit the target, hitting the dead. After this, they are unlikely to rise again. The Heavenly Dao warned her not to kill everyone because they still have to reincarnate. Suddenly, he saw a huge shadow that completely blocked him, so he turned around to look. Turning around, he saw a huge dead man in front of him. Sighing, he asked him not to approach, because nothing good would end for the dead man. He extended his hand, pointing his finger at the ground, and the dead man was slammed to the ground. Qingtian immediately ran up to him, saying that he was so cool. But he just waved it off, saying to stop flattering. But then suddenly, a kind of river began to form from the bodies of the defeated dead. It was very similar to a river. There were even specially suitable depressions. The brunette asked why ghosts merge into the river, to which he replied that this is not a river. Taking a closer look, Heavenly Dao said that this is the energy that seals ghosts. To do this, the powers of the earth are used to stabilize the secret kingdom. The souls were imprisoned, and then they will be used again. This god of death is stronger than he thought. The dark-haired woman said that he is no different from those who oppose heaven. Qingtian suggested killing the god of death, but Heavenly Dao told her not to run ahead of the horses. He said they would talk about it when they saw him. After all, there may be a completely different version of events. Looking into the distance of the river, he saw a ball of steam. Heavenly Dao said that it seems that the other party no longer intends to hide. From the steam, it was clear that a small girl was standing in the river of energy. When someone approached her, she immediately recognized who the person was. This was the Heavenly Dao. Stopping, he was surprised that she recognized him. "Have you really ever seen each other?" The girl did not answer. Saying that we had not seen each other, she dived under the water. Heavenly Dao asked why she didn't want to talk. Blowing on his hand in her direction, he said that there was no need to defend herself like that. By blowing, he removed the smoke that protected and hid her, allowing her to hide. Therefore, now the girl stood completely naked. Qingtian immediately shouted why she wasn't wearing clothes, but they also immediately realized that this was the very god of death in front of them. Her appearance was the same as the current Yu Mingtian. This made Qingtian puzzled, to which the current one said that she is not the same as the goddess of death. Yi Qingtian paid attention to what she was about to say, but she just started showing off her curvaceous figure, saying that her body was better. Heavenly Dao realized that the death god was probably Yu Mingtian's previous soul, to which she said that that's not her name. Snapping his fingers, he asked her to tell her more. The body of the god of death was covered by some kind of cloak, which was created by the Heavenly Dao. After thinking for a while, she said that her name was Yu Ming, and she was the head of the clan, and also the last person from the clan. At the beginning, her clan was almost destroyed, and in order to enable her clan to continue to exist, her soul broke through the boundaries. She wanted to pacify the chaotic aura, and as you can understand from the backstory, nothing worked out for her. This is what Heavenly Dao said. Yumin confirmed this, saying that she was consumed by chaos, and when she regained consciousness, the world had already changed. The world entered the era of the gods, and her body became one of the incarnations of heaven. The god of death said that she didn't do anything like that. They shouldn't put her in an awkward position. Heavenly Dao replied that of course not. He said that they should discuss the issue of soul ownership. After all, he restored reincarnation, so all these souls must also reincarnate. Covering her mouth with her sleeve, she frowned, saying that he is the Heavenly Dao, so he is in charge there. He, remembering something, approached her, asking if she wanted to work there. The girl didn't even understand the question at first. The death god looked at him sternly, saying that even if he was a Heavenly Dao, she did not have to obey his orders. Qingtian shouted furiously that the master kindly invited her. She couldn't refuse. Yu Mingtian was also against such a rude refusal. Heavenly Dao, having created a magic sphere in her hand, said that naturally he had something to pay. Yu Min couldn't believe what she just saw. She was extremely shocked. Through this sphere, Heavenly Dao showed her people from the Yu Ming clan. She couldn't believe that this was really the Yu Ming clan. The god of death asked how he did it, to which he told her not to be surprised, because there is nothing that the Heavenly Dao is not capable of. Now Yu Ming looked at him warily. She asked why he was helping her. He came closer and said that it was just a deal. He will resurrect her people, and she and her people will help cross borders. Everything is fair. Turning away, Yu Ming said that she doesn't understand. He can just kill her and turn her into a new incarnation of heaven. Why does he want to make a deal? Sighing heavily, Heavenly Dao thought about what kind of monster he turns out to be in their eyes. He seriously said that the Heavenly Dao treats everyone fairly, but this clearly did not convince her. He told her that he would not force others to do anything. She answered, after a short silence, that she understood. Smiling his signature smile, he extended his hand to her, asking if she agreed. She, looking at his hand, at first hesitated greatly. This was visible in her eyes. But still shaking his palms, Heavenly Dao wished him happy cooperation. Yu Mingtian said in time that since she decided to join, the souls should be returned. She easily agreed, and raising her hand up, began to call upon the stolen souls. Pieces of souls immediately began to float out of this improvised river. Collecting them into a small ball, Yu Ming said that all the souls she collected earlier were there, and now she was transferring them to them. Looking at the sphere of souls, Yu Mingtian said that something was wrong. Looking at the book, she said that despite the fact that there are many souls there are not enough soldiers who just died. She seriously asked Yu Ming if she was hiding stolen souls. She immediately replied that it was nothing like that, because they were not initially drawn there. This made Yu Mingtian puzzled. Yu Ming simply replied that these soldiers are sacred people who believe in deity, and accordingly, after death, their souls are taken by the goddess of light. As if remembering something, Qingtian slammed her fist on her palm, saying that she had some information. She said that while he was bathing in the hot spring, she felt the energy of the goddess of light. She was descending into the mortal world. Qingtian immediately became irritated, saying that she really wanted to teach this idiot a lesson, but Heavenly Dao said that it was not worth it. After thinking for a while, he said that it looked like he needed to look into this. Qingtian stuck to his hand, inviting him to go with him, but Heavenly Dao refused her, saying that this time without her. This news broke Qingtian. He said that if he took her, he would only get into trouble, so she first needed to complete her work, and then she could come. With a wave of his hand, Heavenly Dao said that order needs to be established, and he hopes that after his return, everything will work out. He was about to leave when Yu Mingtian said that she had something to say. This was not very good news. She said that the empresses are not dead, they came. Sighing heavily, Heavenly Dao realized that the previous path of heaven had been destroyed. The system tried to reassure him, saying that maybe everything would be a little brighter. Entering the portal, he thanked his subordinate for the reminder, saying that he needed to talk with this side. Yu Ming asked if she could hope for prudent cooperation. Yu Mingtian replied that since this was the master's order, there was no choice, but it was better not to do anything rash. She responded by saying that she would not allow herself to do this. Standing between the twins, Qingtian said that enough chatting, they need to hurry. Taking them under the armpits, she said that they would finish the job and find the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao arrived in the sacred Third Reich, the city of Yaoyang. It was the Stone Age, so the houses were made of stone. Looking at the coin in his hand, he said that the new emperor, Charles XI, looks very mediocre. The system said that the emperor must convert people into believers, and the gods in return provide the emperor with a guarantee of power. This is a new way of coexistence undertaken after the second cycle. Suddenly, a boy crashed into him who was clearly purposefully running towards him. The system said that this is an ordinary thief, and Heavenly Dao added that he moves very quickly. Well, it's more likely that the Heavenly Dao robbed the boy, because his hands are not so dexterous and fast. Walking up to the watermelon stand, he asked for one. The seller smiled welcomingly. Bending over the watermelon that the seller put on the counter, Heavenly Dao asked if he knew that boy. The seller said that Peter is a well-known figure who lives in the slums of the eastern part of the city. There is also a sister from the family who also deals in unclean deeds. Heavenly Dao calmly asked if he was afraid that he would rob him too. To which the seller replied that people who are at the very bottom have certain rules of survival. Aristocrats do not understand them. He leaned over to the buyer, saying that if he wants to take revenge on the boy, then it is better to leave this idea, because as he heard, his sister made a deal with the devil, but it did not lead to anything good. Thinking about the advice, he put on the counter those bags of money that he had taken from Peter, and thanked him for the information. Having taken his watermelon, he left and said that he could rely on this boy, because he needed to go the right way. The system asked where he was going, to which he replied that he would go to the slums of the eastern region and see what was happening to the people who made a deal with the devil. In the slums, girls skimpily dressed immediately ran towards him, inviting him to use their services. They literally surrounded him, inviting him to have fun. Some even gave him a discount. Now he understood why this place was such a good place to deal with the devil. At the same time, Qingtian is working hard because she needs to try hard to finish everything and go to the master. Frankly dressed girls, everyone invited him to have fun. Heavenly Dao threw a bag of gold coins up and they fell on the girls. Everyone tried to take at least a little. Everyone said that he was very generous. The elderly woman opened the door slightly and looked at the girls going crazy who were collecting money on the ground. He approached the old woman herself, greeting her. And she immediately drew attention to the young-looking young man. The guy said that he doesn't know if this is enough to give him a separate room. The old woman, getting excited, replied that of course. Having led him inside the house, she asked him to follow her. Sitting on the sofa, girls surrounded him on both sides, and one of them offered to feed him. But he said it wasn't worth it. The system remarked in surprise, saying that it did not expect Heavenly Dao to go to such places. Opening the door, she let more girls in, telling them to say hello to the master. Pointing to the beautiful girls, the old woman asked if he liked anyone, or does he still want them all? Quite a tempting offer, but no. Heavenly Dao pretended to be thoughtful, saying to give him a few seconds. A moment later, he looked at them with magical vision to check something. They all had red hearts the same, only that made with a blindfold had a gray heart. Having found what he was looking for, he grinned and said that they could take the money. And the old woman looked at him in surprise. Taking a glass with some red liquid, he pointed to the maid, saying that he only needed her. Hearing this, she apparently became worried, and the old woman looked at the maid in surprise. The hostess approached Heavenly Dao, saying that he had rather specific tastes, and at the same time asking if she could send her to change her clothes. He replied that there was no problem. System said that he thought he would like someone from the Sacred Third Reich more, to which he said that he would not want to be part of this fallen empire. In addition, these girls are ready to even sell their souls for money, but the upper class will not tolerate this. The system says that class differences will inevitably arise in society. Many are doomed from birth. Heavenly Dao agreed with him. Heavenly Dao frowned as he said that he had set new rules. He did this to give others a chance to change their own lives. Then his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door opening, and a voice that apologized for the disturbance. A girl who had already changed her clothes came to him, but her blindfold was still on her eyes. She asked what he wanted. Heavenly Dao immediately threw several gold coins to her. The girl became worried, saying that there were too many of them, despite the fact that they were gold coins. To which he replied that this was her reward for the conversation. He suddenly started talking about Peter, saying that he heard her brother's name was that. The girl immediately bowed down, asking for forgiveness, and asking if he had caused him trouble. But Heavenly Dao brushed it off, saying that he just heard the shop owner talking about her. He said that the stall owner told him that the devil himself took away her sight, but he doesn't really believe it. Heavenly Dao looked at her curiously, asking if she would show him her eyes. The system assistant said that he could already see everything, for which he received a fist into his virtual body, deservedly so. Starting to remove the blindfold, the girl said that since he had paid, then there was nothing wrong with it. Heavenly Dao stared in surprise at what was where her eyes were. There was just emptiness there. The girl asked if he was happy. He suddenly came closer, putting his hand on her face, surprising the girl herself. Looking into the empty part of his face, he saw there a small ball of alien energy. And this stream of energy rushed from the house, heading to the church, to one of the halls in which the nun stood. Having understood what was going on, Heavenly Dao said that organ trafficking is a very serious problem. The system assistant said that to prevent this, the organs were given a more repulsive appearance. This is true, but in this world, everything changes. He asked the silent girl if she wanted to know where her eyes were. She, letting go of her head, replied that she did not want to. Sad, but okay. Despite the man in front of her, she said that she just wanted to live with Peter. Hearing her answer, he placed his hand on her head as a slight support. Passing by, he told her not to worry because he would restore her sight. Having said this, Heavenly Dao left, and the girl remained in the room, and apparently she began to shake. She smoothly sank to the floor, no longer having the strength to stand upright, and began to pray to God to protect her family. Heavenly Dao headed to the Cathedral of the Sacred Third Reich with a specific purpose. In one of the halls of repentance, a man in front of a nun was heard saying that it was his fault. The nun, with a strange smile, told him not to worry. She said that everyone in this world has done something wrong, so you just need to be able to atone for your sins. In the evening, there was almost no light in the cathedral, so it looked as if the place was dead. Some man handed them a coin, saying that this was their last savings, so they prayed that God would protect her family. The same nun stood next to her, who told him not to worry, because the God of Light will save all believers. When he walked away with some paper in his hands, the nun called the next one, and there was a considerable queue of them. Observing everything a little further away, the system assistant said that it seems that the church is making good money from believers. Heavenly Dao said that he did not think that the God of Light really heard the voices of his subjects. Smiling, he said that perhaps he would also join in this fun. The nun gave another receipt for atonement to the next person after he paid. The nun herself smiled evilly, looking at the box of gold coins on her table. Suddenly, someone from the crowd extended his hand and shouted, attracting her attention. It was Heavenly Dao. He changed his clothes to fit in faster, walking with a bag on his back. He said that he really needed the help of the God of Light. The nun said that the God of Light will listen to the words of every believer. He approached her, grabbed her hand, and said that he and his sister were in the slums and were working every day to pay off their debts. He even managed to squeeze out tears when he said that his sister recently lost her sight, so she was kicked out of work, and now they are beggars. He asked if the God of Light could help them. Having doubts a little, she replied that there was nothing that he could not go through, so the God of Light would definitely help him. She wondered why she felt as if he knew something. Taking back her hand, the nun said to buy this paper, and God will definitely forgive his sins. He, giving his face a more enthusiastic expression, enthusiastically asked whether their life would improve if they bought this piece of paper. Smiling evilly, she replied that of course, but in order to get better faster, you need to buy as many papers as possible. Understanding their tactics, he showed a huge bag from behind his back, which attracted the nun's attention. Having opened it, he placed a bag full of gold coins on the table, asking if this money was enough for an instant blessing. The nun is already drooling from so many gold coins at one time. Covering the bag from her hands, he said that she had not yet answered his question. She, waking up, replied that of course. But his next words stunned the nun. Heavenly Dao said that if enough, he would hope for a direct dialogue with the God of Light. Leaning closer to the nun, he asked with a devilish smile where the sister's eyes had gone. From the last question, the nun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, because this meant that the guy knew for sure that she had them. Having woken up, she instantly called on the guards to stop pretending to be statues and get down to business. Pointing to the Heavenly Dao, she ordered his arrest, and they, having accepted the order, went towards the guy. Not paying any attention to the guards, he turned his head to the crowd behind him and asked what was the matter. He had bought so many papers for atonement, and just wanted to meet and talk with the God of Light. And turning to the nun, Heavenly Dao asked with a smile that maybe they could not maintain contact with the God of Light. The nun was already furious, so she furiously shouted to the guard so that they would finally grab the guy. Easily evading the guard, he said that the so-called clergy cannot even communicate with God, so they are just a bunch of rich people, and their atonement papers are just useless waste paper. The new truth was worse than a sweet lie. Once again, dodging the guard's blow, Heavenly Dao snapped his fingers with a smile, and the next moment the guards froze, unable to move. Approaching one of the guards, he put his hand on his weapon, saying that he would borrow it for a while. When he simply took the weapon from the guard like that, the crowd of believers looked at him in surprise. Turning to them, Heavenly Dao threw a spear to them, asking if they could see. The so-called church is simply an organization that uses their faith for profit. He told them that if they want to change their destiny, then they need to do it with their own hands. At this point, the others were already doubtful. The nun, shouting in rage, asked that they did not honor their master. They immediately fell to their knees, saying that they wouldn't dare. Some apologized, some said they would buy more atonement papers. The nun said contentedly that their faith is unshakable. Heavenly Dao sighed heavily, saying that it seemed that their opinions were not so easily influenced. Extending 2 fingers, he used some kind of spell, and now a small ball glowed at their tips. He launched the same ball towards where the nun stood with the guards. The spell rushed past the nun and hit the statue of the God of Light. As soon as the spell came into contact with the statue, it smoothly cut it into 2 parts, and the upper one began to smoothly slide down. And eventually, the top part fell to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Seeing that the statue was destroyed, the nun panicked because this was the end. Enraged believers headed towards the Heavenly Dao, asking how he dares to destroy the monument. One of them even offered to avenge the statue, killing the Heavenly Dao in the process. This didn't bother him at all. He just calmly said to take a closer look, because this is not a monument. And indeed, gold coins fell from the destroyed statue, and there were quite a lot of them. Heavenly Dao said with a smile that the payment of faith they gave to the God of Light seemed to be absorbed by the church itself. The angry believers shouted that wasn't all their money given to the God of Light. The believers began to take away their weapons from the motionless guards, saying that they had long understood this. Raising their weapons, they began to riot, shouting for them to give them back their hard-earned money. The nun clearly did not know what to do in such situations, and therefore began to stutter, saying that she could explain everything. The system assistant asked if this is what he wanted to see, to which he replied that people must resist oppression, and he hopes that they will cope. But then that old man appeared who was talking to the God of Light through the mirror. He shouted to everyone to stop. Without any conscience, he called the former believers apostates, thereby saving the nun from their revenge. Standing right next to the entrance to the church building itself, the old man asked if they wanted to see miracles. The nun, seeing him, turned around joyfully. The old man muttered through his teeth that if they really want to see miracles, then they should set a price for the meeting. Raising his staff upward, he began to call on the Goddess of Light to appear and respond to his call, after which a familiar mirror appeared behind him. A moment later, the Goddess of Light herself appeared, emerging from the golden glow. The believers opened their mouths at such a phenomenon from the fact that the goddess really appeared. When they saw her, they immediately bowed down and began to say how sorry they were. Interspersed with this, that they wanted to buy more coupons for atonement. The God of Light, still standing with her eyes closed, asked what it all meant. The old man said that these fools want to turn away from their faith, so much so that they even decided to attack the clergy. And pointing to the Heavenly Dao, he said that he was the culprit of this whole farce. The Goddess of Light calmly asked why he decided to renounce his faith, to which he, spreading his hands, said that believers believe in her, therefore they should give something in return. This is kindness, as the Heavenly Dao said, but the current chaos in the church is accompanied by corruption. He began to list the minimum crimes of the church, buying and selling organs, deceiving people with sheets, and everything like that. Heavenly Dao addressed the goddess directly, asking why she was doing this. The old man was angry at this attitude, and he shouted at him that he was a daredevil, and who gave him the right to be rude. And as luck would have it, he mentioned the believers, saying that people are afraid. Isn't this proof of devotion? The leader in the church ordered to kill the infidel, and they immediately exchanged glances with each other and stared at the Heavenly Dao. One of those who bowed tightened his grip on the handle of his spear, gritting his teeth painfully. Rising from their knees, they raised their weapons against the Heavenly Dao, saying that this is all to atone for their sins, so they hope that the Goddess of Light will spare him. The system assistant said that no one understands his kindness, to which Heavenly Dao replied that this is why he hates monotheism, because it is very difficult to choose. Taking a serious look at the situation, he said that believers who see nothing else will end up very badly. Therefore, it is not surprising that in their religion of worshipping the Goddess of Light, not everything is as smooth as we would like. The believers attacked him with weapons, saying that he was not allowed to talk to the Goddess of Light. But the next moment, the head from the statue of the Goddess of Light landed in front of them, thereby frightening the believers. From the huge cloud of dust, they saw almost nothing. They could not even understand what had happened. Apparently, Qing Tian has already sorted out all the work. She said that there was no talk here, and besides, no one dared to intimidate her master. Her eyes actually sparkled with the desire to kill someone. Looking at the believers who wanted to attack Heavenly Dao, she said that this was unforgivable. Heavenly Dao said that no one mocked him, and the system assistant was a little shocked that she sorted things out so quickly. Looking through the mirror, the Goddess of Light realized who had arrived for her soul. Qing Tian also recognized her, which obviously did not improve the situation at the moment. Looking menacingly at the Goddess of Light, Qing Tian said that she had already felt her presence earlier. It's a pity that she ran away. Qing Tian walked towards the mirror with great speed, saying that she could not allow her to do this again. Qing Tian has already raised her hand to break this damned mirror, behind which the Goddess of Light was hiding. She hit her right in the center, shattering the mirror into pieces, but the goddess managed to escape before the blow reached her through the mirror. But the blow still hit her in the face, though not with a fist, but it also hurt. Qing Tian kicked her in the face while she was intent on avoiding her fist. This blow sent her straight to the ground, and the Goddess of Light clearly had a hard time. This beating horrified both the nun and the believers. Their jaws almost reached the ground. Heavenly Dao covered his face with his palms, experiencing Spanish shame because Qing Tian was back to her old ways. The system assistant said that in fact, such methods are not so bad. To which the Heavenly Dao replied that he did not want to destroy their faith. He wanted the gods to do the right thing. Because of the huge cloud of dust, only silhouettes were visible. But Qingtian's voice was clearly heard, telling the goddess of light to get up. Holding the goddess of light by the clothes, Qingtian happily smiled at Heavenly Dao, saying that she had caught her. The goddess of light apparently finally realized that in front of her was not an ordinary mortal, but the Heavenly Dao itself. She asked why he was so aggravated with her, because she did not act against the Heavenly Dao, to which he said that he was not targeting her. Lifting her head by the chin, he said that he only hoped that she would be able to take care of her believers. After all, they renounce all their property for the sake of faith, but receive nothing in return, and all she does is understand their faith, without giving anything in return. Somehow it's wrong. Frowning her brows, the goddess of light asked if he wanted to humiliate her. Qingtian pulled her hand back and forcibly lowered her head, saying that her situation needed more respect. Sitting down next to the goddess, he asked why she shouldn't make a deal with him. Then he will allow him to continue preaching and expand his influence. Smiling at such a tempting offer, she asked what the price was. Heavenly Dao smiled, saying that he liked her resourcefulness. The price is to truly listen to the voices of believers. She must strengthen control and also pacify her people who work for profit. The goddess of light looked at him in surprise, asking if this was all. To which the Heavenly Dao confirmed that everything. The system assistant said that he thought he hated religion. Heavenly Dao replied that people should not be allowed to give up their beliefs. It is better to directly control the source of religion and let the gods lead by example. This means that the goddess of light must expand her church under his leadership. But will she agree? She, looking over her shoulder at Qingtian, whose smile did not bode well, asked if she could refuse. Heavenly Dao smiled, saying that he was glad to cooperate, but it was still better not to tell others. He snapped his fingers, and the believers, who were already heading towards them, suddenly began to fall asleep on the spot. The leader of the church and the nun looked in surprise at this act, which made the crowd of people fall asleep at once. But Heavenly Dao was already behind them, and placing his hand on the old man's shoulder, he said that it was time to pay. They slowly turned to him with horror in their eyes, asking if it was too late today. The nun sank to the ground, screaming that her eyes, while Heavenly Dao meanwhile held them in his hands. He calmly looked at the nun, saying that they were not even hers. Turning to the goddess of light, he said that he did not think it was good to sell organs. The same one, simply spreading her arms, said that this is the choice of believers, because everyone has a different attitude towards faith. Heavenly Dao approached the goddess, saying that her charges were doing everything wrong. Would she continue to remain aloof? He looked her up and down, saying that it was rather arrogant, and all because she cares only about the number of believers and ignores their needs. It was because of this that their religion declined. Putting his hand on her shoulder as support, he said that reforms were now inevitable. He told her not to worry, because after the reforms her faith would bloom again. She only glanced sideways at Qingtian and said that she hoped. But then, remembering something, Heavenly Dao smiled kindly, saying that before that, she should return those souls that she took to the Underworld. It was already deep night over the Holy Throne, and all the inhabitants had been sleeping for a long time. A boy, apparently her brother, flew into that blindfolded girl's room. He held a gold coin in his hand, and he was pleased with himself, because it would be enough for them to live a long life. The girl immediately hugged him, asking if he was okay because today's client came because of him. Peter couldn't understand who the client was or what she was talking about. When he suddenly noticed some strange golden thread, instantly he took his sister by the shoulders, saying something behind her eyes. The girl didn't even understand what was going on at first, so she started taking off the bandage. After taking it off, she finally realized that her vision had returned, and tears welled up in her eyes with joy. Looking at her brother, she turned to him, saying that she saw him. The boy also cried with joy, saying that this was wonderful. Taking his palm, the girl knelt down and began to thank God. Apparently, the Heavenly Dao and the Goddess of Light were watching this solemn moment for this family. Turning to the goddess, he said that he only needed to perform a small favor to make the believers happy. Heavenly Dao said that gods should also help their believers. She, bowing her head and frowning, replied that she understood. Having finished his instructive monologue, he told her that she needed to go, because there was still a lot to do. In the afterlife, everything proceeded steadily. The messengers of the devil decorously looked after the souls in line. One of the devil's messengers said that all souls must go through hellish judgment, and the queue turned out to be huge. This court was run by Yu Mingtian. She, hitting the table with a plank, asked who it was and what crime he had committed. Apparently the nun and the high priest also ended up in hellish court. He told her to let them go, because they were set up. He shouted that even if they were wrong, they should be judged by the Lord of Light, and not God knows who. Frowning her brows, Yu Mingtian said that all souls in this world must enter the afterlife as established by the Heavenly Dao, and no one can disobey. Looking at a piece of paper, she began to read out their crimes. There was the buying and selling of organs, adultery, bullying, and so on. The judge asked if there were any explanations regarding these crimes, to which the old man shouted that no, they were not to blame. Yu Mingtian frowned again, saying that he was quite stubborn, but now she would make a final judgment. Yu Ming, who was sitting on the side of Yu Mingtian, ordered to set up a fireplace and heat it to 100 degrees. When the devil's messengers began to take them away, the old man shouted that they could not go there, but no one listened to him. Yu Mingtian asked her why she was doing this, to which Yu Ming simply replied that the Heavenly Dao ordered help. Suddenly, from the courtroom, the messengers of the devil heard one of the judges say that it was time to stop. Yu Mingtian said that only the Lord of the Underworld can make a verdict, to which Yu Ming replied that in this case, she could also become a ruler. Yu Mingtian mockingly said that she could become if her weight was enough. When she heard this, she was indignant, because she understood what the second one meant. But their argument was interrupted by someone's voice, who said that they seemed to be getting along well. They simultaneously turned around and saw Heavenly Dao standing there. Each pressed her chest to the hands of the Heavenly Dao. Yu Ming asked if he wanted to come and see the results of her reign, to which Yu Mingtian was instantly indignant, saying that this was her rule. The goddess of light standing nearby covered her chest in disgust, asking what this was the Heavenly Dao. Qingtian was already huffing with anger, telling them to let her go. Moving them away from him, he told them to stop causing problems, because he knew that they were doing a good job in the prefecture. But first, they need to talk business. Turning to the goddess of light, he asked if the time had come to return all the souls in her hands to the afterlife. She agreed and raised her hand, creating a similar mirror in which she herself was. The next moment, a huge number of souls began to emerge from that mirror. Having released everyone, the goddess of light asked if he was satisfied, to which he smiled, saying that this is what cooperation looks like. Heavenly Dao turned back to the twins, asking if there was a place to rest. He would like to talk to the goddess of light about reforms. They immediately looked at each other without answering. Then Heavenly Dao asked what was the matter. Then Qingtian approached him, saying that there is only a staff dormitory. Heavenly Dao said that he would also go. Watching them leave, Yu Mingtian said that it seemed like Heavenly Dao wanted to chat with the goddess of light alone. Yu Min replied, "It turns out that's true." Having understood each other's thoughts, they immediately put their hands on the goddess of light's shoulders, telling her to wait. They looked ahead confidently, telling her that she would come with them first. The goddess of light did not even have time to realize what was happening. Arriving at the Afterlife Dormitory, Heavenly Dao asked why the goddess of light did not come, to which he was told that Yu Mingtian would first deal with her and then allow her to come. Qingtian showed him the staff dormitory. Heavenly Dao asked if it was too luxurious, to which Qingtian simply replied that this was still a dormitory for the staff of the afterlife. They don't treat him with respect. Heavenly Dao thought about it. They have improved the conditions for the staff, that sounds great. He smiled as he told Qingtian to lead the way, and she was glad to agree. Taking him to a certain room, she said that this room had been prepared especially for him. Having examined the room provided, he asked not to tell him that all representatives of the criminal world live in such conditions, to which Qingtian said that he is special. Hearing this, Heavenly Dao sighed heavily, saying that he doesn't go there often, so a room like this is a waste of resources. Yes, but this is what Yu Mingtian and others decided, so nothing can be done. Qingtian first lightly touched his chest, saying that he could scold them later, but for now he needed to rest. And having already pressed her whole body, she asked to be allowed to give him a massage. Her eyes sparkled with excitement when she said they could start with his mouth. She was already close to actually kissing him on the lips, but Heavenly Dao stopped her, moving her face away from his. Fortunately, he was thrown out of his room in time. Qingtian started banging on the door, asking to be let in, because she does massage well, to which he skeptically replied that there was no need. The system assistant said that she wanted to show her devotion, to which Heavenly Dao said that he did not need such a method of self-expression. The work of the afterlife is well organized, and in general they do their work well. But without formalism, it would still be much better. As he began to take off his clothes, he said that he needed a break from this work. Heavenly Dao was already relaxing in the hot bath when he suddenly noticed something to the side. Noticing the silhouette behind the doors, he thought it was Qing Tian, so he said that he did not need her service. But having opened the doors, the goddess of light came to him in a maid costume, who was already all red as a tomato. Without looking in his direction, she quietly said that he asked her to come. What happened? But realizing what had happened and where she ended up, she trembled with embarrassment. The goddess of light tried to flee from the bathhouse, apologizing and saying that she would come back later. But at the door, she crashed into Yu Mingtian's chest, which prevented her from slipping further. Yu Mingtian looked at her menacingly, asking who allowed her to go out. She must serve the Heavenly Dao. The goddess of light spread her hands and tried to explain that the Heavenly Dao did not want company, to which they replied that they knew nothing and pushed her back into the bathhouse with the master. Looking at the embarrassed goddess of light, Heavenly Dao sighed heavily, saying that it seemed to be the work of Yu Mingtian. He said that sometimes he doesn't understand them at all. Heavenly Dao asked what she wanted. The girls, sitting behind the doors, tried to eavesdrop on what was happening in the bathhouse. The goddess of light, blushing even more, asked if he needed to rub his back, to which he replied that no, they would just chat. When she sat down on a stool, he said that they would talk about the breach. After all, if she wants to expand her faith in the human world, then he can help. Heavenly Dao said that she should serve her believers in return and put in all her strength. The goddess of light frowned and said that he simply wanted to use her believers to further his own plans, to which he shrugged his shoulders and said that she could understand that way, but he only wants to regulate their knowledge. But in the current conditions, not everyone can get an education. Therefore, the best way to do this is through religion. He stood up from the side of the bathtub, saying that instead of allowing other religions to grow barbarically, swimming up to her, he finished his thought by saying that it was better to find a god to cooperate with. For some reason, the goddess of light blushed. He suddenly turned his attention to something, asking her to say something. Heavenly Dao asked if she chose this outfit herself, to which she again blushed deeply, embarrassed. Turning away, the goddess of light said that how could she do this? It was all because of those two. Heavenly Dao said that this outfit suits her. She, even more embarrassed, replied that no. Smiling, he patted her on the head, saying that in order for her to have more believers, she needs to perform more miracles. The goddess of light turned away from his hand, saying that her current strength could not work miracles in large quantities. Spreading his arms to the sides, he said that therefore, he would help her. She just asked how he would do it. After these words, Heavenly Dao began to take out some golden ball from his head. Separating from his head, the ball began to emit small golden waves. This ball began to take on the shape of a person as hair began to be visible. The goddess of light had already guessed that this was the embodiment of heaven. It turned into a human girl, so the goddess of light looked at this creation with surprise. Seeing the excellent result, Heavenly Dao snapped his fingers with a smile, and a moment later the girl was dressed in beautiful clothes, which she looked at with curiosity. It was the embodiment of heaven, heaven itself. The goddess of light shouted and asked why he called the heavens, to which he says that he already said that the girl would help create heaven. Heavenly Dao addressed the heavens, saying that from today on, she will perform miracles together with the goddess of light in order to win more people's faith. The girl bowed and said that she understood. The goddess of light has already risen from her stool, saying that in this case, it is better to show respect than to follow orders. Heavenly Dao agreed with her. Suddenly, he felt extremely strange, as if a huge amount of power had evaporated all at once. Heaven, noticing that something was wrong with the Heavenly Dao, turned to him. Coming out of the bath, he could barely stand on his feet and held his head, as if he was experiencing a severe headache. The goddess of light asked if everything was okay. Heavenly Dao asked his system assistant what was wrong with him, to which he replied that since heaven is his most powerful embodiment of heaven, it takes a lot of strength to resurrect them. The system assistant also added that due to the sudden expenditure of a large amount of energy, he is now in a state similar to anemia. Heavenly Dao asked why he didn't say it before, and ended up falling unconscious, scaring Heaven. Seeing that he was unconscious, Heaven immediately rushed to him. The goddess of light also approached him because she did not understand what had happened. Eventually, they carried him to bed, covering him with a blanket. One of the incarnations of Heaven asked what was wrong with their master. Yu Mingtian said that she cannot judge now, and Heaven added that Heavenly Dao fell asleep immediately after resurrecting her. Qingtian began to walk back and forth, wondering what to do and whether something would happen to the master. Yu Mingtian asked her not to run before her eyes, and Heaven said that everything would be fine with the Heavenly Dao. Suddenly, a light bulb went on in Qingtian's head and she snapped her fingers, saying that she remembered something. Turning to Yu Mingtian, she said that she once heard a rumor in the West that when someone is sleeping and cannot wake up, he can be awakened by his lover's kiss. Yu Mingtian asked, "So what?" Therefore, Qingtian was very determined about this. She had already approached the Heavenly Dao, stretching out her lips for a kiss, saying that she would therefore wake up the master with her kiss. But she was held back by Yu Mingtian in Heaven, who said that the master would not be happy. Breaking free from their grip, she asked irritably if there was any other way to wake him up. Their argument was stopped by Yu Min approaching, who said that she had a way. She said that his current situation seemed to be due to a sudden lack of spiritual power. Therefore, it just needs to be replenished. Qingtian looked at her, saying that it sounded simple, and at the same time asking if she could replenish his energy with hers. To which Yu Ming covered his mouth with his sleeve, saying that there was nothing wrong with that. She suddenly smiled evilly, saying that aren't all three of them different from each other in the power of heaven? As for her return, everything depends on themselves. The incarnations of heaven immediately looked at each other, as if discussing what to do next. Yu Mingtian said that Yu Ming's words make sense, so we can try. Qingtian agreed with her, starting to take off her top layer of clothing. Yu Mingtian also took off her cloak, and the goddess of light who stood behind blushed deeply, asking what they were up to. Heaven also took off the outer layer of clothing, saying that it was all for the sake of awakening the Heavenly Dao. Yu Mingtian blushed and said with a smile that their very strength comes from the Heavenly Dao. Qingtian also blushed and said that they would regain their strength if they merged. And while Yu Ming was silent, blushing, the goddess of light almost let off steam from embarrassment. They all sat down around Heavenly Dao on the bed, as if surrounding him. Qingtian took one of the Heavenly Dao's hands and touched her chest with it. This sensation brought the girl into pleasure, and she trembled, blushing even more. The goddess of light, in some shock, asked if they were really helping him because it looked quite strange. Yu Min calmly replied that they were helping. Yu Ming suggested with a smile that if the goddess of light does not believe, then she can also join. She immediately jumped away from her all red, saying that she shouldn't. Yu Ming just chuckled quietly. And while they were talking, Yu Mingtian touched the naked chest of Heavenly Dao, and bending down a little, she asked him for forgiveness. Apparently, these touches took energy from them, but the process itself was quite pleasant. Heaven blushed as she watched Yu Mingtian twitch from the pleasant sensation. And taking an example from the two of them, she took his second hand and pulled the finger into her mouth. Meanwhile, Qingtian was taking off her last clothes, and blushing even more, she placed her breasts on some part of the Heavenly Dao's body. This part of the body turned out to be the face of the Heavenly Dao, and apparently this fact brought her even greater pleasure. Yu Ming and the goddess of light exclaimed at such a bold act on the part of Qingtian. The incarnations of heaven were already at their limit, so they were finally able to replenish the energy of the Heavenly Dao. After some time, Heavenly Dao woke up and felt several heavy bodies near him. Having risen to a sitting position, he could not understand how much time had passed and why there was such discomfort below. And lifting the blanket, he saw the embodiment of heaven, which slept on his leg. Heavenly Dao almost fell into the astral plane when he saw this. But he doesn't know anything. I even feel sorry for him. Yu Ming arrived and said that he had spent too much energy earlier, and they helped him restore his energy using a special method. And covering her mouth with her sleeve, she cheerfully said with a slight blush that he should bear responsibility. As soon as he heard this, he was horrified. Meanwhile, the girls had already woken up and began to rise, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Qingtian said that she was very worried that he would not wake up. Yu Mingtian sat on the other hand and said with a smile that she believed that he would wake up. Heaven also crawled up to his chest. Then Heavenly Dao asked the system assistant what happened during his sleep. The system assistant even blushed, which is surprising, of course, saying that when something strange happens to the owner, the system automatically blocks it, so he shouldn't worry. And while the girls were warming themselves next to him, he was confused, because now he might not even know what happened. Yu Ming didn't think that Heavenly Dao was also getting into trouble. Then the goddess of light intervened, saying that he was not to blame. Yu Ming suddenly leaned towards her, saying that she remembered that she would also join in the calving. Remembering what happened, the goddess of light blushed deeply, repeating the last word in a slow manner. She bounced away from Yuming again, shouting that she would never. To which she just smiled. As soon as Heaven lazily opened her eyes, the goddess of light immediately grabbed her, saying that they must work miracles, which means it's time to start. The girl agreed absent-mindedly. Heavenly Dao looked at this in surprise. He could not even think that the goddess of light had become so involved. This good news almost brought tears to his eyes, and he extended a huge finger up, saying, "Keep it up." The goddess of light, seeing that he was showing a huge thumbs up, didn't even understand at first what it was for. She eventually understood, but not in the right way because of what happened that night. So it looked like the Heavenly Dao approved of her joining. Therefore, shouting that she didn't want to, she took Heaven and quickly ran away from there, and Heavenly Dao didn't even understand what was going on. Qing Tian asked what they would do next, and Yuming Tian asked if they would repeat it. Suddenly, Qing Tian noticed the absence of the Heavenly Dao's hand, as well as the absence of the Heavenly Dao itself. She only had time to turn around when he was already standing at the entrance, almost dressed. Despite them, he said that there were many things to be dealt with in the human world, and it needed to continue to be managed. And before they had time to come to their senses, he disappeared from their field of vision. Yuming said that it seems that Heavenly Dao does not want to bear responsibility, to which Yuming Tian said that this does not concern her. Besides, he has more important things to do. Yuming Tian smiled and told her to wait for the next opportunity. After all, then the master will take them all together. This made Yuming somewhat horrified. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Dao appeared somewhere in the human world, and as much as possible, the system assistant sighed heavily, saying that he didn't think that Heavenly Dao would be such an asshole. To which he sat down on some stone and told him to be silent. Suddenly, raising his head, he smelled burning, but could not understand where the smell came from. Looking down from the mountain, he noticed some people with blue flags who were setting something on fire. As it turned out, they burned a girl tied to a wooden pillar, while at the same time telling the river goddess to calm down. The girl cried because she understood that death was already inevitable, because the fire had almost reached her. The girl's mother rushed towards her, shouting to help her daughter, because she was her only family. One of the men in strange hats said to take her away, because if they disturb the river goddess, then there will be trouble. Heavenly Dao looked at all this disgrace from a bird's eye view. He asked the system assistant what the river goddess would do if she saw this scene, to which he replied that she would want to kill everyone who participated in the sacrifice. In the second great cycle, one of her feats is that she refused sacrifices. After thinking for a moment, Heavenly Dao said that this is great, he already likes her. Suddenly, a huge stream of water appeared from the water, which clearly signaled the arrival of the goddess. People in strange hats immediately shouted in horror that it was the river goddess who had appeared. She was in the form of a giant water snake. The people who were there shouted that they were blessed. Heavenly Dao said that this rank 4 giant snake is just one step away from becoming a real dragon. He suddenly smiled, saying that even if she is at rank 4, people should not be bullied. Therefore, he appeared right in front of the snake's face. Heavenly Dao stood on the pillar to which the girl was tied. People in white hats began to be indignant, saying that how dare he interfere with the river goddess. They stood near the fire, shouting to him who he was and to get out of there, to which he, spreading his hands, said that he was the Heavenly Dao. This, of course, won't tell them much. They began to talk among themselves, but none of them knew who the Heavenly Dao was. One even asked if it could be eaten. People shouted in irritation that they didn't care, but if he interfered, a curse would be sent on him. The mention of the curse amused the Heavenly Dao, because it would not do anything to him. Suddenly, the sky was covered with clouds, and lightning began to appear throughout the sky. He simply snapped his fingers without saying anything, because it would not help much. The next moment, a huge lightning bolt struck the ground right between the Heavenly Dao and the river goddess. And while the people were trying to clear their throats from behind the huge cloud of dust, Heavenly Dao said that one of them mentioned a curse. He looked down at them, asking if this was the curse he was talking about. The rain that came due to the thunderstorm put out the fire on which they were going to burn the girl, and the people in white hats fell to their knees, shouting that they were very stupid, asking him not to be angry. Heavenly Dao descended upon them, telling them to rise while using its power to lift them up. The sun came out from behind the clouds, and the Heavenly Dao said that there was no need to kneel. This led the people in white hats to be perplexed because it was not necessary. He addressed them, asking who was the chief among them. A man approached him from behind, saying that he was in charge there. It was a man with a goatee, wearing black and red robes. He said that he was the mayor of this city, simultaneously asking what business he had with him. His name was Jixian. He is the mayor of Tango County. Heavenly Dao asked to tell him why they use living people as sacrifices. Jixian said that the gentleman does not know anything. There was a look of horror on his face when he said that over the past few years, they had been hit by a lot of floods. And also the food was spoiling very quickly, and they had no choice but to start making sacrifices to the river goddess. Heavenly Dao suddenly smiled and looked somewhere to the side, pointing to a snake that was hiding in the water not far from them. He asked if this was the snake they were talking about. He said that they should clearly understand the hierarchy. After all, this is only a rank 4 demon. Even if beasts are more powerful in strength than humans, he does not think that his strength can be classified as rank. To which Jixian said that he must be joking because their country is small, and only defenders have 5 rank strength. Looking over his shoulder at the old man, he said that in this city everyone has a maximum of 3rd. Therefore, for them, rank 5 is a godlike being. Heavenly Dao understood what the matter was, saying that it turns out that people mistake beings that are at least a little stronger than them for gods. He asks if they asked for help. Jixian said that he once approached the imperial court, but the imperial court refused to issue food aid based on the remoteness of the area. And if the floods do not stop, then people will be forced to move, giving this area into the hands of wild nature. Heavenly Dao sighed heavily, saying that, however, sacrifice is not the answer. He ordered them to release the girl. Mother and daughter were joyfully reunited, and now the family is assembled. He looked over his shoulder at those two who looked so desperate, as if life had come to an end. Turning to them, he said that, besides, it was useless for them to rely on the gods to fight floods. And that's not to mention the serpentine dragon pretending to be a river god. The Heavenly Dao directly told them that everything depends only on themselves. He created a scroll in a few moments, telling them to look at something. The scroll slowly floated into Jixian's hands, and he asked what it was. To which Heavenly Dao replied that this was an engineering drawing. But it didn't give him anything that he called him an engineer, because the mayor had no idea what it was. Then Heavenly Dao said that this is a water conservation project. They have a similar situation. Jixian asked if this would help control the floods, to which Heavenly Dao said that he would explain everything now. The focus of the project is the construction of a water-dividing dam called a fishmouth. The river is divided into 2 parts called the inner river and the outer river. The outer river is wider, and when it becomes alluvial during the monsoon, most of the main river water flows into the outer river. And since the bottom of the inner part is deeper, there will be a lot of water in it even at the beginning of the season. The outer river is drained, but the same will not happen with the inner one. A narrow mouth called the treasure bottle mouth was built at the entrance to the interior to control the flow of water in the canal. Still looking with shock on his face, Jixian said that this is a great idea, but will the river sediment accumulate at the mouth of the treasure bottle and cause a blockage? Heavenly Dao began to explain all the intricacies to them, saying that the sediment problem could be solved by building a low plonite called Faisha Dam right at the mouth. Jixian, smiling, said that such a well-thought-out plan opened his eyes. He said admiringly that he was indeed the Heavenly Dao, to which Heavenly Dao thanked him. The system assistant asked that he was really going to leave everything like that. Heavenly Dao told him that he couldn't tell them that this was a project from his world. After giving them the drawing, Heavenly Dao said that they could handle everything. Suddenly he drew attention to the dragon snake, saying not to sneak up so unnoticed. Heavenly Dao said that since the snake did a bad thing, he will have to pay for everything, so he will need to help people. The dragon serpent hissed as if in agreement. Jixian meanwhile raised the morale of his men, saying that they would try hard to overcome all difficulties. Standing on a small eminence, Heavenly Dao watched the work progress. The system assistant said that he could solve everything with one click of his finger, so why doesn't he do anything? To which he replied that this is not good, because if he helps, then they will continue to rely only on the help of others. Heavenly Dao said with a smile that he hoped they could become independent. The dragon serpent made a hole in a small mountain. It helps, as the Heavenly Dao ordered. The huge snake swung its tail several times across the mountain while the old man stood below, watching. When the serpent finished, all that remained of the mountain was the inner part of the mountain itself. Now I was through the old man, who was just taking the sword out of its sheath, and having made several blows, only stone cubes remained from the mountain. As soon as the old man landed, a young man came up to him, saying that it was amazing. To which the old man replied that he was already old, and he was still young, he could still achieve the same success. Heavenly Dao said that Mr. Liu's techniques are very good despite his age. The old man said he was flattered. He has been training for over 70 years, and when he was young, he wanted to go to the end of the world. But in the end, there is no end, so he could only get a job in this small town and spend the rest of his life there. Well, the Heavenly Dao was positive, saying that you shouldn't think so poorly. He said that his task was to save mortals. Now the old man is using his sword to crush mountains and rocks, improving the riverbed. Is this different from sort of saving the world? His actions do not differ from his original goals, and therefore old age has not worsened him at all. The words of the Heavenly Dao greatly encouraged him. And why didn't he realize it himself? Suddenly the old man felt that he was overwhelmed with power, greater than his third rank. And as it turned out, he broke through to rank. Was it really necessary to just realize it? And while the old man glowed with power, Heavenly Dao congratulated him on breaking through to level. The old man also showed respect to him, thanking him for his leadership. Looking up at the sky, Heavenly Dao said that thanks to him and the demonic help, the project should be completed soon. It took a month to complete the project, and therefore the residents walked around joyful. Standing on the mountain, Heavenly Dao said that the project was completed faster than he expected, to which Jixian said that everything was thanks to the Heavenly Dao. Suddenly, Jixian became serious, saying that the next step is the key to success. The mustachioed man in the white hat shouted to open the gate from the dam. They finally opened the gate and the water flowed in the right direction. People were overjoyed that the river had subsided and that they would finally be able to live in safety. Jixian was as happy as a small child with a new toy, but his joy was understandable. He apologized for the trouble, saying that he would invite him to a banquet as a thank you. To which Heavenly Dao replied that it was not worth it. Heavenly Dao smiled at something, telling the city mayor that his problems had not yet been solved. And at first, Jixian could not understand what the Heavenly Dao was talking about, because it would seem all the problems were due to the flood. But then one of his subordinates came running to him, saying that they had sent people from the imperial palace. This news surprised the mayor because how could the imperial court send someone at such a time? Heavenly Dao just chuckled quietly. The system assistant said that it looks like someone is out for destruction. The Heavenly Dao answered him that breaking is not building. The representative of the Tang state, Wei Suo, shouted, asking if he knew about the crime. Jixian seems to have become even shorter, so slouched. He said that lower-ranking officials work hard and encourage the pursuit of the well-being of the people. Therefore, the lower official does not know where he could have done wrong. Wei Suo pointed his finger at him, shouting that he was building and modifying the waterway a lot privately. He asked if this was not a sin. The representative said that in the previous dynasty, it was because of the great development of civil engineering and canal digging that people were dissatisfied. Emperor Taizu led a rebellion, and only then did today's Tang country emerge. Therefore, Wei Suo came to the conclusion that if Jixian follows the path of the previous dynasty, he longs for rebellion. This brought the mayor of the city into real shock. Jixian tried to justify himself, because he didn't even think about this. Besides, he is also a resident of the city. To which Wei Suo shouted that this official knew very well about the laws, but still violated them. Jixian had already fallen to his knees, because he saw no other way out, saying that the lower official did not dare. Seeing this spectacle, the state representative chuckled vaguely. Passing by the kneeling official, Wei Suo smiled maliciously. Stopping near Jixian, Wei Suo turned to him, saying that he was not an unreasonable person. He raised his head and looked at him in bewilderment. Leaning down, Wei Suo said that if he gives something in return, he will definitely put in a good word for him. Pure corruption. And this is also a representative of the state. Jixian lowered his head again, saying that he knows that he is an honest official, and besides, he has not saved much money over the years. Wei Suo was furious, and deliberately raising his voice said that it seemed that Jixian was deliberately rebelling. The Tang state representative pointed at Jixian, telling him to arrest him. The guards quickly restrained him. Jixian tried to reach him, saying that he was being treated unfairly. But then that old man appeared, who, having made a couple of swings with his sword, scattered all the guards who were holding Jixian. Elder Liu stood in front of Jixian, saying that he would look at whoever dared to attack Mr. Liu. Wei Suo said that he knew that he would have the courage to rebel. Getting annoyed, he shouted for Elder Jean to attack. Turning around, the old man noticed that something was approaching them at great speed. Fortunately, The old man managed to put his sword in front of him to block the attack. When he repelled his attack, Elder Jun jumped back a short distance. The man smiled madly, saying that he did not think that in such a remote town there would be a person of the 4th rank. Without allowing him to really catch his breath, he went on the offensive again, saying that it's a pity the old man just moved to rank 4, so it won't be possible to defeat Elder Jian. Elder Liu somehow stopped his attack, but it was clear that he was having a hard time holding it back. And in the end, Elder Jian knocked the sword out of his hands in one motion. Putting a sword to his neck, Elder Jian says that, as he already said, he is not his rival. Wei Suo was already completely furious, shouting at him to finally arrest him and not play around. Here, for some reason, he clung to the Heavenly Dao, who stood quietly on the sidelines, not touching anyone. Wei Suo pointed at him, saying that especially him, because he never knelt down. What an ignoramus. The system assistant said that some people do not have the instinct of self-preservation at all. Heavenly Dao sighed and replied that it seemed that it was no longer possible to simply observe. Jixian shouted for Heavenly Dao to be careful because Elder Jian was already heading towards him. He actually already aimed his sword at him, heading towards him, but this did not frighten Heavenly Dao at all, because this sword would not even leave a scratch on him. He stopped him with just 2 fingers, which already indicated that he was many times stronger than everyone there. And while he was in some shock from what was happening, Heavenly Dao launched a drop of his power onto the sword towards Elder Jian. The sword eventually shattered, and the recoil went through Elder Jian's body. As a result, he coughed up blood and lay down on the floor unconscious, and also pretended to be the strongest. Wei Suo, when he realized that his warrior was defeated in a matter of seconds, trembled, and pointing at Heavenly Dao, asked who he was, to which he, folding his hands on his chest, calmly said that he was the Heavenly Dao. Wei Suo stared at him incredulously, asking how this was even possible. Turning to Elder Jian, he told him not to joke, but simply kill him, to which he barely got up and said that he couldn't. Elder Jian said in plain language that he was rank, and this is a significant problem for them. Wei Suo sank to the ground, screaming at the news he heard, and without thinking twice, he fell to his knees in front of the Heavenly Dao, asking for forgiveness, saying that he was carrying out an order. Heavenly Dao asked what the order was and who gave him this order. Wei Suo was almost in tears, saying that Mr. Wang Jiangcheng ordered all this to be done, because if he cannot collect enough silver, then there is no good to be expected. Jixian came up from behind and said that Mr. Wang Jiangcheng, whom he was talking about, was a great general of the dynasty. He can be described as a very influential person who can even block the sky. Realizing what was happening, Heavenly Dao snapped his fingers as usual. In the next moment, both Wei Suo and Elder Jian were sitting already tied with ropes. Heavenly Dao said that he is handing these 2 over to Jixian, and he also hopes that he will continue to protect and preserve his territory. Well, now Heavenly Dao needs to visit the Imperial City. Hearing this, Elder Liu and the city mayor were shocked. After some time, Heavenly Dao arrived in the Imperial City. Walking down the street, the system assistant asked him if he wanted to talk to the Wang family, to which he said that there was no need to rush. After all, there are some other pretty interesting people in this city. People were walking on the street, carrying some kind of special stretcher, which was completely red and scattering some pieces of paper. Someone stopped in front of a fallen leaf that had been scattered by the people carrying the stretcher. A girl in a strange hat asked the person standing next to him why these people were scattering paper bills. The man looked at her strangely because she didn't know what was happening there. He said that everything was for the sake of a successful marriage with the dead man of the 3rd Mr. Wang. Hearing this, the white-haired girl frowned, not believing that there could be a marriage between a person and a dead man. She asked how the living could marry the dead, since there was no point in doing so, to which she was told that the Wang family was not in the best position, so this was the only way out. Frowning even more, the girl took the hilt of her sword, saying that this kind of event is unforgivable. Suddenly, she noticed that golden rain began to fall from the sky, and the rest of the people were apparently happy about it. Golden rain fell from the thunderclouds, and people kept exclaiming what a miracle this was. People in red clothes, who carried special stretchers, said with a smile that the heavens themselves were blessing them. Raising her head to the sky, the white-haired girl smiled angrily, asking if they were blessing. A moment later, the white-haired girl headed straight to the heavens to figure out what was happening there. She flew straight into thunderclouds from which golden rain was falling. When she flew out of the clouds, her outer clothing fell off, which hid her from prying eyes. Looking at someone, Empress Xuanyuan asked if she was still being made to look stupid. The creator of the golden rain turned out to be the goddess of light, who went there to create more miracles, as the Heavenly Dao said. The goddess of light turned to her, saying that she had heard a lot about Empress Xuanzhanzhen, to which she told her to stop. Empress Xuanyuan looked at her menacingly, asking why the goddess of the Western faith would show up there. She asked if she wanted to start a war between East and West, to which the goddess of light simply smiled, telling her not to worry because she was there to carry out the order. Empress Xuanyuan asked if she was mocking her, because how could anyone order the goddess of light? Heaven appeared behind her and said that the Lord can. Feeling someone else's presence behind her, she ducked down because the girl was on top. Frowning, she gathered her strength into the elbow of her arm, swinging it at the girl. But Heaven easily stopped and held back her blow, and it is not surprising, because she is the strongest of the incarnations of Heaven. Heaven, looking at her, told her not to interfere in the affairs of others. And on top of everything, Heaven charged her with a fist in the head while she didn't move. This blow literally sent her from heaven to earth. When Empress Xuanyuan fell to the ground, she created a huge cloud of dust. People who were nearby were very frightened because they did not understand what was happening. Heaven itself descended after her, and when they landed, they chuckled quietly. Looking somewhere to the side, Heaven said that Empress Xuanyuan was here. This attracted the attention of Empress Xuanyuan herself. She raised her head to see who Heaven was addressing with such respect. Empress Xuanyuan looked at the man who was emitting a heavy aura, asking who he was. The man said that it seemed like there were people there. A girl standing nearby said she couldn't see anything because of the smoke, but the next moment, their view into the cloud of dust was limited by a barrier. This Heavenly Dao tried to snap his fingers to protect his anonymity. When Empress Xuanyuan asked a question, he introduced himself as Heavenly Dao. The white-haired girl was somewhat shocked by the fact that the Heavenly Dao was standing in front of her. Rising to her feet, Empress Xuanyuan began to take her sword out of its sheath, saying that since he himself decided to come, then let him not blame him. Having said this, she advanced towards him with a sword to attack him. But the blade of the sword was easily stopped by Heaven, which intervened in such a timely manner. Heaven said that everything is getting out of control, and this is not very good. But the next moment, the sword began to glow suspiciously, which alerted Heaven, after which the sword began to recoil, and the girl flew several meters away from them. Seeing this, Heavenly Dao realized what the problem was, so he stared at the weapon with interest. As it turned out, it was the Xuanyuan sword. It was called the same as the nickname of Empress Xuanyuan. The girl who flew away slowly but surely became enraged, so she turned to the Heavenly Dao. Heaven looked at him seriously, asking him to allow her to use all her power, and the Heavenly Dao gave his permission, saying that he would like to see the limits of this blade, but it cannot be broken. The girl said she understood. In the next moment, her body began to fill with strength, and Heaven itself began to increase in size. Her image of a little girl turned into an adult, to which Heaven immediately commented that this body evokes nostalgia. Looking at her new image, Empress Xuanyuan could not believe what she saw. But in the next moment, Heaven seemed to evaporate from her field of vision. The embodiment of Heaven appeared right in front of Empress Xuanyuan's face, and she immediately turned her sword on her, intending to cause her at least significant harm. But Heaven again easily stopped the sword, holding it with both palms. Looking Empress Xuanyuan straight in the eyes, Heaven shouted for her to surrender, after which she applied her energy to the sword, squeezing it even tighter. Xuanzhanzhen clicked irritably, frowning at her opponent. This resistance caused a slight earthquake, but they did not care at all. A bright light appeared inside the spherical barrier, blocking the view, and the people who were outside the barrier began to panic, because an earthquake was no joke. But then their fight was stopped by the Heavenly Dao, who told them it would stop. As soon as he said this, Empress Xuanyuan used her strength to raise the sword into the air. He trembled and headed towards the Heavenly Dao. And Heaven, having come to her senses, shouted for the Heavenly Dao to be more careful, to which Heavenly Dao, pointing to Empress Xuanyuan, ordered to fly back. And when the sword returned to its sheath, Xuanzhanzhen almost jumped on the spot from shock. Heavenly Dao looked at the sword curiously, saying that Emperor Xuanyuan's strength came from the Xuanyuan sword. And it's quite interesting. She chuckled and said that she didn't think that the Heavenly Dao had changed so much. To which he, with outstretched arms, replied that the previous method could not solve the problem, so now he wants to chat with the rebels. But Empress Xuanyuan did not mean this at all. She was talking about gender. Like Lulisha, she still thinks that he is the same Heavenly Dao as before. Coughing, Heavenly Dao asked if she would believe it if he said that it wasn't him, but the girl didn't even listen to him, saying that she didn't think that Heavenly Dao would have a penchant for women's clothing, which was very unexpected. He said that, in short, Now he wants to solve the problem peacefully and not by force, after which Empress Xuanyuan rose up, saying not to lie to her, because according to everyone's known information, the Heavenly Dao wants to take away the power of all beings, to which the Heavenly Dao told her to stop, because his power already comes from the power of other beings, and their destruction will only harm him. And even if he dies, there will be a new Heavenly Dao in the heavens to take his place. So can she give a guarantee that the new Heavenly Dao will leave everyone alive? Empress Xuanyuan shouted that she couldn't, but he was the most evil, so anyone who became the new Heavenly Dao would be better than him. After thinking for a moment, he said that theoretically speaking, the Heavenly Dao has no character. And if he is evil, then this means that all creatures in this world are evil, a correct judgment. He looked at her seriously, saying not to look down on the Heavenly Dao. After all, they selfishly gather their spiritual power into their own little world, thinking that the same will happen to the Heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao abruptly approached Empress Xuanyuan, putting her on guard. He asked that she didn't think that if she teamed up with someone, she could easily deal with him. He looked at her and grinning said that the power of the Heavenly Dao is the totality of all beings, and only by selflessly spreading the aura throughout the world can he become stronger. The white-haired girl screamed, telling him not to talk about himself so nobly, because the Heavenly Dao couldn't make mistakes. Interrupting her, he said that of course the Heavenly Dao could be wrong. That is why he realizes the mistakes of the past and begins to work on correcting them. For example, he used his own power to change the boundary wall so that the mixed breath could be converted into an aura. Now all creatures can be cultivated, and then the corresponding exercises are imprinted in their minds, preventing the monopolization of resources by the powerful. Empress Xuanyuan, screaming in horror, asked if he was sick. After all, does he know how many villains there are in this world? Turning his attention to her, he said that since she said so, then she admits that all beings are evil. This is where she screwed up. To which she screamed again, waving her arms and saying that the evil ones are only a small part of all creatures. Heavenly Dao smiled and calmly said that since the evil ones are only a small part, then most good people will hinder the evil ones. This is a simple truth. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he asked that shouldn't the Emperor change people for the better. Stopping behind her, he pointed somewhere ahead, saying, "Look at those people." He pointed to the people who stood near the stretcher of the girl who would be forced to marry. After all, she has neither the resources nor the qualifications. Should others decide for her? Heavenly Dao told her to think. Because if she really is the leader of the human race, then she needs to take practical actions to make everyone move in the right direction. Empress Xuanyuan listened to him and replied that she understood. Heavenly Dao said with a smile that he was looking forward to her actions. She, looking at the goddess of light, who was watching them from above, asked if he had convinced her as well, to which the goddess of light, shrugging her shoulders, replied that she simply made the best choice for herself. Empress Xuanyuan only chuckled at her answer. The next moment, she disappeared from that place, which only caused the Heavenly Dao to smile. She landed directly on the roof of the bride-to-be's bier, thereby frightening the porters. They immediately took up their weapons, shouting that who dared to disturb the ceremony of welcoming the royal family. Someone shouted for her to be caught, to which she looked at them coldly and introduced herself as Empress Xuanyuan. One of the people jumped high, saying what courage she has. The guards whispered among themselves, but no one heard about Empress Xuanyuan. This man landed directly in front of Empress Xuanyuan, standing on a spear that held a red cloth. As it turned out, this expensively dressed man turned out to be the head of the Wang family. He looked at her menacingly and asked who dared to interfere with his son's marriage. Looking at the situation from a bird's eye view, Heavenly Dao determined that the man was in the middle of the fourth rank. He asked the system assistant that this marriage is not considered human trafficking, to which he replied that not a single transaction is considered human trafficking. Heavenly Dao frowned, saying that here is another loophole for slave traders. Empress Xuanyuan looked at the man and asked if he was the head of the Wang family. She politely asked to let this girl go, because there was no point in marriage. Moreover, this contradicts the very meaning of the word marriage, to which he looked at her menacingly and frowning asked that some girl really dared to resist him. The white-haired girl slowly but surely became furious. She said that the laws of the Xia kingdom state that sacrificing the living is prohibited. Xuan Zhanzhen asked if they were ready to accept the fact that they were violating the laws of the state. The old man simply replied that his royal family is the law. The head of the Wang family said that if the Wang family does not want to abide by some law, then it is meaningless. What she heard extremely angered the white-haired girl. The old man shouted briskly, ordering the guards to remove the obstructive girl. The samurai quickly attacked her from behind with weapons. Accepting the order, she first simply took in more air into her chest, exhaled loudly, after which fire appeared around her, which fried the attackers. Empress Xuanyuan seemed to be furious, but surprisingly calmly asked whether it was necessary to force her to use force. She said that if the law is not believed, then it will not act. This attracted the old man's attention. Drawing the sword from its sheath, the girl asked that the minister did not understand this truth. Seeing it, the minister could not understand what happened to this sword, so echoes of fear began to appear in his eyes. And having somersaulted back in the air, he landed on the ground, saying that this was too much. The system assistant said that no one is capable of challenging this blade, to which he replied that the Heavenly Dao sets the rules between heaven and earth, while humanity controls everything related to man. Heavenly Dao, looking down with a smile, said that this will not change anything. The old man, looking indignantly at the white-haired girl, asked if she was trying to put pressure on him. Kneeling on one knee, Family Head Wang said with a smile that this was all she could do. But to his misfortune, the next moment, a white-haired girl appeared right in front of him. She brought the blade of the sword to his neck, and this clearly tensed the head of the Wang family. Looking at him furiously, she said that he had broken the law, so why not take responsibility for his actions? The old man did not stop, saying that he does not behave as dignified as she, but all her actions are aimed at intimidation. He asked what the difference was between the two. This made Empress Xuanyuan speechless. Heavenly Dao approached her, saying that it seemed like she was facing the same problem as himself. Coming close, he said that he could give an answer to this question. Looking at the old man, Heavenly Dao said that strength is used to enforce rules and protect the weak, so it is not used to break rules and destroy people. The difference between the old man and Empress Xuanyuan is the use of strength. Looking at him from top to bottom, he asked what he thought about it. But suddenly, someone from the side shouted that it was well said. And recognizing the voice of the speaker, the head of the Wang family almost lit up with joy when he learned that he had come. Looking back over his shoulder, Heavenly Dao noticed that a person was standing on the roof of the building. It was the grandfather of the head of the Wang family, which is why he was so happy about his arrival. Having gone down to them, the old man said that the young people were mistaken in only one thing, and he said in all seriousness that his Wang family had never deceived anyone. The old man, turning to the cart with the bride, asked her if she had come here voluntarily. The girl, trembling in red robes, answered that yes, she was there voluntarily. Turning back to the young people, he said that, as they had heard, it was the bride's decision. The head of the Wang family behind Grandpa asked with a smile if they had anything. Hearing this, Heavenly Dao turned to the girl, asking if she now understood Heavenly Dao's feelings. Heaven, together with the Goddess of Light, watched the spectacle from a bird's eye view. Heaven, frowning, asked that everything would end so simply. The Goddess of Light answered her that she thought she should just stay and watch. Heaven drooped and sighed heavily, because she doesn't really like to watch people's quarrels. The girl said that if she were the Heavenly Dao, she would have sorted everything out long ago. Empress Xuanyuan frowned and said that she thought that the officials' abolition of the hereditary system would prevent this from happening. But she did not expect that they would begin to protect each other and create a monopoly effect. The old man said that today is an important day for his family, and he does not want blood to be shed. Therefore, he advised them to leave the place. The proposal to leave this place angered Empress Xuanyuan, but she suddenly became suspiciously calm, which attracted the attention of Heavenly Dao. Holding her sword in front of her, the white-haired girl said that it seems that the human world needs change. This movement alarmed the Wang family. Suddenly, the sky above them began to become cloudy, to which Heavenly Dao immediately drew attention. When Empress Xuanyuan used her power, fire began to blaze around her, and the next moment a huge lightning bolt appeared from the thunderclouds. And the white-haired girl easily repelled this heavenly attack with her sword. But the ease with which she repelled the heavenly punishment amazed the Wang family, because they had never seen such a demonstration of strength before. Heavenly Dao calmly looked at the girl blazing with energy, asking what all this thunder was about. Sighing heavily, he said that she had an hour to sort this out, because otherwise he would personally enforce the rules of this world. Empress Xuanyuan literally burst into flames, answering that this was enough. People who were outside looked in surprise at the changing weather. They asked why there were so many thunderclouds again. Some regretted that they had not taken umbrellas. Others said that today was very strange weather. A a huge number of lightning began to appear in the sky due to thunderclouds. These lightning bolts were also visible on the Kuntun mountain range, which was natural. It would be strange if they were not visible from there. The dragon that was on the mountain range said that she returned, but too early, and with such a crowd. And isn't she afraid of being discovered by the Heavenly Dao? This dragon's name was Ying Huang. He was at the top of the heavens. But then a girl flew up to him on a sword, screaming, addressing him as if he were a demonic ancestor. This girl's name was Duanmu. She said that this strength and thunder in the imperial city. The girl asked if he would leave the mountain range, to which he, lying down on the ground, replied that he was staying. After this, the girl clearly became worried. Opening his eyes, Ying Huang said that since the Empress is there, it means that she will be able to fulfill the promise made in the beginning. Looking away, Duanmu asked if they really want to live in harmony with people, because after all, the battle has been going on for 10,000 years. Ying Huang said that there is no need to worry because if the promise is not fulfilled, then she does not deserve to call herself Empress, so she will be forced to fulfill it. The old man, looking at the white-haired girl, said that this power should not exist in the human world. He asked who she was. Frowning, the girl looked at him arrogantly, saying that, as she already said, her name is Xuanyuan. Filling her sword with energy, she asked if they believed that law was used to control people. On the contrary, the law is used to protect them, to protect the servants of the court. And if people think that the law is fair, then they will believe in both the law and the court. On the other hand, they are now breaking the law and marrying in an unworthy manner. Pointing to the old man, Empress Xuanyuan said that they had been breaking the law for thousands of years. But then the current head of the Wang family entered into a one-sided conversation. He said that he thought that she would say something encouraging. He also said that in addition, she is not the Empress of Xia country. Where does she have the power to judge them? Hearing this, the white-haired girl frowned even more as she looked at them. Removing her fire, she turned her head towards the Heavenly Dao, as if she wanted something. Heavenly Dao asked why she looked at him, to which the system assistant replied that this is a concept that Empress Xuanyuan cannot agree with, and it looks like she already understands what he meant. The white-haired girl visibly drooped as she asked if she was wrong. Approaching her from behind, Heavenly Dao agreed that she was mistaken. He said that the threat of force alone cannot solve the problem. They just need leadership. Turning to the Wang family, Heavenly Dao said that he would count what mistakes they had all made. He began to list, bending his fingers. First is the sacrifice of the living, second is the ban on martial arts, and third is bureaucracy. And according to the law of the Xia state, it is necessary to exterminate all relatives up to the 9th generation. Hearing this, the family almost lost their jaw somewhere on Earth. But then Empress Xuanyuan intervened, saying that this was too much, to which Heavenly Dao said that if he remembers correctly, then during her reign more than 1,000 families were exterminated. The girl tried to justify this by saying that everything was so that nothing would be repeated. Approaching the girl, he asked that she had not forgotten about her actions. So why is she so kind to them now, even though they have forgotten about the laws? The white-haired girl said that she understood everything and raised her sword again, saying that they needed to pay for their sins. The wave of fire from her sword had almost reached the Wang family, and they couldn't even do anything. But then Empress Xuanyuan was stopped by someone's call. It was the approaching dragon who shouted. He told her to leave the people. Well, this saved the Wang family from death, although not for long, but it saved it. When the dragon flew closer to her, Empress Xuanyuan stopped and asked who he was. The dragon replied that he was the guardian of the state of Xiajin Duan. The guardian asked why the lady came to the country of Xia, to which Empress Xuanyuan turned to the head of the Wang family and said that it was better to ask about the deeds of the Wang family. After all, as she remembers, Xia laws prohibit the sacrifice of the living. The dragon agreed with her, but said that the Wang family did not sacrifice the living because it was just a yin marriage. Hearing the last sentence, she looked at the dragon, and her eyes blazed with an evil flame. Empress Xuanyuan said that the purpose of marriage was to pass on incense and to continue civilization and inheritance. The white-haired girl asked what, then, was the difference between marrying a dead woman and sacrificing a living one. The dragon tries to convince her by saying that the lord of the Wang family worked hard, so they cannot be killed just because of one mistake. One of the guardian's subordinates said that the Wang family was mistaken, but there were a lot of similar cases in the Xia state, and if it's just them, then the crowd will not be convinced. Here, Empress Xuanyuan finally became furious. This proved that she was trying to speak calmly, but the rage still burst out. So the white-haired girl raised her sword again, saying that in this case, this is her wish. The system assistant said that Empress Xuanyuan's heart was broken, to which Heavenly Dao replied that she was doing everything right. The dragon again tried to convince her, saying that she was not Emperor Xia. How could one punish the masters like that? But the white-haired girl could no longer be stopped. She still put her sword to their throat, and without thinking for a second, she swung it, and the heads of the Wang family were cut off. When they fell, the keeper and his subordinates could not believe what they saw. After waiting a moment, the guardian said that the eldest must want to start a riot. Empress Xuanyuan looked straight at him and asked, "Wouldn't it be unreasonable?" The dragon was silent at first, but then agreed, saying that the Xia state was fundamentally different from its rulers. To which Xuan Zhanzhen seriously said that she is responsible for the safety of the people of the Xia country. She said that if people exist, then the country exists, and if people die, then the country is dead. Pointing at the dragon, the white-haired girl stated that the guardians do not know who exactly needs to be protected. And how can he really talk to her about protection? Heavenly Dao said that he admires her because she has a very high level of ideological awareness. The system assistant pessimistically stated that he had better give up because she would not obey the Heavenly Dao. To which he said that why should he force her, because he can just make friends with her. Raising her sword up, she said that if they cannot give a fair verdict to the people, if they cannot provide people with a good life, and also if they cannot create a stable environment for the people. Reactivating the power of her sword, Empress Xuanyuan swung it at the guardian, but the keeper dodged in time, so instead the mountain was cut exactly in half. The dragon and his subordinates stared in shock at the cut mountain, but it could have been the guardian himself. Empress Xuanyuan frowned and looked at the guardian, saying that then she would do it herself. The system assistant said that people don't care about their emperors. They only care about their own kind. To which the Heavenly Dao replied that it was not that bad. But suddenly, the magic stone that was on the Xuanyuan's sword glowed red, attracting the Empress's attention. She immediately understood where the call was coming from. The clan of elves was calling her. The white-haired girl shouted to the guardian to put the girl down, and she herself would settle accounts with them later. And without explaining further actions, she immediately went to the elf clan. Guardian and Heavenly Dao silently looked at where Empress Xuanyuan had disappeared. The white-haired girl rushed as fast as she could into the elf forest because a message had arrived from the elf clan. Empress Xuanyuan could not suppress her nervousness from not knowing what the elves were up to. But then the Heavenly Dao with Heaven and the Goddess of Light arrived behind her. Heavenly Dao said that she was flying slowly so he would help her a little. And before she could stop, she saw a portal right in front of her, into which she immediately flew. The portal took them straight to the forest of the elves, where they appeared right above the world tree. Carefully emerging from the portal, Empress Xuanyuan asked how he knew that she was heading into the forest of elves, to which he replied that because of the changes she was planning, and besides, he was just an observer. Looking at her, he said that the elven goddess is down there. The girl just needs to find her. The elven Lord God must have something to say to her, but he warned her that Lulithia was in a very bad mood. Empress Xuanyuan, having heard this warning, did not answer him. The white-haired girl immediately headed to the main city of the elves, where, in theory, the elven goddess should be. There she found herself. Lulicia stood near a huge table covered with a white tablecloth, on which lay only a bouquet of flowers and some kind of box. When Empress Xuanyuan landed a few meters away from the goddess, Lulithia said that she had finally arrived. Empress Xuanyuan looked at the table in surprise, clearly knowing what was there, and Lulicia confirmed this, saying that it was dust. The elven goddess said that then the sacred third throne was capturing elves and turning them into dust. Empress Xuanyuan looked at the boxes with horror in her eyes, asking why this was happening. Heavenly Dao answered her that this was because some time ago, the elf mistress wanted to save all the slaves, since many were sent to another country. When he spoke for the slaves, the white-haired girl remembered her childhood. Dirty slave traders, driving a cart with slaves, talked loudly that these slaves could be sold for a decent amount. The second said that he heard that the perverted nobles are planning to purchase girl slaves at a high price. Little Xuan Zhanzhen became wary immediately after these words. The first said that it just so happened that they just happened to have an excellent batch in their hands, and this party included little Empress Xuanyuan. They laughed loudly, thinking that they would make a fortune from this, but that was not the case. Something instantly decapitated them, and they didn't even have time to react normally. Everything happened quite quickly. This something also cut the bars of the cart in which the slaves were transported, scaring them to death. A girl with white hair and the same red eyes appeared in front of them. She asked where they were all running. Did they really want to go to those guys so badly? This girl turned out to be a demon lord. Suddenly, the sword that beheaded the slave traders began to behave strangely, which attracted the attention of the demon lord. The bloody sword smoothly flew into little Empress Xuanyuan's hands. The demon lord said with a smile that she would give her this blade because he intends to abolish slavery, so it's up to her. But little Empress Xuanyuan could not accept him, saying that she was a slave, to which the girl with a flower in her hair, shaking her hands, said that in this case she could remain a slave until the end of her days. The demon lord asked if this concerned her at all. With her hand on her chest, Empress Xuanyuan said that after all, nothing much changes. The elven goddess suddenly addressed her by her full rank. Suddenly summoning the branches of the world tree, she pointed at Empress Xuanyuan. They entangled the white-haired girl on all sides, not allowing her to make any unnecessary movement. It seems that the elven goddess was a little out of her mind. She said they are just elves. Why do people treat them like that? Approaching Empress Xuanyuan, she gave her a tasty slap in the face. With tears in her eyes, Lulisha asked that elves should always obey people. Moving her head to the side, Empress Xuanyuan asked for forgiveness, saying that she could not be responsible for the human race, after which, the branches that held her weakened, allowing her to free herself. The elven goddess said that in the second cycle, the elves sought to live in harmony with them. Even when contradictions appeared, they continued to adjust everything with words, and they in turn did nothing but increase the number of corpses. Their compatriots had suffered for too long, and the dark elf goddess agreed with her. Raising her staff upward, Lulisha said that since she was unable to represent the human race, then they themselves would contact the emperor. Frowning even more, the elven goddess loudly shouted that the elves were starting a war. The other elves supported her, saying that the sacred Third Reich must be punished. At this point, Empress Xuanyuan panicked a little, saying that they needed to calm down, because if a war broke out, both sides would suffer irreparable losses. But the elven goddess did not stop, asking her if she wanted them to absorb everything again. The dark elves shouted in irritation that they would make them answer for all their sins. They exclaimed that let there be war, that they would destroy the sacred Third Reich, and that people had lived in deception for too long. This all left Empress Xuanyuan confused. She couldn't even get a word in edgewise. She suddenly turned to the Heavenly Dao, asking that the Heavenly Dao would just stand and watch, to which he sighed heavily and said that it was already quite difficult for him, even though the Heavenly Dao is responsible for everything. But the most difficult thing is the human heart. He said that the problem of people and elves should be solved humanely. Empress Xuanyuan said nothing on this matter. With a former comrade on one side and the human race she is sworn to protect until death on the other, it's a pretty difficult choice. The white-haired girl asked how he had the conscience to mock him. Heavenly Dao smiled slyly and said that in fact, he has another method. Empress Xuanyuan, as soon as she heard something about another method, immediately pressed herself to him, asking which one, to which he, pushing her aside, said not to press her like that. And Heaven, who stood a little further away, was surprised at the size of Empress Xuanyuan's breasts because they were the size of her head. Heavenly Dao grinned and snapped his fingers, saying that it was time for her to go out too, after which, the barrier in the form of a ball began to melt, and someone's body appeared from it. The goddess of light was sitting in an invisible barrier, and when she was discovered, she began to plow with her hands, saying that she had hidden herself well, so why was he ruining everything? Seeing her, the elven goddess switched her attention from Empress Xuanyuan to the goddess of light. Her face immediately darkened several shades when she recognized her. Lulisha said that the goddess of light herself dared to come to her. The goddess of light knew what would happen next, so she tried to calm her down, saying that she had something to say, but the elven goddess did not care. She immediately launched a stream of fire at her, putting a shield in front of her. The goddess of light asked the Heavenly Dao how long this show would last, to which Heavenly Dao smiled cheerfully, saying that the elven goddess was too excited, so she needed time. The goddess of light in response irritably asked what she had to do with it. Lulisha again created a magic circle, shouting for the goddess of light to die. The next moment, the barrier in which the goddess of light was located began to be attacked by many fireballs. The goddess of light was already panicking and told her to calm down and listen to people. Heavenly Dao calmly watched from afar at the one-sided firefight. Then Empress Xuanyuan barged in, asking him if he would continue to watch their battle like this, to which he cheerfully said that he hoped no one would die. The elves who were watching their battle energetically shouted something to the Queen of the Elves. After some time, Lulicia sat on top of the Goddess of Light and screamed for her to die, to which she replied that Lulicia would not wait for this. But then their massacre was interrupted by the Heavenly Dao, who had already seen enough of their battle. Using his strength, he lifted the elven goddess into the air so that she would stop bludgeoning the Goddess of Light. Sitting at a table that came from nowhere, the Heavenly Dao brought Lulicia with his magic so that she could sit at the table. Landing on the chair, the elven goddess surprisingly calmed down a little, wondering where the table came from. He also brought the Goddess of Light to the table, saying that it was time to talk, to which the elven goddess said that she had nothing to talk to her about, so she needed to continue the battle. Heavenly Dao told her with a smile not to be so impulsive, because the decision to kill was made by high-ranking people of the Third Reich, and not by the Goddess of Light. Turning to him, Lulicia frowned and asked if he meant to say that she needed to deal with them, to which he confirmed this. Heavenly Dao said with a smile that it was time to pay for bad deeds. Frowning, Lulithia looked at the Goddess of Light, asking if she would just watch her kill her subjects, to which she blushed a little and replied that she had an agreement with the Heavenly Dao, so she would not interfere. But then Empress Xuanyuan intervened. She slammed the table and said that they had just decided their fate. Wasn't that too much? Heavenly Dao looked at her calmly, asking if she wanted them to repent. He said that if you make a mistake, you need to pay for it. Along the way, he asked if she had forgotten about the Wang family. The elven goddess, looking at him, asked what he wanted to do. Without answering anything, he called Heaven, and she immediately appeared behind him and replied that she was there. Heavenly Dao, looking somewhere to the side with a smile, asked her to apply divine punishment to them. At the same time, everything was calm in the sacred Third Reich, and no one even suspected the impending punishment. The guard, approaching some old man, began to read out a report that all the elves in the Third Reich were destroyed. This old man turned out to be the Emperor of the Holy Third Reich, Karl. He smiled and said that great. Such is the price of the elven tricks on their territory. Suddenly, one of the subordinates burst into them, interrupting them, shouting that something had happened. The subordinate was in shock. As evidenced by his sluggish speech, he said that a miracle had happened outside. Indeed, the Goddess of Light appeared to mere mortals, and all the people who were there were in shock. They could not believe that this was really the Goddess of Light, and they apparently hoped that the Goddess of Light had come to perform a miracle. Then a huge number of guards came, followed by the Emperor. Charles XI also could not believe that the Goddess of Light herself appeared to them, and it seems that he decided that she agreed with their actions. Stretching out her hand to them, the Goddess of Light introduced herself before her people so that they would believe that the truth had appeared. The Emperor of the Sacred Third Reich shouted to the respected Goddess of Light that the Sacred Third Reich will always worship her, so he asks to grant them the gift of God. Having heard the part about God's gift, she got angry, saying that they had done a crazy thing, but they were also counting on gifts? How strange. Seeing that the Goddess of Light was furious, the Emperor's face showed horror. The magic circle, which was a backlight for a better impression, began to glow even brighter. The Emperor of the Holy Third Reich shouted, doubting whether she was truly the Goddess of Light, because the Holy Third Reich had never disrespected the Goddess of Light. To which she, frowning, replied that they kill elves for their own benefit, and this is the most terrible act of the subjects of the Goddess of Light. Charles XI tried to contradict her, saying that didn't she write about this in the Holy Scriptures? Sitting a little higher on the cloud, Heavenly Dao said that they had caught her. The Goddess of Light, blushing a little, said that these were the rules of the past. Using a little of her power, she pointed her finger at something below. This clause about killing elves immediately disappeared from the Holy Scriptures, and the old man could only stare with his eyes, not understanding anything. Here the old man has already gone crazy, saying that she belongs to the family of elves in no other way, because how can she change the rules? Charles XI shouted that this was not their Goddess of Light, to which she, grinning, said that this was a rather bold statement. But he dared to doubt her, so don't expect any good. As she raised her hand to the sky, storm clouds appeared, and after a moment, lightning began to appear. Watching this performance from above, Heavenly Dao ordered Heaven to help her. She, saying that she understood, extended her hand in the direction of the Goddess of Light, beginning to use the transfer of power. The Goddess of Light almost caught fire from the power that filled her completely. people found out what kind of lightning it was a divine punishment. They could not believe that they really fell under it. They started to run away, but it was all useless. Charles XI shouted that this was impossible, because he was an emperor, so he could not fall under divine punishment. The goddess of light calmly looked at him, calling him only one word: possessed. A huge number of lightning bolts began to shoot at people, as if at targets. People seemed to go crazy from the horror that filled them, because divine punishment is no joke. One of the guards tried to protect his emperor from divine punishment, but this is unlikely to save him. The largest of all lightning still struck the emperor of the sacred Third Reich, after which all the lightning disappeared, as if they had never existed. This is divine punishment. People who ran away from divine punishment were terrified, but still noticed in time that the divine punishment had ended. Having looked around, one of those escaping said that the city was not damaged. Was heavenly punishment really just an illusion? What if? But it wasn't there. But then they heard from the side someone calling His Majesty, and everyone turned to the side at once. The Emperor of the Holy Third Reich seemed to be fried. But why? Surprisingly, he could still twitch, but he was unlikely to be able to get up. All the old man's capillaries burst, and he, looking at the sky, said that this was impossible, because he was an emperor. People began to whisper, saying that they had heard that the priest was also dead, like the general. Looking at the people below, she said that the first distributors of evil had fallen, and from now on she would be more strict with high-ranking officials. And while they, with their mouths open, listened to her every word, the goddess of light said that she would take care of the new ruler, and until he comes to power, she asks them not to start riots. The goddess of light said that no matter what, they must remember one thing, that from today there will be no high taxes and oppression. Raising her voice on purpose, she enthusiastically said that they should live not only for the sake of faith, but also for their own sake. People, having heard this good news, began to praise the goddess of light even more. They shouted that long live the goddess of light, wished her long life, and the like. Heavenly Dao, still sitting on a cloud a little higher, watched the result. Frowning, Lulithia said that only a few days have passed since Heavenly Dao took up this matter, and already such changes have occurred. To which the goddess of light, smiling smugly, replied that, after all, she serves the Heavenly Dao well. Moreover, she is different from them, who love to go against the Heavenly Dao. What was said struck the girls' consciences, and they simply remained silent. Here the Heavenly Dao intervened, smiling and saying that it was well said, also adding that there were many more nuances. He asked that isn't it good when people feel freedom and live on their own? The goddess of light does not come to them with her faith, and that is why they do not abandon her. To which she, flying up to them on a cloud, smiled and replied that, of course. Pressed against his hand, the goddess of light asked that their goal was not to spread the faith. Heavenly Dao replied that this was also true. And while Lulisha was trembling with anger behind her, the goddess of light laughed cheerfully and said that Heavenly Dao was very smart. Here Empress Xuanyuan intervened in their conversation, saying that the sacred Third Reich had lost its ruler, and if the people lived without him, then in the end, chaos would reign. To which he, looking at her over his shoulder, said with a smile that he had already thought of everything. Heavenly Dao said that she had most likely already noticed that the elves' living systems had radically changed. Therefore, he wants to continue promoting this way of life. And the sacred Third Reich is an excellent experimental platform. Empress Xuanyuan crossed her arms over her chest and said that they needed a leader, and in the current Third Reich, there was definitely no suitable candidate to be found. Heavenly Dao only said that let the goddess of light choose a new ruler. She didn't say anything to this. He explained his point of view by saying that if the goddess of light appointed a ruler on her own, then the Third Reich would again become the same as they had just seen it. Empress Xuanyuan asked what he meant, to which he replied that this is what he has. People must choose for themselves. Heavenly Dao said that he would let them see something and snapped his fingers, after which a huge teleportation magic circle appeared below them. He moved them all inside the palace, sacred to the Third Reich, intending to show them something. They moved safely without any problems. Empress Xuanyuan frowned and asked him why they needed to go to the palace, to which he mysteriously replied that she would see everything herself. Noticing something, the elven goddess, turning around and looking somewhere back, said that someone had come. It was a small crowd of money-hungry people. One of them asked rhetorically that this was the imperial palace. The second said it was quite luxurious. The white-haired man turned to the slicked-back blonde, asking if nothing would happen if they entered the palace, to which Donald called him a coward, saying that no one knows the palace better than him. Now most of the guards and high nobility are dead, so they can take the treasure for themselves. Joseph looked around and said that he felt as if someone else was there besides them. Donald pointed to the floor, asking what he might mean by their shadows. And he, looking at the floor, screamed in fear. Starting to walk forward, the blonde ordered the others to find the location of the treasury, in case someone showed up. Joseph asked to wait for him, and while they went to look for the treasury, those who arrived with the help of a magic circle, standing behind a huge column, watched them. Empress Yuan asked if this was what Heavenly Dao wanted to show them? Ugly people who only live for profit? The elven goddess asked that this is not so, because these people have a common goal, and only by knowing all their ideals can one cope with them. Heavenly Dao said that greed is one of human natures, so it is not surprising that people who lived in oppression for a long time finally decided to do such a thing. Smiling, he looked somewhere to the side, saying that this was not what he wanted to show. The show itself will begin later, when people gather to storm the palace. Suddenly, Empress Yuan and the elven goddess turned around in unison at the noise that was behind them. The second group of people already ran into the palace, but this one was already with weapons. One of them said to see if there was anything valuable. The second one was shouting and asking where his money was. Peeking out from behind a column, the elven goddess asked what was happening to them, to which Heavenly Dao simply said that they came to rob, and that explained everything. The first group was already carrying out full bags of gold, rejoicing at their find and the fact that they were now rich. Donald said that with these treasures he could bring glory to the Third Reich, and thanks to his abilities and speech skills, he could become emperor. Yeah, now I'm daydreaming. But then the first and second groups of robbers met, and tension hung in the air for a second. The second group, clutching their weapons tighter, shouted that the first group had treasures, so they needed to be taken away. To which the first group was indignant, shouting in response that they had found the treasure first. The leader of the second group, putting his hand on the bag of gold that the blonde was holding, smiled disgustingly, saying that whoever is stronger will get everything. A massacre for treasure began between groups of robbers because no one wanted to give up what they had just acquired. Joseph apparently managed to sneak out of this slaughterhouse unnoticed along with his bag of gold. But he was almost immediately noticed by the leader of the second group, who immediately shouted that one had escaped and that he needed to be caught up. Joseph was instantly overtaken by some bald man, who, pulling out a knife, smiled sadly, asking him if he had decided to run away. And shouting for him to die, he thrust a dagger into his fifth point. Joseph jumped up in pain, dropping a bag of gold. Joseph began to roll on the ground in pain, to which the bald man only chuckled disgustingly. Hearing a cry of pain from his comrade, Donald turned around to see what was wrong with him. Seeing that Joseph was being attacked with weapons, he shouted that they had resorted to weapons, so they should start too. Now a real bloody mess began due to the fact that each of the groups began to use their own weapons. The blood of some even reached Empress Xuanyuan's feet. The white-haired girl clenched her teeth until she trembled from the anger that filled her. And turning to the Heavenly Dao, she took him by the chest, asking why they kill each other. Because is this really how the choice of a ruler happens? But her hands were immediately repulsed by heaven. It was because she roughly touched the Heavenly Dao. Raising one leg and remaining standing on the other, Heaven, frowning, told her not to be rude. Turning to Heaven, Heavenly Dao told her to worry. It was just nothing. Turning back to Empress Xuanyuan, he spread his arms to the sides and said that he only wanted her to understand that it was not the Heavenly Dao that hindered the development of the human race, but their very essence. Smiling mysteriously, Heavenly Dao said that man is selfish by nature. This is just like Empress Xuanyuan wants to gain more power. The white-haired girl frowned and became indignant, saying that she was not like that. Heavenly Dao said that the essence is still the same, because everyone wants more, there is no difference. Selfishness inevitably leads to injustice and imbalance, so the Heavenly Dao needs to reboot its resources. And while she silently listened to his lecture, he said that this is how things are with property, wealth, and the status of a ruler, and the strength of those who decided to resist heaven will never be greater. Heavenly Dao walked closer to her and placed his index finger on her chin, saying that as the Empress of the human race, shouldn't she control the evil thoughts in people? And doesn't she want everyone to be treated fairly? Empress Xuanyuan, without turning away, looked him straight in the eyes, asking if she was sure she could do it. To which Heavenly Dao moved away a little, shrugged his shoulders, and replied that if he doesn't try, he won't know. Looking at Lalicia, He said that the Elven commune could be considered a great example, so she could think of the Third Reich as a reboot of humanity. Hearing this, Empress Xuanyuan frowned and said that she understood, but looking to the side where there was a life-and-death battle, she asked how to stop them. To which Heavenly Dao replied that it was not easy, so she had to decide it herself. Hearing his answer, Empress Xuanyuan looked at him in surprise, and while she was distracted, Heavenly Dao gave her a shell ban, but what exactly he did is unknown. An unusual fog of a dark blue hue immediately came out of her, but it looked as if the soul had come out of her. When the dark blue mist finally evaporated, Empress Xuanyuan looked at Heavenly Dao and asked what he had done, to which he, smiling, simply replied that he turned her into a mortal, and now she is one of the living beings. Heavenly Dao told her to experience the feelings of ordinary people. He also told her to use her limited power to save the empire. The elven goddess asked that it was not dangerous that he turned her into a mortal, to which he told her not to worry. The next moment, without warning, he snapped his fingers and created a magic circle of movement under Empress Xuanyuan, after which she was thrown straight into the thick of the bloody mess, where a fierce battle for treasure was taking place. When she landed, she couldn't find her way at first, and one of the robbers noticed her at the wrong time. He shouted loudly for everyone to look there, thereby attracting the attention of two groups at once. He shouted that a woman had sneaked in there and needed to be killed, thereby preventing the treasure from being taken away. After all, by the will of the Heavenly Dao, she landed directly on a pile of gold and other treasures. Frowning, the girl looked straight ahead, realizing that it seemed that she had been given something. And picking up the sword that was lying nearby, Empress Xuanyuan agreed to something. She was immediately attacked by a huge number of robbers who shouted for her to die. A terrible aura of death began to emanate from the white-haired girl, and Empress Xuanyuan said that she had not experienced human feelings for a long time. But the robbers were not bothered by this terrible aura, as if they did not even feel it. The robbers were still heading towards her, shouting that she should not even try to steal their treasures, to which the white-haired girl just grinned and began to elegantly walk around them, at the same time dropping the weapon from their hands. One of the robbers was scared, asking if she was really so strong that she could easily scatter some of them. Empress Xuanyuan, who appeared behind him, struck him in the neck with the hilt of her sword, knocking him out. She said he should be honest, after which he fell unconscious with a loud knock on the floor. Frowning, Empress Xuanyuan told them to stop fighting and lay down their arms. Otherwise, they won't be patted on the head. The next moment, with just one movement of her sword, she cut a huge column in half. And when the upper part of the huge column began to fall, the people who were close to it began to run away. The eyes of the white-haired girl shone with an evil fire when he said that otherwise, their end would be the same as that of this pillar. She addressed the shocked people, ordering them to lay down all their weapons and gather in the square. The two gang leaders looked at each other, and mentally deciding something, they put all their weapons in a pile in front of the girl. Empress Xuanyuan watched as they began to leave the palace one by one, when suddenly her attention was attracted by someone's voice, who said that he did not expect this. Heavenly Dao and the second goddesses approached her. He said that he thought she would kill everything, to which she replied that she was not so cold-blooded. The elven goddess was surprised at her strength, wondering if she was truly immortal. Sighing heavily while heaven slept on the move, the goddess of light said that she had been ignored. A huge number of people arrived on the square of the imperial palace, and they all whispered why they were all called. Some old man asked why they were all gathered there. The guy standing next to him replied that who knows, maybe a new emperor has appeared.